Shares accomplished. Hello. Oh, look at that. There's a join my team. That's interesting. When did that show up there? Join my team. How cool is that? Hello, Roger. Let's see. Cactus says, be back later. Cool. Okay. What else did I miss? Ping says, hey, Prof. Hello. And hello to Dawn. And let's see. Looks like that's all I've missed so far. Oh, and there's another one from Thomas and Grain of Sand. Hello. Let's see. Okay. No little request things yet. Let's see, what else can we do? That's cool there. Hello to Deutschland. That's funny. Addie asks, how many books do you have? I don't know. I started putting them into one of those little database things where you can, scan the barcodes so it's quicker. And there's, I think somewhere around 7,000. I don't remember, but it's in the 6,000. It's close to 7, I think, in that database. But I definitely haven't finished going around and doing stuff. So it's probably, I don't know, 9,000 maybe. 10 probably at most. I'd gotten rid of a number of them some years back, which I've stopped mostly doing. But yeah, I think it's got to be somewhere around there. There's oh, hey, what did you just knock off? What'd you hit with your swishy tail? Someone is cleaning off my desk. Okay, something fell. What was that? What did you knock off? Oh, the pen. Aha, there we go. Yeah. Bonk. Bonk. What do you think you're doing? Now, you want to say hello? Socrates? People. People. Socrates. Boom. You don't care. Let's see. Oh, the books. Yeah, I think that was it's yeah, like I said, it's got to be somewhere around there. It's probably near 9, but I really don't know for sure. And it gets harder to catch up sections that I've missed too, because if I move things around and then I have to remember, oh, did I already scan this one or not? I don't know. But I've been slowly catching back up of the older ones, and I'm mostly done. A lot of them are in there now, but yeah, definitely not all. And I know almost none of my old ones are in there too. Like I have a bunch of collectible old books, stuff from the 19th and early 20th century. A lot of those are in a glass-fronted case in the front room, and none of those are in there. And then there's a whole, actually no, there's a lot more than that too. There's a bunch I still have boxed up. There are ones that I got when I was doing earlier research in my master's and dissertation, and reading a bunch of 19th century works of science and philosophy, relatively obscure shit that I had to track down, and none of that stuff's in there too, because you can't scan them. They're old. So there's hundreds of those. Some of them in the living room, some of them boxed up, some of them in a smaller bookcase that's in the living room as well. But yeah, hi. What? Yeah, I'll catch up eventually. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss here when I was looking at the cat? Oh, Don says hello to you. Yeah. Nah, Socrates. Nah. Okay. Oh, someone thanks me for my humanity. That's cool. I don't mind being human. I frequently joke about being a xenosociologist from planet Tutar here to study humans, decide whether you guys are actually a threat, but yeah, no, I technically I'm human, so that's cool. Well, not really what that statement means, but still fun. Yeah, as far as book condition, yeah, I'm very fussy about reading them. So like bending backwards or that kind of stuff, the folding pages, writing in them, I never do that. So if I want to use notes from something, I'll write them down. I write a lot of things on note cards. So there's actually I know I had a handful nearby. So sometimes they'll just be like scribbly notes, and then other times they're quite careful as I'm going along. And I write pretty small when I'm putting these things in books, so I'll take little notes to myself if I really want to retain or use something. But I generally only do this if it's for a research project, and I'm collecting places that I want to keep going back over and over again and referencing in the process of writing something. Because for the most part, in terms of like just the gist of any given thing, if I read it, it's going to stick with me. So I usually don't need it, and I can generally remember which book I got something from. But that's usually not specific enough that if I want to be referencing something a lot while I'm writing about it, then I want to save having to go back and find the page over and over again. I'll take little notes and write little quotes down. But yeah, I'm very fussy about the condition I keep them in. So the only ones that tend to be messed up are the ones that I've had since my childhood. So they've been being carted around with me for 5 decades. Or they're ones I got used. And even there I try to get better quality used ones. I'm fussy that way. I don't care about a lot of possessions, but I try to be really nice to the books. It's one of the few things I really care a lot about. Someone says, have you read? Oh, Marxist says, have you read all of them? No. I'm always accumulating things, so there's always a stack you fall behind. So, in any given year, I will have bought a bunch of them and read a bunch of them, and then there's some left over, and then either the interest shifts and I don't get back to something, or I come back to it later, and then other things come in. But a lot of things get read as they come in. Or within months of coming into it, but no, not all of them. A lot of them, but there are definitely things here that I've not read. I could probably find 2 or 3 on every shelf, but yeah, no, the lion's share I would have. Oh, well, hello to you, Minerva. Salve. I don't know if you guys could hear her little yawn stretch meow. She has a very distinctive vocabulary for different things she's doing. But the old lady just woke up. Hello, all right, come on. I know you want to do it. All right, come on. Well, you're gonna block it if you're there. I can't see. Come on. Oh, he's here, right? You guys have to work this out somehow. You gotta fight. Hey, you're sitting on a book. Get your bad ass off. You're sitting on this. Sheesh. Ooh, settler colonialism. Ooh. Let's put this out of the way. Where can I put this? How about... I'll let Martin watch it. Okay. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss? Let's see. How long does it take me to finish a book on average? Okay, I already asked the note question, I think, for Wilbo. For the most part, I don't need to. But if I really want to make use of something, No, I'll do it. And generally speaking, if I do write something, I'll tend to remember it pretty exactly, because I have a good kinesthetic memory. But the gist of things are always going to stick with me anyway. For the time, it really depends on what it is. For fiction, I read quite slowly, because I want to enjoy it. I want to like come up with different voices for the characters in my head, because I can't see things in my head, but I can hear stuff. So I like thinking through the dialogue, and it helps me to enjoy a story better. But stories don't stick with me as well as nonfiction does anyway. It's something I find it honestly interesting that it works that way. I'll read fiction more slowly, and still I will have a harder time remembering the details of the stories. But with nonfiction, I can read quite quickly, and it'll stick very easily. So it's just the way that things get filed, I guess. I don't know. But it depends slightly on the subject. For the most part, I read by... Oh, actually, I'll go back to one that's here. So I... With like newsprint, I read an entire column as a single line and go down the page. With books, it's generally in two chunks, so my eyes only have to move, twice, across the line and then back to the next one, because I read chunks of words at a time. So it goes pretty fast. Rather than a lot of people have that whole speed reading thing where you're training yourself to leave certain words out. I don't do that, but I read them as blocks, because I'm a sight reader. I don't read across words, so it goes pretty fast. What was that? Gosh, they tested this in they did a bunch of weird tests in my high school. I went to an odd high school, and one of them was on reading speed. They also there were some weird tests on like pattern recognition and codes and weird crap like that. I can't remember what the purpose of a lot of these things were, but there was a bunch of testing they did in senior year, and I can't remember what it was then, but I think it was somewhere around like 1,400 words a minute, and I think I on average it's probably somewhere between 12 and 16, but it depends on the topic. So like news, very fast, zipping quite through it. Books that I want to think more carefully about for work, I slow down a bit. So 10, 11, 1,200. And then if I want to read like philosophy, I slow down a bit further than there. It's still a lot faster than you could say it, and definitely a lot faster than fiction, but definitely slower than, because I want to think through and connect it to different things. But yeah, I mean, a given book, if I'm really interested in getting through something, because my biggest problem is actually just a wandering mind. So I'll fly through a bunch of pages, and then I'll start talking to my cat, and then I'll go grade a paper, and then I'll walk around and clean something, and then I'll come back and do it again. So I don't sit still very well unless I'm talking or something. But if I want to, I mean, I'll fly through this in just a couple of hours. It'll just zip through. So, generally speaking, I bring in a book, home that day, and I'll just read it that night, and then put it on the shelf, and that's that. So it's usually not pretty long. Somebody saw the Socrates bonk. That's cool. Pens are a common thing to knock off. Yeah. Let's see. Internet connection is about as stable as... Annie, you seem very stable. So I'm going to assume you meant that your connection was very stable. I'm just going to assume that that's definitely what you meant. Let's see. What else did we miss here? Does every historian have a cat? I'm sure some historians are dog people. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time at other people's houses, so I don't know. But I'm sure some people like dogs. Let's see. Do you have other social platforms in case... okay. Yeah, all of my social media accounts have the same... They're all like Liam O'Mara the Fourth. It's the same little handle that's on this TikTok account. They're all... So, my Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Mastodon, Twitter, which I refuse to call what that Nazi rebranded it as. That's those 5. There's also a what do they call that? Clapper, the one that looks like a little TikTok clone. That I wanted to repost a lot of the stuff and I fell out of the habit because they limit a lot of the videos. You can only do up to 3 minutes. So I had to keep track of which ones were too long and only put up the shorter ones. And then I just forgot to go back and keep doing it. But that might be the most realistic place a lot of people could go if this sort of shuts down. YouTube obviously is there. It's the only one that doesn't, isn't simply at the Liam O'Mara IV. But yeah, let's see. It's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, Mastodon, Clapper. Oh, there's something else. Technically, I have a Telegram. I just don't use it much, other than when people want to DM me or something. I really don't know how it works. WhatsApp, that's the same thing. I really don't know how it works, but I technically have one. Discord. I do use Discord a lot. So that's 9 of them. 10 with the YouTube. Yeah, I'm all over the place. So if TikTok explodes, we'll land somewhere. You guys you can find me pretty easily. Follow any one of the bazillion different social accounts on whatever platform you're on. You'll be able to find me, and then if I land somewhere else after TikTok, then when I announce it, you'll know. Hi, Minerva. Let's see. Oh, book from 1889, Civil War and Song and Story. Neat. Yeah, it's neat to think how people would have been framing it so soon after, what they would have been using for it. Tons of eyewitness accounts, newspaper things. Yeah, that's cool. I like a lot of the older histories. You can't really rely on old histories to be very accurate. They're generally trash as scholarship in that way, but they're often very interesting as historical records themselves, and they tell us a lot about how people have understood issues at different times. So it's sort of fascinating that way. Let's see. Is that another thanks for my humanity? Oh, let's see. My ex had a female cat. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. People always have stories about cats that hate them, and I've never had a cat that I don't get along with. So I don't know what it is that drives that. I've spent a lot of time domesticating ferals over the years. My cats are generally all street cats. She came off the streets. Moshe came off the streets. Socrates is unusual because he came from a friend who had adopted him for their. I think they got him from a shelter, but they had adopted him but they found out their kid was allergic the hard way and had to find him a home quickly. So he ended up with me. But he's a shelter cat. But generally speaking, I try to just domesticate them. I actually spent about a year living on my father's desert property for a while, kind of taking care of it, and while I was looking for a different place to live. This is a long time back now. And while there, because he has 3 acres in the high desert, and there were some ferals that lived on the property, and then they had kittens. And I quickly brought the kittens inside, but not quickly enough because one of them was taken by a hawk, but I got 2 of them in. But then I spent time actually domesticating the 2 that had been on there the whole lives, just living off of, mice and whatever, just, living there. They had never interacted with people. And it's interesting because the meows that they have, if they're around people early enough, when they're young, they retain that ability to make those sounds, because normally cats only do that when they're kittens to get their mother's attention. But they realize we talk to them, and they're like, oh, they're making noises to communicate. I should make noises too. So they meow and they purr and they do all these little sound things. But cats naturally wouldn't. They would stop after being kittens. So neither of these cats could purr, and they were totally silent. But they got to where, Ms. Gray, the big one, he thought that she was the male because she's so much larger than the one he called Flat Ears. But I pointed out that he had misgendered both cats. But Ms. Gray got to where she was sleeping in bed with me, and she would just happily sit there and just knead, and she would just drool happily. But she couldn't purr or meow. It didn't make sense to her. But I like that process of finding the wildcats and making friends. And yeah, it's interesting how some people really have different experiences meeting them and interacting with them, because I've never found a cat that doesn't end up getting along well with me. Dawn says hello to you, Minerva. Oh. Salvete, Minerva. dices tú, Minerva? Minerva. Purr, purr, purr. Let's see. Oh, it's been weeks since we've seen each other, Annie? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm trying to keep busy. Fafa's asking the question that came up earlier. I don't know how many books I have, but there's around 7,000 in the database I've got, and I'm guessing it's somewhere around 9, but I really don't know. I haven't finished it. It gets hard to figure out which ones haven't been scanned in, but I find ones all the time and add them in, and none of the old ones have been put in because it's more complicated. There's a handful, so I found a way to do it, but it's actually quite time consuming to add them properly into this database, so I keep putting it off. So there's a lot of older ones I have to put in still. What about reading Hegel? Oh my God! Do I have stories about Hegel? We're actually in the right. Unusually, we're in the right side of the room for something about that. This is my Hegel. And the whole rest of the shelf is also German idealism. And then a big chunk of the one below it, because this is where Kant is. Kant runs here to here. And there's I think there's a couple of other ones that are, there's a couple of idealists in the bottom shelf as well. But this is, most of my German idealism is here, and then Kant, and then a handful below. But Hegel, I genuinely detest. He is one of the worst writers ever. It's just, he'll say in a 2-page long paragraph, which you could sum up in one short paragraph, and he insists on walking you through all of the twists and turns that he took to get to someplace. And it's a really time-consuming way to get at something, but it's valuable in a way. And I had a lot of interesting conversations about Hegel with one of my graduate advisors, who was the head of the German department and an expert on German idealism. And he kept pushing me to learn to like and appreciate Hegel. And the best I got to was appreciating. I can appreciate Hegel's work, but I still detest him. Partly as a human, but also as a writer. But I think that there's a lot of value in having to, I guess that old metaphor about building muscle, in this case, building this muscle, like having to, like getting through the, where's it at? The science of logic. Like, holy shit, this was difficult. Like, it was just impenetrable. Like, what is this nonsense? But I was happy that I did. So you can get value out of things that even you don't like or disagree with in terms of philosophy, but some are easier to read than others. And it's really interesting how the style works, because I've heard a lot of people say things like that about Sartre, that he writes terribly, and I find Sartre quite easy to read. I don't think that's difficult at all, but for some reason Hegel's style is just impenetrable to me. So yeah. Like Kant I can read in German, Nietzsche I can read in German, they're both odd stylists, but Hegel I for the most part I can't. It's slow going as it is, just because the way that he's trying to express himself is so odd. Look into another. I am looking to adopt another cat sometime soon, actually. I don't know how close together we are physically, Jennifer, but it's been a few months since Moshe died, and I do want to. The main reason I've been putting it off is that since it's down to the two of them, Socrates has gotten a lot more vocal, which I've enjoyed, because he was the bottom bitch, I guess, in their relationship, in their hierarchy. And Minerva was really enjoying being top cat. She gets to monopolize the high up positions, sleeping at night, and she's really enjoying that. So I didn't want to take it away from her too quickly, because you never know how that's going to play out with new kids. So yeah, but I do want to, because I kind of like the dynamics of three. I enjoy a clouder of three cats in a house. It's fun to watch them. If I still had when I lived in that property in Yucca Valley between my cats and my father's, shit, there were 9 cats on the property. And he had like a 10-foot high fencing that we electrified so I could let them out and they could go in and out and wander around across 3 acres. But you can't have more than 3, I think, in a house easily. It just gets to be, I don't know, too problematic, too messy. But I like the dynamics around the 3 in the house. What is it? Somebody named a child a fighter jet? That's, I think I might have missed some context to that statement. But somebody named a child a fighter jet. That's interesting. Let's see. Now what else did I miss? Too many apps. Yeah. Well, with the social media apps, Annie, I post the same thing to each of them because different people are on different platforms. So if I'm going to tweet something, I'll also copy it over and I'll post it on Threads and I'll post it on Mastodon and I'll post it on Facebook. And then for things like Instagram, I take a screenshot of some place that I posted it and I post that there. So it only takes a few seconds to do. It's just to reach people in different places. Let's see. Somebody says history is written by the victors. Actually, it's actually not. Ancient history is, to some degree, but even there, not really. History, especially across the last couple of centuries, is an academic process. It is international in scope, which means that we're interacting with people in countries all around the world, and it works out through peer review. So no elite force anywhere, no countries, no governments, nothing can actually control the way history works. History is an entirely separate discipline. Now, the history that shows up in elementary schools and high schools, that goes through governments and they get to determine what's taught to people. But that's not actually history. That's just useful myths for a society. It's not really studying history. But like most of the shit that's in the house, most of the history is not written by victors at all. It just doesn't. There's a lot of specific processes for doing it. Okay, I'm not keeping up at all with the comments. Oh, this is why it's nice to have, mods passing comments to me. Oh, gosh, I'm scrolling down through it and it looks like there's 40 below that I still haven't gotten to. Wow, jeez. Let's see. 2 ferals took so long. Yeah. That's cool, Jennifer. Yeah, it's with purring, some of them can really learn to do it, but it helps to have other cats around. If I'd lived there longer, I think that Ms. Gray would have been able to do it, but she just drooled instead on me. But yeah, ferals in general can take quite a while. Moshe's, I think, a good story for that one because he came off of Terminal Island in the port of Los Angeles. So he was a harbor feral, and we just scooped him up, and took him home, and he hid underneath things for a while. He was just terrified of other people. Gradually he got to where he would sit on the opposite end of the sofa, or at he would get at the foot of the bed, and then he would come up, and then next thing you know, he's laying alongside me, and then by the end, he's just like curled up underneath the covers, wrapped up in my arms, just like happily away, It's a process. It can take years with cats that have had very traumatic lives because trauma messes with your head, and it's true for them as much as it is for us. And can you imagine being a harbor feral and having to dodge the top handlers that move those giant containers around and all the trucks driving through to pick up the containers and everything else, like all the smoke and noise, and it'd be terrifying. So I was very happy that he got to be such an affectionate kid. But it's a process with them. Let's see. How long ago? Okay, so I started the PhD. Let's see. I got into grad school in 2006, but I didn't have the PhD conferred until 2017, so it took quite a while for me. Within that 11 years, I took 2.5 years or so leave of absence from the program because I had no money. I didn't start college at all until I was 30, and then went straight through from the BA, MA, PhD. But going back when you're older, when you don't have money, and you have to work full time, and at the time I was taking care of a disabled wife, and that slowed the process a lot for me. Throughout the entire time that I was doing my doctorate, I was working full time, more than 40-hour weeks, and still having to do all the readings, do all the writing stuff, do all the research, everything else. So it definitely took me a while. I started teaching. I've been a professor full time since '09, but they did that as soon as I got the MA and then the PhD qualifications. So like you're a doctoral candidate. As soon as I was an ABD, all but dissertation, I got hired and started teaching. But it took a while to actually finish the project. So the doctorate's not too far back, actually. Oh, that's cool, Danny. So yeah, I see you get. So did you keep the feral that you took in, or just one of the kittens? Because I see that the son is in the house. What do you use to scan? For the I'm forgetting the name. I think the app I use for the books is CLZ Books. I think it's CLZ, like the letters. I think that's the name of it. I'd have to pop out of this to see, but I'm pretty sure that's the name of it. And it's got a little it just reads the little barcodes and pulls things in, and then usually I have to edit them slightly because people will, lowercase words that I want to be uppercased, or they'll mangle the title somehow, or they'll mangle the author's name. But it gets most of the details just in a second, and on quite a few books it gets perfectly the first time, like most of them. So it's actually quite effective, I think. That's cool, Thomas. Yeah, cat's coming to you. That's neat. Mostly read book explaining it. Yeah. Hegel's not fun to read, Nasser. Yeah. But there are plenty of good people that help with it. Honestly, I think that Beiser is probably the best person that I've ever read in terms of explaining Hegel. And there's a number of really interesting things that he's also done. If you're interested in Hegelian thought and you want some like minor thinkers, where's that little flip thing around thing? Hey, move it, cat. This is totally worth reading. It's quite short too, but it's a whole lot of the almost unknown, like really underrated thinkers that came, after Hegel, within German idealism and built on that legacy, but aren't well known the way like Marx and people are. But that's the same author. That's why I thought of it. Is Friedrich Beiser, but I think he's one of the better people at explaining this stuff. I've got quite a few people that have talked about it. Solomon over here. There's a couple from him. What's the and then Singer's book on Hegel, which is not very good. But yeah, let's see. Falling behind again. Sup, Paulina? Let's see. Okay, I think I missed something. Let's see. Danny says, at the time I was more fond of existentialists, but I don't know if I would answer the same anymore. At the time of what? What was the one before? Oh, I didn't prefer Hegel in philosophy class. Okay, cool. I actually still am a big fan of the existentialists, and I actually would still identify with existentialism. It's still quite important to me, and has been really most of my life. It's interesting how that one did kind of stick with me, but I'm not sure in all the same ways. But for the existentialists, so there's Sartre and Kierkegaard and like Camus over here, and Buber and de Beauvoir and Merleau-Ponty are all here, and then these four shelves are all Nietzsche. So I definitely spent a little too much time there, I think. And I think there's a handful of other ones like scattered down here, but there's a lot of existential thought. I quite like the idea of self-creation and taking responsibility for who you are. It's still a very important idea for me. Paulina, yeah, The Science of Logic sounds interesting by title, but unless you're really, really interested in philosophy as such. It's because it's not really about logic per se. Like my books on logic are in a whole different section. I think I actually moved them. They used to be up here. Where did they go? I must have moved them down to... Oh, they're down here now. They're way below me. But yeah, it's not actually about logic per se. It's difficult to explain what, but it's more about, I don't know, walking through these different ways of thinking. It's actually an extraordinarily dense work. Being in Nothingness is your favorite book? Oh, wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. That's cool. Yeah, it's thinking about somebody said earlier that I take good care of books. Some of them you can tell that they're a bit older when they're more worn. So the coloration here, and you can see the color on them. But this is my very well thumbed copy of that. I've actually gone through that 3 times, I think. So yeah, it's it was really interesting. I think that methodologically I have a lot of problems with Sartre, but I think that's probably because I have issues with phenomenology as a whole, and the influence of that is quite strong. He's still drawing very much on Husserl for his methodology, but the insights along the way I think are fascinating, and I found different ways to apply them and get at them. But so yeah, I think that the way that he justifies getting to his positions, I have some objections there, but his actual ideas in it are quite good. Let's see. Paulina, I have not seen the second part of the Dune one yet, and unfortunately, some people I've already seen references in little things too on the online about changes from the books and whatnot. Although they don't sound bad, the downplaying of the Mentat stuff is kind of unfortunate, but it'll be interesting. A friend of mine actually asked to go see it with me. On Sunday or Monday, so I may get to on Sunday or Monday, so that'll be cool. But nope, not yet. But in 2 or 3 days. Let's see. Lots of things down here I missed. Something about Musk. I don't know what that is a reference to. Let's see. I would love to see what you have in your library. Oh, these here. If you're interested in a shelf, Cha-Cha, I can zoom in on a shelf, or if you want a particular subject, I just sit in different places where, because I move crap around as I'm doing different projects, so wherever the chairs are free, and I can set my little table on for the phone stand. But we happen to be most of this wall is philosophy. Although I've been shifting things around. Actually, I've been shifting things around a bit. Because I ran out of space over here, so a bunch of Middle East is over here now, and some of the philosophy is now up here. So yeah, it's getting kind of funky. But it used to be all 3 of those bookcases, and it isn't anymore. I've had to squeeze some over up high. So a lot of my political philosophy and crap like that is up there. But if you're interested in something, I can always zoom in on a shelf. Uh-oh. It's too far back. I can't keep up scrolling these things. Sorry. Nasser asks, would Foucault agree? And I don't know, agree with what. So maybe I said something or somebody else said something. I don't know. So, whoops. Yeah, archaeology and anthropology really help history a lot. Anthropology has actually done a tremendous amount, not only for ancient history, but for modern stuff too. And sociology as well. And psychology. Actually, I'm one of the people who thinks that a lot of the insights of psychology and evolutionary psychology and evolutionary anthropology are actually quite useful in history. You have to be careful with using that kind of stuff, but I think it's definitely helpful. There's a ton of other academic disciplines that make history gradually better. So yeah, it's definitely not the whole written by the victors thing. It's definitely a very complex academic process, and it's best when we're in dialogue with each other, when we draw on each other's work. So So I dip my toes in and read a bunch of anthropology and sociology. Like there's some of it's still up in the very top, like I don't know, like you can see it. I go up all the top of the walls, but the two top shelves there are sociology. But I moved some of it over above the window over here. But I read a lot of like sociology, economics, anthropology, all kinds of other subjects, largely because it also helps my understandings of history. Of course, I have two reasons to do that, because I study the history of ideas directly, so intellectual culture, the influences between different people, but also just for normal stuff, for like teaching classes, for like teaching different subjects. How would I understand a particular idea or an issue, something like that? How can I better explain it? Oftentimes drawing on insights from different disciplines really helps a lot with that. So I do a lot of that stuff. Let's see. Lindsay says cats are magical. Yes, they are. Let's see. Non-traditional student here too. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Hello, apprentice. Yep. Yeah. It's definitely harder to go back later in life. I'm non-traditional in the fact that I started college at 30. And also a first-generation student. So, in the 5 generations my family's been in the U.S. on all sides, there's only one other person in my entire extended family that I know of that ever went to college, and he did that by becoming a Catholic brother. He's a distant relation on my mother's side. I'm the first person anywhere in my immediate family to have gone to college at any level. So it's just not what we expected, just working class people, Oh, Marat asks what happened to my wife. That's hard. I spent much of my 20s and well, actually, I guess all of it. Because we were friends and and lived together for a lot of the time before that. We got married at 22 and I divorced at 35. So all my 20s and the first half of my 30s, I spent a lot of it as a caretaker as she got worse and worse. She's schizoaffective. So like midway between bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. So she has the highs and lows, the deep depressions where you just don't move of somebody who suffers like physiological depression, but the manic periods, the manic periods would cycle into really complex delusions like a schizophrenic. So I had I went through some shit. We'll put it that way. It's tough watching somebody that you grew up with, because we were best friends since we were 10 years old, and dated in high school and whatnot. And it's hard to watch somebody that you love just slowly disappear into themselves and lose the ability to care for themselves. It just got worse and worse for her. But she's a ward of the state, basically. She's I could not give her full-time care, because if you're married, and there's another income, then they expect you to pay full price for full-time care. And I couldn't. It was impossible. As it was, the part-time care and all the hospitalizations, everything else. I mean, there was just tons of debt that accumulated from that. And when it got to where she really needed to be watched all the time because shit would go down, I was kind of forced into it. But I stuck with it a lot longer than I think, for my own emotional sake, I should have, because it definitely was not healthy for me. But I take obligations very seriously, so I wanted to stay and be a caretaker because, I committed to it. It's actually why I went to college. I started college because I had to accept that there was no way I was ever going to have a family or a normal life, so I figured, well, I want to do something that's valuable to me, and if I can teach, then at least I'm doing something. I can have that kind of interesting role with other people that you would have in with raising kids in a sense. Not quite the same, but still like some kind of, like, I don't know, mentoring role, and then a sense of doing something meaningful with my life. Minerva, minime. He's just determined to knock this thing over. So yeah, I did that. So but it was during grad school that we finally had to call it quits and get help, and get the state involved. It was hard, but I took the obligation very seriously and stuck it out as a caretaker for a dozen years. Hello, because for most of the time we were married, when we got together, I knew she'd had like depressive episodes, but that was really it. We had no idea it was going to evolve into what it did, and before 2 years into the relationship, it started manifesting as serious delusions. So anyway, that's the short of that. You acquire a library card. If you live close by, come on over. But hello, I can't see, and you're gonna knock it over. You're a little pain in the butt. And look, I have to like scroll through this and see what people are saying to me, and I can't do that if you're bumping it. Brow. Yeah, I know. Okay, well, let's move this to here, and let's put this here. And how about you can be here? How about that? Is this good enough? Okay, let's see. What else did we miss? The joys of Jewish humor, Aquarium Lover mentions. That sounds neat. Oh, a cat with headset. That's really cool looking. Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's cool. So like jokes or stories about it. I'm tempted to hope maybe it's like a history of like the vaudeville scene in like the Catskills or something. All the little comedians there. That'd be kind of cool. But no, that sounds interesting. What are you doing over there? Let's see. What did we miss? Kimberly says, "Good evening. Good evening. Hope all is well. Rummy, out. ICJ case will be going on for years." Shatan Dunk asks. It is definitely ongoing, and I will be surprised if we have a verdict within 3 years. Honestly, things like that tend to be quite slow. So it's not going to actually intervene in the affair. That's just not how it works. But it is winding its way through the process. Rummy says, "Don't forget to tap and like. Good for the algorithm. Tap and like. Ooh. Hey, don't scratch that. Turkey." Let's see. Oh yeah, and science is working together. Yeah, for sure. And honestly, the physical sciences and the social sciences really should work together better. We should spend more time with each other. It's a lot of times when people with training in the sciences try to write about society, like Steven Pinker's a good example of that, they do really shitty work. But they marshal really good data. So the material that he pulls together could be turned into something, but his conclusions are just garbage. Because we don't have the same training, So for me to work with the sciences, I have to count on talking to scientists and reading their works and thinking through it. It's not my discipline, but I think that by working together more, tons of the physical sciences and the social sciences, really, we get a lot out of those kind of collaborations. It's one of the reasons I did my graduate work at the university I picked, because they have a strong interdisciplinary emphasis, and I really appreciated that. Let's see. What else did I miss? Thanks, Lindsay. Yeah, I honestly have no regrets at all about the relationship and taking care of her and anything else. I adored her. She was great. And honestly, she was really into the physical sciences. And we used to have fascinating conversations about philosophy, because she was really interested in like physics, and chaos theory and all that kind of stuff. And we would sit there and have interesting conversations, because I would approach things, from a more philosophical perspective, and she would be talking about like string theory and M theory and all this stuff. And it was just, it was difficult to watch the decline, but I have no regrets at all, and I wish I could have done more for her. But it was not easy either. Yeah, Sushi knows that. Yeah, because it does do damage when you spend a lot of years around somebody, and again, it was a significant chunk of life. So, let's see. What else did we miss? Kitty. Yeah. You are cat. Yes. Brr. Brr. Michael asks again, have I read all the things? No, I mean, there's 52 bookcases in the house. I have definitely not read all of them. I have read most of them. But you can never quite keep up, and sometimes by the time you get to a particular one, the interest has moved on. You got to come back to it later. But for the most part, when something comes in, I read it in the same week. I'll get something and read it that night. Be done with it. But you can never keep up entirely. And sometimes a particular itch will come along, a particular interest, and I'll buy like 4 books on the same subject, and I'll get through some of them, and then I don't get to the last one or whatever, and I've gone on to something else. So. J City says, I'm reading Kabbalah. Any thoughts on it? I don't know if we can reach that from here. They're not all there, but because a couple of the shittiest ones are on one of the lower shelves. But let's see. Let me unhook this for a minute. Ooh, you're floating around. We're flying. Okay, let's see. Mirror. Okay. No, that's not it. That's the wrong one. It's not the mirror. It's the flip. That was it. Okay. So, all right. So, for Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem is your best bet as a figure to read, because he really works on like the history of it, like where it develops, how it builds up over time. So there's a lot of really good ones here by Scholem. But just Kabbalah in general, a lot of it gets really weird and people do bizarre stuff with it. Let me flip this thing back around. Flip. Come on. There we go. I found it kind of interesting, but for me, I approached it historically. I find the development of it interesting, the relationship to other faiths, because Kabbalah, the Kabbalists themselves tell you it's very ancient, but it's not. It was literally from the Middle Ages, and its origins are actually in Islamic Spain. So there's actually a ton of mutual influences between Sufi movements and Kabbalists, as well as with some Christian mystics. And they all mix and match and borrow certain ideas from each other. And I find that process really fascinating. And it's kind of neat to see what people do with it, how meaningful it was to them. But for me personally, it doesn't have a whole lot of appeal, because that God concept doesn't make sense to me. But it's definitely not truly ancient in terms of its interpretations of things. Those interpretations are distinctly medieval. And you can see that through and through if you know the material well enough. But it is interesting. And I think that Scholem does really good work in a lot of his stuff, walking through different aspects of the thought. So different books have different themes as he's working through it. So if you do get deep into Kabbalah, I would read some of his work. Let's see. Oh, there's a whole bunch of little shares I got to scrolling past. Let's see. Where are we? About the ICJ. Why is it? Because it's a legal process. Things like the ICJ are going to take a long time on this, because that's just kind of how this always works. And it's one of the reasons, too, that the ICJ has not recognized most of the genocides that have taken place since it came into existence. Not only are there tons of them before it existed that they couldn't rule on, but nearly everything that we would in scholarship would call genocide has not been called genocide by the courts, because the methods and the barriers are a lot higher for that. You'd have to talk to somebody who really works with that in law to know like why it's so slow. Hold on. Don't eat that. Cat's eating her own fur. They can't drop things easily, so when it's like hanging on her mouth, she's trying to like suck it in and swallow it, and that's just a hairball. So fluffy cat. What? I see you. What? What are you staring at? Uh, the Yeah, the thing I did yesterday at the law school, it's a little forum that I posted up on YouTube. Oh, for anybody who's interested in that kind of crap, I put up a recording of it. It didn't catch some of the audio for it. Like the first speaker introducing us, you can't hear her very well. And then there's a few places where there was applause and cheers, and every time that happened, it cut the sound because it just overwhelmed the mic. But otherwise, it catches the event. And the second person that I'm presenting with, so the other gal who speaks, she's an international lawyer, and that's her job, is to work through international law. And she talks a little bit about the process, and you get at least some sense of the complexity because she's talking to law students, and the language she's using is mostly right over my head. Like, I know I'm familiar with the basics of, humanitarian law and things like that, but not the processes that they go through. It's just not my thing at all. It's really, really complex. But it is it's very difficult to actually meet the particular standards that they need. And that involves working through all the different documents and producing the cases and working through the different steps is slow. But somebody like that could explain more of the why of it. I can only tell you it's super complex, and it always takes a long time. But exactly why, I mean, you'd need to talk to somebody like her to get a good thing. Oh, Nico Doom asked what the shirt is. The shirt is Homeland Security, fighting terrorism since 1492. So, the whole right of resistance thing. Honestly, a lot of people, when they get into studying history or something, they get into something about their own family background. So, I have an Armenian friend who studies Armenian history, and I have an Afghan friend who studies Afghan history, and all that kind of stuff. And people are always asking, why did you start studying the things that you did? What got you interested in all these different topics? And they generally have nothing to do with me or my background. But there is one funny way that it works because particularly the Irish side of my family, I think, gave me some sympathy for the underdog, for people fighting oppression. Because 800 years of colonialism, it got me interested in tons of minority cultures and, peoples that survived under long-term occupations and oppressions and things like that. So, I think that's the closest to having a personal connection to anything, but the specifics of it, like I didn't specialize in Irish history. I'm very much an amateur in that. It's not my thing at all. But I guess the idea of oppression stood out. Hi. Do you think Schumer calling for Netanyahu to step down is significant? No. And they're not going to pay any attention to it either. I mean, the Israeli response to Chuck Schumer is so no. I mean, the U.S. government as a whole frequently criticizes governments and tells them to step down, and that means nothing at all. And individual members of government saying something, it means nothing at all. It's things like that they're performative. They affect the politics. It's trying to seem like Democrats are doing something, but that's really it. Let's see. Jenny says you must have so many students having crushes on you. Gods, I hope not. The few times I found out about it have actually been really confusing and themselves kind of traumatic too. If people do, I really hope they never tell me again. It's kind of awkward as hell. 'Cause I don't know what to do with that, Will there be another Patriot Act of TikToks? I'm not sure what that means. Will there be another Patriot Act if TikTok sells to an American company? They don't need one. They're already able to get into all these things. They already have backdoors to tons of things. I mean, yeah, it's American companies have a long history of collaborating directly with the surveillance state. And yeah, like phone records, texts, emails, nothing is secure. If you got an email that passes through anything owned by an American, yeah, the U.S. government can read it if they want it. All they have to do is ask, and the companies just, here you go, boom, hand it over. So I don't think that they need it. I don't think that any new laws are actually necessary. We have dozens of laws in the books, giving them an incredible amount of power to track stuff. Hi. Yes. You're a noisy cat. Yeah. Someone asks, Kabbalah is evil. No, no, it's definitely not. Kabbalah is just a form of mysticism. Mysticism is the desire to have a personal relationship with God, to experience the divine in some way, to like touch the divine. So it's no more evil than Sufism or, I don't know, Pentecostalism or any other kind of like experiential form of religion. If that's the understanding you have of God and you want to feel the presence of God, then that's great. Do it, you know? I don't think there's anything good or bad about it. It's just a particular approach. It's what people want out of religion. Murat says, Dr. Liam, please explain to us the origin of Zion. Oh, I talk about the origins of Zionism a lot. I don't know if we want to get into a whole long thing about that, especially since there's a whole lot of other questions I need to scroll through. Maybe if I catch up, I can do a little bit. But actually, I point out at least, and I usually don't do it to in exactly the same ways, but in the thing yesterday, I mentioned that there are at least 5 major forms of Zionism that were in play, and one particularly nasty one is the one that ended up creating the state, and then a later, even nastier one developed. So not all forms of it are actually remotely harmful to Palestinians or anybody else. But a particular form of it really is. And that, ethno-national form of Zionism is the one that created the state, and then the religious nationalism that's developed since 1967 is even worse. The origins of the basic idea just goes back to the initial diaspora and the destruction of the independent states. So it's always this desire to return and to live on the land and to be there, and in some way, if you're religious, hoping that the Messianic age will come and the temple will be rebuilt and all things will be put back the way that they're supposed to be. But if not, it's just the idea of going back and living there. So Jews have been actually wandering back in small numbers for centuries. There's been people moving back and settling in there. So a lot of the Palestinian Jews were descendants of, earlier waves of migrants, earlier types of olim. But the secular forms of it, there's a socialist form that's based in class consciousness and worked with Palestinians. There's a binational one that aimed for a binational Palestinian state that said, hey, we've got our movement, you've got yours, let's create a single state and combine our forces and work together and create something interesting. So not necessarily socialistic, but so nationalist, but not, exclusively nationalist. And then there's the ethnocratic nationalist form of it, that secular nationalist version. And that ethnocratic approach is the one that, created the state. And then you've got the religious nationalism that builds up later. How do we convince God to send the Messiah? Oh, we do that by seizing all the land and chasing off the Palestinians or whatever. But the origins are actually relatively complicated and would take a while. It says Livel and we've detected. Interesting. We've detected inactivity. I'm literally talking to you, TikTok app. Can you guys hear me when I'm talking to myself while it's doing the little verification thing? I don't know if only I can see that, but the screen goes dark and I have to move the little puzzle piece. We have detected inactivity. Ooh. I'm literally right frickin' here talking. Pay attention, China. Hey, let's all say hello to the Chinese Communist Party because they're all spying on us and collecting our information, right? Right? That's what Congress says. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. We all love Winnie the Pooh. Yay, Pooh Bear. Honey, whatever, honey. I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to say to the Chinese, but whatever. That's okay. So, yay, Congress is worried about the Chinese again. Fucking nationalism. Somebody asked if I'm Hasidic. No, not even remotely. I do have a lot of books studying them. They were an object of study for me. The changes in their self-identity, the way they approach themselves, over the last 50 years in Israel is fascinating to me. But no, I mean, no, I'm a long-haired secular hippie. I mean, I'm about as far from the Haredi as you get. And for anybody who doesn't know, the Hasidim are a particular type of Haredim. They're the ones who have a more ecstatic approach to religion. But no, I'm not Haredi in any possible way. Kublai Khan likes this shirt too. Yeah. The point of the ICJ isn't to stop these kind of crimes, Jenny. It's to punish them afterwards. So what the point of them, and the reason this works this way, is you want to be able to prosecute the people who carried out certain acts. And it gives you the ability to do that. If there's a judgment, and the judgments will be either humongous or detailed, they lay out exactly why this is a problem and what all these people did in the process of it. And then you can send them to prison. So the Israeli defense minister could end up having an international arrest warrant for him and be put on trial for war crimes. But that would be based on the judgment here. But it's like courts and cops in general aren't about stopping crimes. Police don't stop crimes and courts don't stop crimes. They're always about punishing the offenders. So it's always after the fact. The ICJ is like that. It's to stop something that's happening at the time. That's what the Security Council is for, and that depends upon individual countries stepping up and doing it. And since you've got 5 countries that have veto powers, the Security Council usually does fuck all unless everybody dislikes the same small country, which means only minor countries tend to get picked on for things that they do wrong. The big countries can do whatever the hell they want. I mean, the U.S. can commit as many war crimes as it wants because it can veto everything in the Security Council. But yeah, the ICJ isn't about stopping crimes at all. It's about prosecuting people who did those crimes later. Lindsay asked where I got the shirt. Probably online. I bought a lot of things from Zazzle over the years. Before that, Cafe Press. A lot of the shirts that I have, I make myself, and I do all those on Zazzle. Again, I used to use Cafe Press, but went to them later. The process for uploading stuff was easier with Zazzle. But if somebody else has already made one, I'll tend to just buy it, so it's a lot of ordinary people uploading their designs, and I just buy them that way because, just goes to smaller people, and instead of big companies. So, well, of course, the company running the website takes a big cut. But still, you can't really get around that kind of stuff easily. Partners found with part of AIM. Yeah, right on. And someone's pop was an Irish Republican. Yeah, my father's family, we're Fenians going back into the 19th century. I mean, I'm a I'm a 5th or 6th generation Fenian. we were always kind of hardcore about that sort of thing. I grew up with just nonstop fuck the English. It's my great grandfather and namesake, so the first William, gave me my first shot of Irish whiskey when I was wee bairn, and it was to honor somebody who did something they shouldn't have done. They've always followed that fight. So yeah, I have a lot of interesting early memories about that. The nice thing about at least a lot of the Irish approach is that it always leaned much more heavily toward the left and avoided getting too much into the nastier sides of nationalism. So it's a little easier. But I think one of the reasons that, because I'm always very skeptical of even anti-colonial nationalisms, because nationalism itself is so problematic. I think the main reason the Irish got away with it not getting to be too awful is that the island is relatively homogenous. So there's nobody else easily to persecute. So it's a little less messy than in most places where nationalist movements, there are distinct other populations that don't quite fit in. And then nationalism has always been horrific. Within Ireland, it's only the descendants of the Scots and the English that came over that are really a problem in terms of not fitting in. And because Northern Ireland is still part of the UK, it never got to be really, really as nasty as it could have been. But nationalism can always be problematic. But either way, yeah, I grew up around a lot of nationalists. I never was, but I definitely, I get it. Let's see. Romney's saying he knows this subject might cost him election. Yeah, the Democrats are starting to notice that enough people may stay home to give us Trump again, which is sad because Trump is literally a freaking fascist, and the racist type. I mean, he's about as neo-Yahtzee as you can get in the U.S. and be public about it, and he's quite direct in ways that honestly astonish me, and his base is getting more and more comfortable with that. I think the only thing that really helps us is that he's old, because fascism struggles with succession mechanisms, so it's hard to pass that charisma and loyalty to another person. This is why fascist states always fail. Fascist movements can last for a long time, but fascist states, individual governments, never really make it. And it's difficult to pass that credibility over. So the fact that he's in his late 70s honestly really helps us, because he has been conditioning a lot of people who call themselves conservatives and are definitely not conservative to be perfectly comfortable with dictatorship. And realistically, that's something that Republicans have been doing for decades in this country. I mean, this process started in the 50s and 60s. I've got a lot of material in the other half of the room here, studying the history of that and the changes in the way that they've laid the groundwork for this. But you've got huge numbers of people out there just saying very directly, I don't care if it's a dictatorship. If he wants to be king, that's great. That's fine. Whatever he can do, he could just like straight up unalive people in front of the White House, and I don't care at all. It's fine, And that's some scary shit. So yeah. But the simple fact is, the Democrats are also trash, and if enough people stay home and don't vote for G-Side Joe because he's trash, then we get a neo-Yahtzee. So it's bad either way. I mean, there's definitely a lesser evil in this race, but I'm not going to tell anybody they have to vote for the lesser evil, but I will tell you, if people don't, there will be consequences. So we're kind of screwed either way. But they are starting to notice that they're in trouble. Let's see. Annie says, as an autistic person, crushes are very uncomfortable. I don't like being perceived. Yeah. I have the same thing. And honestly, I often don't notice if somebody is interested in me at all. I can't tell. Like, I have a hard time telling if somebody is romantically interested or they want to be a friend, or I have a hard time telling if somebody who seems like they're just friendly and they want to be my friend, if they actually are really into me. I can't tell. I have to ask a lot of times. And the age differences are really problematic. I did, and it was an ex-student, but I did briefly date an ex-student once, and that was such a terrible idea in every possible way. Bad for her, bad for me. It made no sense at all. I was constantly confused. But it was a while back, a long time back here, and I was naive enough to think, well, age differences don't matter much, but they really kind of do, and the way that you meet really does matter. So it's honestly, it's terrible, and it's one of the things. I fell into this because I was very naive about it. I didn't think this is that big a deal. There's no immediate power issue. I'm not this person's instructor anymore. Why should it matter? It does. It really does. And it's something that I still think about a lot. I'm not comfortable with the idea of somebody even being interested, much less, the whole rest of it. It's definitely kind of cringe stuff. So, but yeah, as far as crushes go in general, I usually have no idea. Like, I usually don't notice at all. I've been told years after the fact that people have liked me, and that I was really interested, but you never reciprocate. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I had no clue. I had no interest, and I'm not talking about like the schools now. I'm talking about just in life in general. I generally have no idea. So, yeah, Chewy says it's a very loving cat. Yeah, cats always end up being this way with me. It can take a while with some because I do tend to adopt ferals, but they always end up getting to where they're glued to me as soon as I come home. Let's see. Binational state. Yeah, Hubla, binationalism makes a certain amount of sense, especially because both a Palestinian and an Israeli nationalism do exist. I still would prefer something that's post-nationalist, more on the basis of class identity, or a more cosmopolitan, more cosmopolitan liberal identity, as opposed to a strong national identity. I tend to dislike the idea of Jewish nationalism, for example. So, but I think binationalism is probably the best we can hope for, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for. But I would rather not be along like the Belgian or Canadian lines where it's very geographic. I'd much rather it be people can move and live wherever they want, and just the different languages exist. So, hey, if you're somebody speaking Arabic and I don't speak Arabic, oh, cool, you just you skip past them, and whatever, and like people can still interact. I mean, in Southern California, there's tons of languages I interact with on the street all the time. It shouldn't be a big deal at all. So, thanks, Nico. I was really wondering if people could hear me during that. Let's see. Gosh, I'm way behind now. This is impossible to keep up with on my own. I swear, this is difficult. We used to have people willing to pop up in here and help out, and then the conversations would shift to that, and I cannot keep up with this chat. I hope you guys don't mind, because I gotta keep scrolling past and whatnot. Do you feel more communist after using TikTok each day? Yeah, it's a Chinese brainwashing app, right? It's definitely making us all into commies. I don't know. There's no way it could make me more commie, though. I mean, something could, I guess, transform me into a Marxist-Leninist or something, which I'm not. But I don't think you could make me any more of a socialist than I already am. The Jewish diaspora was accelerated because of the Romans, Sushi, but it actually started before that point. But the expulsions part and the destructions, the last stages are Roman. There are earlier phases, but they always manage to come back and spring back and have something else afterwards. So there's problems with the Greeks, problems with the Persians, problems with the Syrians and Chaldeans. There's all kinds of stuff that have interacted and stopped that kind of like, actual temple monarchies that they wanted, but the Romans finished it off. They just wiped it out, and they destroyed the cities and the temples, and they actually banned people from living in Jerusalem, until the Arab period. So it's largely the Romans that create that condition. So in terms of the romantic sense, the traditional sense, the messianic sense, the romantic sense of Zionism, they go back to the first century. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Congress isn't actually worried about China. That's also performative, Rummy. It's economic nationalism is a vote getter. That's all it is. So when people care about Huawei or TikTok or anything else like that, it's just bullshit. It's because something becomes sort of prominent and they can complain about it and they can use it to say we're doing something, but all the people in power here, just like in much of the rest of the world, they all depend upon this economic interdependence. There's no way to cut them off. You just can't. So it's all just for show. It's just bullshit. Did I watch the Finkelstein debate with Destiny? I did not. I've actually never watched Destiny at all. The only way I know Destiny is I was on his show once, so I had one conversation with him. But I've literally never seen anything else that he's done. And I generally don't watch debates or speeches or anything else. I tend to prefer transcripts. So when people take out short clips or things like that, it's useful. I can see things from it, but I generally don't watch that kind of stuff. It's too slow. It gets back to people's questions about reading. I read very fast, and it makes it hard for me to be patient about watching things to learn. One of the fun things about it is I kind of enjoy the interactions. I kind of enjoy doing things like this. I would enjoy being a podcaster because I could have cool conversations. Actually, watch podcasts either. The first podcasts I ever listened to were with my ex a few years ago because she was really into them. So we would listen to some in the car. But yeah, it's generally too slow to hold my interest, and I wander off from it. I start thinking about something else. It's unfortunate. It's hard, but because I would like to be able to see more of this stuff, but I just can't. Hi. Oh, Minerva.
I don't want to interrupt your flow,
What flow?
but
I'm like there's 91 messages past where I am. I can't keep up. The number keeps getting bigger, not smaller. So there's no there's no flow. Just I'm slowly falling farther and farther underwater.
oh, dear friend, you're doing great. You're doing great. I'm sorry, I am so late. I don't know if you saw, like, solo parenting is like, it is hard AF. Like, it is.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm coming in like red-faced and like kind of nervous and exhausted from really heavy conversations. And Um, yeah, and like a foot of snow. So, but we're shoveled out, so that's good.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a drizzle today, and it's cold enough that it turned into frost. So my younger trees in the front that I want the ones I planted a couple of years ago, they they look pretty as I came up, but it's just frozen on top of them. No snow. I mean nothing at all. You stole
Yeah.
all the snow. All I'm getting is a little bit of frost now. So give some back.
Yeah,
Share the wealth.
I was I was pretty worried because I have three mature apple trees that were planted in I'm assuming that they were planted when this house was built, which was in 62. So they're very mature. One produces like it is like produces so many apples. It's just like during if it's a good apple season in Colorado, I everything becomes like take a week off of work, everything becomes apples. I'm borrowing everybody's crock pot and Instapot and anything apple anyone wants to try. I did a bit of trying to make hard apple cider, and exploded some mini kegs. That was so now I just like I think if I do that, we'll just make cider and just like pour that in. But like, so many apples if it's a good apple season. I don't
Do
know
you
the
make the
budding
friendly
now.
cider though? Do you make the
So say
friendly?
again.
You make the friendly kind of cider, like the good kind of cider. Do you the cider with the ingredient that we're not supposed to say on TikTok? Do you make the
Yeah,
cider
yeah.
that you get in a pub?
So I tried, and I failed miserably.
Aw,
I like I had like several many schmegs that I tried, and I talked to a friend that was like really good at fermenting, and but yeah, I've tried my hand in like canning and all of that. But with this latest snow, this is what I want to say. I lost a huge branch off of my
aw,
apple tree, which I'm
aw.
really sad. And it barely missed the really expensive trampoline, but because of and it's very heavy, heavy, heavy wet snow. So the whole this trampoline has a net around it to keep the kids safe and all that. So I was a little bit worried that this very expensive trampoline was damaged because that was not my priority yesterday was to try to save that. So I got out today and all of that seems to be fine. But the massive branch did miss the trampoline, but I'm a little bit sad. And they do have buds on them, but I don't think it's like that wet spring snow, and I don't think that like the buds like fully froze. So we'll see if we get another frost. But hopefully I'll have apples this fall, but we'll see. But who knows? Maybe I'll sell the house before then. I don't know
Um,
what I'm doing.
apples. I
Anything's
mean,
possible.
apples do really well in mountains and do normally handle snow pretty well. I mean, they can affect the branches. It can hurt them a little bit physically. But it shouldn't damage them in any way. The area where I live, I mean, and I'm up past 6,000 feet. Um, it was prime apple country for a long time, and in the 19th century there were significant orchard spaces. And there's a handful of trees still around that people have built their houses around that have been there for a century, because they weren't torn out. But people just can't make money. California's too expensive. SoCal's too expensive and too remote for apples anymore. Um, but they always did really well up here, and we used to get a lot more snow than we do. It's been warming for quite a while. So I think your trees will probably be
Yeah.
fine. I would hope, but it sucks about the branches. I
I mean,
feel you there.
I know I know these trees and this land pretty intimately. I've been here for 5 years now, and I used to be a little bit more diligent about like taking notes. I didn't really like start really upsetting a lot of the my yard and trying different experiments until the last few years, but the landscape is very, very different than when I first moved in. And I live on a about a fourth acre. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac. And during 2020, I ripped out, oh my gosh, I don't even know how many square feet. Um, I don't even know, maybe 1,500 square feet. I ripped out and planted all type of like medicinal and like, like plants that really work well together. I've tried different things. I have a lot of bindweed here because where I live is a dried lake bed, so it's a lot of bentonite clay. So it's definitely really hard to like work. It's extremely alkaline, and so there's been different things that I've had to work with here, but bindweed, the seeds can lay dormant for like 50 years. It propagates via its roots. It is very, very like incredibly invasive. It's sometimes called wild morning glory because the it kind of looks like a little white trumpet.
Hmm.
Um, but that is so infested here. And so in Colorado, it's such an issue that you can get bindweed mites from the Colorado Department of Agriculture. And so I have, over the last few years, started like little insecticides and experiments and like seeing where bindweed mites have winterized in Montana and Colorado. And I've been trying to have them winterize in my little, but like I dream of food forests. I mean, you and I could talk about all day about communal, what very shared dreams. But I've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
I've been trying that here. I don't know if the Colorado is the best place for it, but yeah, right now it's under
Yeah,
a foot of snow. So there you go. Thanks
I
for
would,
listening.
I would love to, just get a whole bunch of land and have people all build on it and have like shared communal libraries and communal garden spaces and communal childcare stuff, because the whole it takes a
My
village to raise
dream.
a child. It literally does. I mean, two parents is not enough. I mean, it's not how we evolved. We're social animals. We're supposed to live in a herd, and we don't have one
So
anymore. So
So Liam, I think I'm going to say this one thing and then I want to welcome Aquarium. Because I think that privately I told you that the last man that told me that it takes a village, I yelled at and was like, "Thank you for reminding me I do the job of a small city every single day because
yes,
I
exactly.
I have
You do.
I have to constantly remind myself, especially as a single mom with very little family support, very little like in-person support, where it really is. I'm like, this is not normal. It's not normal for one adult to be raising a human in the middle of a genocide, in the middle of like, this is not normal. Like, so many times, I just have
Mhm.
to remind myself and give myself the grace and apologize in the places that I mess up, or apologize when I am 2 hours late and nervous and red faced with a pimple the size of Alaska. So don't pay attention. But um,
Yeah, yeah, no,
I
exactly.
appreciate seeing you. Yeah.
I
And
have
welcome Aquarium,
mad respect.
Aquarium and Dharma.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I just brought Dharma up too. There's a couple of questions I saw go by. that I'll knock out, and then we can see what the where we get end up next. But I think I'm mostly caught up because a lot of them that I saw were just the shares and stuff. Let's see. Um, easy. Well, I don't know if this is easy, but one of the easier ones. I think somebody said like Sene or I'm not sure how to say it. Asked what religion I have. Technically none. But I I'm culturally Jewish, and I'm philosophically a monist. So all is one. You know, we're all connected, interconnected in the universe. So God is the universe. So I'm essentially a Spinozist, if that makes any sense. You know, so I'm
Would
a
you also say spiritual but not religious? Because that is a
sort of,
defined, like
sort
when
of, but
you're
I
looking at Pew Research
yeah
studies of different religion, spiritual but not religious is like the growing. I don't know if that would
yeah
technically fit, but
yeah. I tend to avoid it because people usually mean something much more insignificant than I do. So to particular new age beliefs, things like that. Um, you know, for me, like literally the universe is God, but the universe is also it's material. So it's not really I can't really call it a religion or spirituality. I tend to say I'm philosophical. So I self-identify as a philosopher, you know, in terms of my that's what satisfies the religious itch for me, you know, is thinking about things that way. But I'm not at all opposed to religions, which is why I enjoy studying them and talking them about them, you know. But I I can't do the whole faith thing, and that makes that sets religion aside. And oftentimes the spiritual aspect, the closest thing I get, I mean, I don't really have the way people describe spiritual experiences. I don't have them. To me, there's a sense of wonder. You know, when I'll lay on the ground and stare up at the stars. I'll go a little further up in the mountains. I'll go up to like, you know, 7,500 feet or so, and then just lay down in a flat spot and just stare up at the stars. And it's just like, wow. And it just makes you feel really kind of like small, but also connected to something vast. But there's no, the way people describe spiritual feelings, I don't have them. You know, I've never, it doesn't make sense. Like, so if I do, I'm not aware of it. So I tend to avoid that phrase. But it is, I get it, and it is growing, which is neat. But I have a hard time
yeah,
with it.
I only mentioned it, and I if we can have just a quick, I don't know, I never want to impose it. Okay, if we have a quick, just
Go ahead.
a
Yeah,
quick.
bounce off of that. For if
Um,
something from Chewy, something from Murat, something from Mo 510, I saved them. So if they're still here and can wait,
yeah,
it's
and
fine.
so
Let's
I was
bounce off
going through
this.
some of the chat and trying to see what's going on in the room too. Um, I only mentioned the spiritual but not religious because my understanding was that is one of the kind of official categories when looking at religious leanings or within the Pew Research Center. I'm so sorry. Within the Pew Research Center. So I that's one of the reasons that I mention it. But I think that you and I might personally I would say that like how I look at life is very philosophical also going to get my MDiv, but I also where I think that you and I will differ and the heart we're the same, very similar. In that my kind of attraction towards nature and yeah, just internal growth and um, having a common goal, you know, the interconnectedness, um, things like that. But I think where you and I might differ is, I think more, especially now that like I'm going into 40, I'm like I'm starting to really see I'm pretty anti-religion. I'm pretty like I think I'm now starting to understand that I might have gotten a graduate degree in religious studies to become anti-religious, but I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm so weird in so many other ways that I'm still trying to work through some of that. But I think that that's another conversation, but I think that's where we might differ is I've become a little anti-religious, but you don't sound anti-religious.
Yeah,
But
there's
welcome Aquarium and Dharma
somebody
Soul.
asked earlier too, asking, but am I an atheist? And I think that if you'd asked me that in my 20s, I might have been more comfortable with that as a term, and I don't. And there's definitely a period, especially because, as a historian and the specific type of subjects that I study, you start seeing where religious people have done a lot of fucked up shit for their beliefs. And that really made it difficult for me because when you believe something and this is the absolute truth and other people don't share it, it can be very difficult to get along with people. So there was definitely a time in my life when I felt that kind of like anti-religious itch, but I haven't for decades. And I think it's more a matter of thinking that beliefs don't have to be taken that way, and that's more of a choice. And I think that if people can reform the way they understand their religions, you can still have the faith and believe in it. But if you feel this need to um, demand that other people respect your truth, or that you feel a need to attack other people, things like that, then we have problems, and I don't
Impose. Yeah.
get mad at that. But I don't have a problem if somebody wants to believe something and it's totally true for them. That to me that's the way the antique world worked. Because religions used to be very much tied to the culture. So Assyrians had their religion and their gods, and the Egyptians had their religion and their gods, and they didn't feel a need to tell the other person that they were wrong. They just said, "Well, that's yours, and this is mine," and the religion was just part of your daily life. It was just sort of like a normal part of reality. It wasn't tied up into the sense of personal identity, in the sense of belief. And when you feel this has to be right, and for me to feel that I'm right, I have to make sure that everyone else respects it and accepts it. Otherwise, your disbelief challenges my sense of self. That's a much more recent development in human history. I think if we can get back to the way that people understood religions more in antiquity, I think we'd all get along a lot better. And everyone can have the different beliefs, and it won't matter as much anymore because it doesn't affect your sense of self if someone else has a different faith. And that's what helped me kind of like get over the sense that religion is just bad, because there's different ways of being religious. And so I think the more I dug into it and the more I understood the changes in different areas and over time in the way religions were expressed, the easier it got for me to be totally cool with religions as a whole. So I mean,
Sure.
I feel you,
Yep.
in terms of like that
I
sense of opposition.
I get that. And I just want to say it's so funny because I keep on like every time I'm like, there's other people here. I'm sorry I'm taking up so much space, everyone. But it's that like for me where I'm sitting with is this ultimate like fear of diversity, of the imposing,
Yeah,
right? It's
exactly.
the tanking, it's so much of what we're dealing with the kind of global right wing shift is this
Oh
taking
yeah.
away autonomy and this imposing, and it's almost like on a personal level it's all of the ways that we kind of gaslight ourselves. And we know that there was a really great book. I don't know if you've ever come across it, and I couldn't tell you the name, but it's called Mistakes Were Made, but Not by Me. And it's written by two social psychologists. I believe they both have PhDs, but they really talk about it's printed like maybe 15 years ago. And I think I looked it up and they have like an updated version now, but they really look at through politics and in interpersonal relationships that most people, when most humans, when we come up across cognitive dissonance, we double down on our beliefs
Yeah.
to reduce that cognitive dissonance. And so I think that when coming to religion, which I don't know who needs to hear this, but like don't get a graduate degree in religion to realize that you are against religion. Don't do that. Learn from me. Also, don't don't talk to me about mothers and children and things like that. Like I don't know who needs to hear, but learn from learn from some of my lessons. Can I help you find something,
Yeah,
Doc?
there's no, I'm just thinking about the kind of things that sense of people doubling down, and the anger and the violence and the fear that builds up from that. So it depends on the different um so I have a bunch of books
And
on
fear of
fundamental.
diversity. I don't
Yeah,
I don't want
yeah,
to cut you off, but like a fundamental fear of diversity and like
yes.
a fundamental, like you can have your beliefs, and as long as it's not trying to control and take autonomy from other
Mhm.
people, but the way that religious institutions are so synonymous, the same way that we have the problem of Zionism being synonymous with Judaism, that there needs to be this distilling, and I apologize, y'all, I get really nervous on live, but in that same way, this like you're allowed to have your beliefs, just not taking autonomy and imposing on others. But I think ultimately, deep down, I see very, very few people that are not afraid of diversity. And we teach it at like very young age, which one doesn't belong, two apples and an orange, like we really start this propaganda. And I don't want to sound like,
No,
whatever people can, but I
there's a
just,
great Ani DeFranco
that,
poem like
that's
that.
where I am.
Did you hear that? You know that the Ani DeFranco poem that's like that? You know what? I was 3 years
I
old.
mean, I love, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
which one is different? Which it does not belong? Like they told me different was wrong.
Right,
It's a really neat way.
right. But
I love that piece. So she has these nice spoken word pieces on her album sometimes.
oh my gosh,
Yeah,
amazing, amazing.
but yeah,
Yeah, I actually, yeah, and she's amazing live too. But
oh yeah,
yeah, and I think, and I don't want to again take up too much space, but you were mentioning too, and I keep on bringing it up, that like looking at the global climate change within this next century and the amount of refugees that we're going to have, that we are so faced with needing to, accept other people and really encourage diversity, when I see most people at a very, young age are propagandized to fear diversity and double down on their cognitive beliefs, and then use religious institutions to, impose that. And then with this right-wing global shift that we're seeing and looking at this next century and the amount of, phobias that we see. And I mean, this is why I need people like you and friends like those that are below me to be more optimist, because I'm not the optimist. Like and yes, it was a very expensive mistake. Who's somebody said down there, like six-figure expensive mistake. Don't go and get a 4-year long graduate degree. Like it's the highest level master's that you can get. Like it's been argued it should be a PhD if I just did a little bit more. But yeah, maybe one day I'll be a PhD or a midwife. I really want to be a midwife because we're gonna need that skill. Okay, hi friends, and I'll stop talking. I'm really nervous.
I think
Okay.
as far as okay, so again, in terms of the danger of religion and the question of diversity here, this is it's very much related to why I also got into studying nationalism, or racism too, because they're all about creating a belief system that reinforces a sense of self and connects you to particular people and gives you this in group. And those groups, so you can take religion away entirely and people will still be very, very destructive because they'll adopt something that takes its place. So there's on the other side of the room, there's all this stuff on the whole, again, evolutionary anthropology of this, but there's a handful here in the religion section that are about the evolved sense of religion, like the kind of God gene sort of thing, the things that give us this need to find meaning in the world. And that also helped me to stop being opposed to religion or beliefs, but opposing specific types of them or approaches to them, because it's when they tie into a sense of identity and connect you to other people who are similar in a way that is exclusionary, rather than just giving you a sense of your own local cultural identity. It's that fear of difference. And this is something that is that we didn't have before in religion. So when you're looking at older religions, this is just not a thing for them. They just didn't give a shit that other people had a different religion. Of course, they speak a different language. Of course, they have a different religion. They have different gods. Whatever, it's fine, And oh, that's a cool story. I'm going to steal that one, or like, I'm gonna blend my idea together with theirs. This happened constantly. We don't do that anymore. We have
Less
this. This
appropriation,
is the
though.
truth. Mine is the truth. It can't change, and yours is just wrong. That's the problem I have with them. So it's not religion. It's that type of religion, that mentality. But it just, okay, so I don't know, flipping again, thinking about the violent stuff, fundamentalism, the psychology of fundamentalism, right? It got to be a big interest. So, is religion killing us? Terror in the mind of God, that kind of stuff. These different movements, to try and really change shit, let's see, that's not really relevant. Oh, there's a whole bunch
Okay,
of
I recognize some. I recognize
let's
some.
see. So yeah, Jihad versus McWorld is here, but there's a whole bunch of okay. So the God Gene, Religion Explained. Let's see, where's the? There's a really
Oh
good
my
one.
gosh, I read that like 15 years
Um,
ago. I'm
this is good.
recognizing some.
This is good. Where's the? I can't find. Oh, In
I
Gods We Trust. This is really good. On the anthropology of religion. So, but yeah, there's a whole bunch more in the other sections here. So this is good on that subject. There's a lot on the way that religions are kind of they
Oh my gosh, I
they're part
have
of our own
doubt.
identity.
That is such a good book.
Oh this is a pretty good history
I
here.
so
Doubtless.
there's
Uh,
several. I think my ex made me get rid of
disbelief.
like
This is neat.
3/4 of my books. I should
Let's
have
see.
divorced him then.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
He made me,
No,
I honestly, it
it's
was like 3/4 of my books, and some of those books I've had to go and like rebuy. Um,
which
I
one
should
is
have, if anyone makes you get rid of books, break up with them on the spot. I don't know who needs to hear this, but there's other things, you know, it's fine to hoard books.
yeah,
Okay, I'm
but
sorry.
this
I don't want to take over.
no no no
Let's
no no,
introduce Liam.
it's it's not
You and I could like
good.
we could get off FaceTime later tonight. We could
Yeah,
talk
for
about
sure.
this.
And
Let's welcome the
honestly,
rest of the people.
let's we can continue this because I think it's a really interesting topic because we share the same fear, the same sense of that fear of difference. That's the core problem. And it's what got me interested again in studying nationalism and racism. It's that fear of difference, right? And manipulating that fear for politics, and religion can be used that way in exactly the same way as tons of other philosophies can be. Um, at the end of the day, Yahtzeeism is a religion. It works the same way. It just isn't based on a god, right? And that I think is the problem. And if we can find a way to deal with that issue, then at the end of the day, I don't care what somebody's god is. It's no longer a threat to me because it doesn't invalidate me as a human being for walking into the room. That's the fear I have. Somebody said, what was it? I think it was Grain of Sand said had a line earlier like all is God, God is the creator, things like that. I can get behind a lot of that kind of statement there because again, my God is the Spinozist God. So God is the universe and God created things, and that's fine. I love that. It's beautiful, right? It's when people think my God is the creator, my God created the whole universe, and he gave me this 10-step program, and you all have to follow it, and everyone else who doesn't accept that is wrong. That's where it gets problematic, because if your identity gets caught up in the sense that this is the one truth, this is the thing that created all of the universe, right? And is the only reality, then you're going to have a harder time accepting that somebody else's beliefs are legitimate. All you can do is barely tolerate them. You can say, well, I agree I shouldn't unalive you, but that's it. Like you can live together, but you can't really respect the other person's beliefs. You can't really appreciate them. You can't see the beauty in what somebody else is really doing because in the back of your head, it's always, but they're wrong. But their God doesn't exist.
Right.
I don't know, Zeus isn't real or whatever. That's the problem I have, I guess, with it is that sense of reflexive intolerance that comes from particular types of belief.
Well, and another just brief comment on that is the difference between exclusionary, my way is the right way, and I'm going to impose that. The inclusionary, you see this a lot with like um, a lot of like Hindu sects are a great example of like Jesus is an avatar of Vishnu, you know,
Yeah.
so it's like, oh,
Right.
I'm going to accept you because your religion is actually under my religion. So it's an inclusionary into my perspective versus I think what you and I are, you know, the example that's often found in Buddhist texts of don't confuse the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself. But what you and I are trying to really point at is this fundamental, like the pluralism
Uh,
example of
and
not
these
like
religions were
doubling
like before,
down on beliefs.
right? So antique religions in general are like that, right? You know, the old pagan religions. You know, we got a bunch of books over here on like, paganism and monotheism, religions and antiquity, stuff like that. Uh, but
We have some flights. You need
these
some
these
of
these
these
faiths
books I
were,
missed. I
or I
have
don't know,
some of these
Hinduism, like
books.
that's the whole bottom stretch here is all Hinduism. But
Well,
the
that's heavy in my master's has been Buddhism and
oh yeah, yeah,
Hinduism, and that's
well,
a lot. I mean, some
Buddhism
of
just came
those
before.
books
That's way up
are
there.
people that I know.
Buddhism is way out of there. I there's no way to make this perfect in terms of where things can go, but the Hinduism is neat because it's so old, and it's old in a way that preserves elements of that antique understanding of a very active kind of tolerance, the way all the other polytheistic faiths used to work. Polytheism is tolerant by definition because not only with between faiths, but within them. Because within any given system, I'm going to worship this god, you're going to worship that goddess, right? And we're trying to get the same thing out, and I have to like accept that that's fine. That those differences kind of like open up. Well, you have a different goddess in a totally different culture, but your goddess sounds a lot like my goddess, and maybe they're just like variations. So you end up with like Zeus Amon, right? You blend like the Greek and the Egyptian, you have all these, or like the
Or
Serapis.
Saraswati went and became Kuan Yin. Like there's so many intersections that yeah, you
Exactly.
see this
Yeah.
morph and change and
So
you
yeah,
you can see it
Krishna, Jesus,
real time,
it lets you blend them
real
together.
time if we're on a jump to present day and the evangelical movement and nationalism movement, which I know people want to talk about, but
Yep.
Liam, there's so many, there's books on your shelf that if anyone makes you get rid of books, break up with them on the spot because then you have to spend a
Yes.
whole lot of time and then you see things. Anyway, okay. Welcome Aquarium and Dharmaswal and everyone. Panel. Sorry, I don't mean to take over.
Okay, let's see.
Good morning.
Hi, friends.
Hello.
Good morning. I woke up for this. Just a minute before Doc invited me, I was like, okay, I'm here. And then I came and so I'm just up here to greet officially, then I'll go down to the comments. But then I thought to myself, should I be up here to
Please
read some of the
stay.
comments out and help? But
Yes,
because
please stay. You are a gem. Please,
thank
you're a gem in
you.
the world. I love you. I love hearing your voice. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Oh, Mama, hearty hands. So Chris, Chris asked a question earlier.
Yeah,
Chris.
I've got three other ones written down too.
Yes. So I had a couple written down, but now Chris asked a question. He asked the question, yes, but where does this whole concept of God and religion come from? Because as we all know that religion wasn't always part of society. So where did it all really start, and where did it all really start to manifest in society as a thing really that people should be following?
In
This is the main.
society, that's the tricky part, I guess. Like in
Yeah.
society and politics, we can date that, but as far as maybe not even in societies. Okay, so the where does it come from? Our brains got too big. It's the same thing that makes us creative in tons of other ways. And, the imaginative ability, the fact that we can tell stories, right? And we tell stories to explain things, and we come up with stories to explain the universe. That's an evolved characteristic that actually helped us to develop as a species. So religion, in some sense, you can take back, a couple million years to the development of the genus Homo, because by that time the brains are large enough that we are constructing stories and languages, right, to express those stories and ideas to each other. And out of that, you're going to start explaining your world. Oh, well, why is it raining? The god is crying or something. You come up with a way to understand that. And on some level, we need that, because as a social species with a humongous brain, we need some kind of meaning, purpose, a way of relating to each other, a way of saying, these are the people that are like my family, my tribe, my group, and we share certain things, and these are the ideas and stories that will encourage me to cooperate with them and support them and share my food with them because the god says to share food, or whatever stories you come up with. But that impulse to develop faiths has always been with us. And it's why scientists can talk about like the God part of the brain or the God gene or things like that. We've got all these studies of the neurology of religion. But where do specific religions come from? Those are different historical questions, and different ones evolve in different ways and have different influences. But religion has really always been with us. And it's always played a significant role. And one of the things that the assholes like Dawkins get wrong, the hardcore like atheist types. And one of the reasons I will never identify as an atheist is honestly toxic assholes like that, because they're trying to destroy religion, and religion is fundamental to being human. If you take it away, we replace it with something else. So, okay, sure. Abolish Christianity and you get Yahtzeism. I mean, what are we people are going to find something else, and it's going to serve the same basic social function, and it can be much worse. So why not accept the fact that we have beliefs and the beliefs are fundamentally human, and just find ways to accept the diversity, the tolerance, the understanding of things. Different religions have always developed in different cultures. They've expressed the needs and ideas of that culture. In the ancient world, we understood that. Again, nobody in Assyria was trying to tell the Egyptians they couldn't believe what they had. People just left that alone, and it didn't matter. I think that's the best way to do it, because we're not going to get rid of religion. It's just, it makes no sense. Like it's a biological, impossibility to remove it.
But I think, could you distill the institutional and the imposing, and like how to, in the same way of like, how do you get people to care and have a somewhat shared responsibility of like, I care for my child, but I also care for the children across the ocean, and to
Mm-hmm.
get people to not only care but also like get at the root, not just the symptom of
Yeah.
the branch, but like the root of people, that like you don't have to impose the institution, and like a lot of this
Mm-hmm.
propaganda that it's okay, like people respect people. I think that's what is like so hard for me, is that so many people will fight against like respect people in the way that they want to be respected. It's a very basic concept that I feel like a lot of what we're seeing in this global right-wing shift is just completely missing. And I apologize, friends. Like, please tell me I should not have full access to microphones. That's very clear.
You're fine. The gosh, okay. I don't know if people here saw the video I did a few weeks ago. Just talking briefly. I was sitting outside a fast food joint, getting a lunch in between classes. But I talked about the concept of a meta belief, and what I would suggest to the problem you're raising here is a specific meta belief about human oneness. Because if we understand that humans are humans, that we're all part of the same kind of system, and it doesn't matter if you speak a different language, have a different culture, live in a different place, have a different religion, you're still human, so I still give a shit. If something like that is there first, then a specific religious belief that then comes in and says, but those people are heretics and you should hate them, you can say, but wait, I have this meta belief of human oneness, so does not compute, and then you just reject the nonsense idea that tells you to hate people. I would think that if we can find a way to inculcate a meta belief of basic cosmopolitanism, this sense of just loving people as people, right? And have that sense of human oneness, then we can kind of get beyond some of this stuff. Because on some level, humans are always going to have a tribal wiring. We're not evolving anymore. Realistically, we can't. We don't live in small, isolated communities wandering around in the savannas anymore. We're stuck with this brain and the way it works, right? So we have to find a way to deal with it, to get around the ways that it can easily be subverted into evil ways, right? So while people are still going to create in groups and communities, they're still going to have those tribal senses. If there is a meta belief of oneness on top of that, then my tribe doesn't have to hate your tribe. I can have my beliefs and you can have yours, and we can still care about each other's suffering and share resources and whatnot. So that's what I would hope. And if somebody's saying humanism as a phase,
Yeah.
The only way we can diverge there, the whole transhumanism stuff, is going to be through genetic modifications and whatnot. And some of that is going to happen on some level, but the sophistication to actually change the way that we think, like to change our brain structures, yeah, maybe in another 500 years, but long before that, we'll have purple people with wings, But the complexity, the evolved complexity of our brains, we're stuck with for the foreseeable future. So we do need to find some way to get over all the hates that come out of nationalism and religions and races and everything else. So that's I guess my suggestion for how we could get past it, but who knows?
I'll say, a paradigm of thinking that is, I have no other word besides pluralistic, and that would take a little bit more of distilling to understand what that means, but it's essentially that of not truly fundamentally fearing diversity. And um yeah, I just keep on sitting with that, but I love your optimism, and I should not have free reign of the microphone. Hi, Aquarium. Thanks for waiting like 1,000 years for coming up. And Doc, what's your time limit for tonight? I know Apprentice said that you weren't going to be on for very long. We didn't talk earlier today because it's a mess.
Oh, it's all good. I'm more awake than I thought I would be. Somebody is saying evolution is wrong and all this, like it's been disproven. No,
Oh, great.
evolution is demonstrated fact. We literally watch it. Speciation is happening right now. We have literally seen new species evolving, and not just on a microbial level. Like whole mammals we have watched evolve. Right? It is literally demonstrated. To say evolution isn't real is honestly, it's like being a flat earther. Just in purely scientific terms, it makes no sense at all. You have to ignore so much data, right? Like it just, wow. Like, so yeah, sorry, I can't go there. And for me personally, I have an entire bookcase on evolutionary biology. This is an interest I've had. Part of my master's was dealing with the development of evolutionary theories. So,
well, and my undergrad is in biochem.
So sorry,
My undergrad's
your personal belief,
yeah.
But I'm just going to say beliefs are cool, but beliefs that contradict facts are problematic for me. So it's just easier if we don't talk about it, and then you can have the belief that it's like you can believe whatever you want. It's cool. I mean, flat earthers are cool; they can believe whatever they want, but don't tell me that the world has been proven to be flat, because I will have a hard time not saying shit that's going to make you unhappy. So, sorry, user X. It's just better to drop that topic.
Professor, Faithful asked a question and said, Professor, can we talk about science's relationship to religion? Who's got the
I can't. I think there's two mics listening on. I can't understand.
I'm sorry.
Can we please mute? Thank you. So Faithful asked the question, Professor, can we talk about science's relationship to religion?
Yeah. No, honestly, this is sort of evolving into an interesting, larger topic. There's let's see. What was the thing I wanted to? I just want to quickly let a couple of people know something like so earlier. Like if Mo510 is still there, somebody said asked about people are saying if there's more migrants that come to America, America will become more socialist. And I mean, the simple approach to that is America is not remotely socialist at all, like in any possible way. So people saying that don't know what socialism is. And all they're talking about is America will become more tolerant and diverse, and they're afraid of brown people or something. So that's a whole different kind of issue there. But if we're gonna focus on the religion thing, we can't get into that. But I just want to let you know I did see it, and it's not about socialism. And somebody Murat asked earlier something about the Ottomans and the Irish, and I didn't know what that was. I was going to ask what that was, but maybe you can ask in a different day, or we can get to it later today after we get past religion, if you're still around. And somebody earlier, I think Chewy said, De Valera, hero or zero, which is a fun one for me. I wouldn't say zero, but closer than hero. I'm definitely a bit more in the Michael Collins camp, things like that. In terms of the practicalities of it, and not like let's all unalive each other in a civil war kind of bullshit. I mean, De Valera was a little bit too an extremist in terms of what he wanted, but I don't really have strong feelings about any of the people involved. So the whole hero or zero thing, I can't really say. They all did great things. That is, De Valera did a lot of important stuff, but I for practical reasons and because of the Civil War, I have problems with him. So that's that. So the religion question. So science and religion. Let's stick with that as an interesting topic, because this has been fun. You know, I kind of like where Erica kind of kicked us off into. This is the when it came up, Dharma, how did that question go? Like, what's the can we explain this the specific about
Yeah. What
between
is the connection between was it I lost the question. I'll go back quickly, but it was
between
yes,
science and
what is the
religion,
connection between
or
science?
spirituality and science?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure what we mean. That's why I think we need a little bit more
Like
detail,
I
because
think the person was referring to evolution and religion. How do the two connect?
Okay. So in terms of like, did religion evolve as a condition for us, or
Yeah,
or how can we deal with evolution within a religious framework? Because they're very different
evolution is
concepts.
based in biology and uh, and science, and then there's religion. So how did the two connect to become sort of, or did they ever? I think that's the question.
Could I offer a resource while you
Yes.
think about
If you
your response?
if or if anything that can help clarify exactly what we mean here too, because I'm still struggling with the specifics of the question, because
So,
I can go in a whole bunch of different directions based on what I've heard, and I'm not sure which one is the actual question.
Yes, maybe Faith can clarify that later on as I'm reading here. But that was the main question. How do science?
okay,
Okay, so Erika, you have
science
something.
and religion.
Simo
So
has a
yeah, I'll offer a
nearly.
really great resource.
I mean, go ahead.
I'll
I'm
offer
right.
a really I'll offer a really great resource, and without like DOXing anything, is an organization that I have been intimately connected with, is Mind and Life Institute, with the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama was very, very interested in the intersection, particularly between Western science and Buddhist philosophy. And so back in he's been working on this for decades, and this is part of yeah, this is an organization that I was very intimately connected with, and part of my previous work. But that is one place, especially when it comes to some of the dialogue that happens with physicists and quantum physicists and God, religion, especially when it comes to the Buddhist idea of philosophy and religion. Like, a lot of the main players in that realm, I would direct you to Mind and Life Institute, because they have a plethora, like just fall into the that. But I would love to hear your response too. And Dharma, thank you for the tag teaming because it's like, please put me in the best place that you need me stressed out. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, because there's and some people in the comments are also taking it in different directions too. So I'm still not sure exactly what the original question is about in terms of the the way that you can be scientific and religious. There's a ton of stuff on that. I've got a whole bunch of stuff about, like, you know, finding God in the Big Bang kind of stuff, like, finding, a spirituality. And then, yeah, somebody else mentioned the quantum mechanics aspects of it. And yeah, there's tons of neat ways to do that. One of the, uh, I guess one way, in one way that stuff's very, very interesting because it does point back toward a kind of, I don't know, more universal framework for interconnectedness. It ties our spirituality in some way into the universe, but it also has a tendency to push past the specifics of different people's religions. So if somebody's very connected to, for example, being, I don't know, Muslim or Jewish or whatever, and then the way that you can more easily connect things like Hinduism or Buddhism to that stuff kind of leaves them out. So it's those kind of, all those projects are very interesting. So I appreciate the sharing of the resource there. And if anybody's interested in that kind of stuff, I've got a bunch of different books of people who have tried to do things like that and find those connections between spirituality, between their sense of spirituality and faith, and then their understandings of science. But I'm not sure if that was still a question. And yeah, somebody mentioned a neat point earlier, the whole science is the how and religion is the why, because at the end of the day, and this is why religion evolved for us, it does provide a sense of meaning. It gives us a sense of purpose. It gives us a sense of community and togetherness. So science can tell us what actually is, like what exists. Okay, how did the universe come into being? How did life develop? How did it evolve into its current state? All that kind of crap. Those are things that science can answer better than any other system ever devised. But science really struggles to give you a sense of purpose, of communal meaning. It can try, and there's been a number of interesting attempts to do so, but what they're really doing is coming up with a philosophy, and philosophy can do that. So existentialism is beautiful that way. It gives you a sense, existentialism can give you a sense of purpose, right? It can tell you how to be a good human, or virtue ethics can do that. There's all kinds of shit you can do in order to create a sense of purpose that isn't necessarily religious either. But the why is always needed, and we're always going to have it. And I would like to find some way to make the sciences easier for people to accept, so we don't have so much of the reflexive, like, I don't know, creationism kind of rearing its head, and can actually accept the empirical realities in which we live, but still respect the traditions that have developed and the different religions that have developed, because there's a lot of beauty in Islam, just philosophically, the things that it's come up with, the ways that it's described things, the way that it structures communities. There's a lot of beauty that's developed in Christian thought. There's a lot of beauty that's developed in Hinduism. And I don't want to see a lot of those things just disappear either. I think that they all have really interesting ways to teach us how to be good people, but we have to find some better way to make them work with the religions. This is why that in the US and in much of the Muslim world, there's a lot more rejection of things like evolution, because they're taking the religion in a particular way, right? But it doesn't have to be contradictory, right? I mean, hell, the Catholic Church said in the 1940s that evolution wasn't a problem for them. They're totally okay with it. I mean, there's plenty of ways to do it within all these different traditions, but there's a kind of reflexive rejection of it, where it seems to threaten their sense of self. And I think we have to find some way to overcome that, because if we don't, and the one thing that I would most caution people about, and I don't know if this fits anybody in the audience here, but for people who hold to interpretations of Christianity or Islam that are directly literal in that sense, then what you're doing is actually weakening the religion in a way that will ultimately kill it, because you can't stop the progress of our knowledge, right? I mean, the Bible describes the world as flat. You know, it describes the sun moving across the heavens the way that people understood it in distant antiquity. If you take that stuff literally, then how the hell do we ever explore space? You know, because it isn't real. You know, I mean, I've walked through creationist museums where they're trying to convince people that the reason dinosaurs aren't here is that humans ate them all, and that there's no water on any other body in the solar system. And there's water. I mean, Ganymede, Callisto, and Io are completely filled with water. There's like subterranean oceans that we can see in them. You know, there's water on the fucking moon, on the poles, underneath the surface, right? You can't, when people cling to that kind of literalism, it creates a fragility in the religion. It's eroding its foundations, because if you have to hold to that, it forces you to reject reality. And the more that scientific reality invades your life, the more it's going to push people away from the religion, and they're going to leave the religion in droves. And I think that that's unfortunate. It's one of the reasons you're down to 10% of Germans say that they're absolutely certain God exists, right? And a lot of that 10% are people of more recent immigrant origin, right? Those faiths are dying, right? And I think that that's kind of sad. I mean, there was something really interesting in a lot of European Christianity if you could get past the toxic aspects of it. But people end up, it becomes an either or. You hold on to the religion with all the toxic shit, or you drop it entirely. And the people who are trying to hold in the middle and play both sides, the mainstream Protestant churches, they're just dying out. Lutheranism is going to die out because of the way that it tries to straddle the fence that way. So I think that if we're really going to tackle the interaction in our societies between science and religion, what we have to do is start thinking of our religions a little bit differently, in ways that make them ultimately safer for science, in a way like that isn't contradictory to it. Right? So that's a big point.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I asked Faithful again just to clarify the question, and they came up with how religion and sciences began, the history and the origin of science and research.
Interesting. Okay. The religions begin again with humans, because we're always trying to understand the world, and we come up with ways to understand ourselves and the world around us, right? You know, why am I here? What is the meaning of life? What happens when I die? Why should I treat other people, in particular ways? But science is a natural outgrowth of that. And this is one of the ways in which religion and science actually do overlap in some ways. They're distinct magisteria, but they're also slightly overlap because they have a common origin in trying to explain the world. People who initially were doing religion were actually starting to do science too, because they're trying to explain something. And as evidence accumulates that change people's explanations, you start to develop different types of thought. And eventually philosophy breaks off from religion, and because philosophy and religion have a common origin in trying to explain the world. But then philosophy becomes a bit distinct from religion. They can overlap, they can share ideas, but they don't have to be, philosophy no longer has to be religious. And then science evolves out of philosophy. The early scientists called themselves natural philosophers. And in many ways, you can't effectively do science without philosophy. This is one of the reasons that, for example, in areas that don't have a long history of teaching the humanities and teaching philosophy and that kind of sort of literature and all that, they struggle to do good science because you don't have the sense of inquiry. A lot of the really big, expensive universities that are being built in the Gulf Arab states, for example, are really good at cranking out engineers, but they're not producing real scientific research, because that spirit of inquiry coming out of philosophy, that questioning, desire to push beyond, is actually an essential part of science. It shows their common origins. So religion led to philosophy, which led to science. They all have the same basic origin in our desire to understand the world, which means that they're not really as different as we tend to think that they are. We like to pretend that they're completely separate things, but they're really not. They start in the same spot. What's different is their methods. the methodology that they apply to reach those answers will vary between those different ideas. So really the difference between religion, philosophy, and science is just a perspective and a methodology, as opposed to it being a fundamentally different discipline. I don't know if that helps with, you said was somebody called Faith or Faithful or something?
Yes, it's Faithful is her name. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm going to guess the hands mean that makes sense. Okay, so that's because that's what I would say, that they're interrelated and they have a common origin.
Okay, so can I also just say to Abdullah Ibn Laden, as soon as the space becomes available, we will let you up, or I'll even drop for you. So he's been wanting to come up. So, Hannies, Faith Hannies. Oh, but also, sir, something that fascinates me is this whole, I think, the religion or the faith of the stars, this old Scientology thing. It's like, this is something I think, and I know that is man-made, and like, where exactly does that come from? Do you know? Scientology, because a lot of the people in Hollywood tend to
okay, so you do mean the actual Church of Scientology?
Yes. What is that?
It's a creepy science fiction writer who wanted to create a little cult. So, yeah, it was his movement because he is a terrible human being. And it just spun out into some giant cult thing that survives. It's honestly kind of sad, but it's not really difficult for people to believe things, because again, we're hardwired to believe. It's just how we are as humans. So if something just seems to make sense, it seems to answer a question that you have, and it's the answer that you heard, people can get into it. And it really doesn't matter the origin. So Scientology is weird as fuck. It's like, I don't know, Xenu the Destroyer or whatever, and he'd drop nukes into a volcano or some crazy shit, and then there's all these weird spirits that float around, and they've been around for thousands and thousands of years. Or actually, I think their cosmology deals with really huge time frames that don't even make sense in terms of the way we understand the age of the universe anymore, even. But I don't remember the numbers for it. But it's like they've been floating around, and then they possess us, and they're stuck in us, and we have to get rid of them or something. So we go in for these different readings, and they use the e-meter to see, you have this number of body thetans, and to get rid of them, you have to do this, that, and the other thing, and you work through stages. One thing it has in common with older religions is that in some ways, Scientology works the way old mystery cults did, because mystery cults were religions of initiation. You can't go by the book. You start at a level as an acolyte, and you begin to learn. And then you learn, and you go up to the next grade and the next grade, and gradually new mysteries are being revealed to you as you go along, as you gain certain skill within it. There was tons of religions like that in late antiquity. In some ways, Scientology is similar because it goes through these different levels, but it's also a money-making cult because you pay a shitload of money to go through each of those levels, which is why it's more of a Hollywood phenomenon. It's more like for rich people. It's pretty hard to be a Scientologist if you don't have any damn money, because they're going to charge you a shitload of money. And their tests are designed to tell you there's something wrong with you. Okay, so this will be funny for anybody who's been following along with this for a while and gotten to know me at least a little bit, because I went into the one of their locations in Hollywood once, and this is ages ago. I think it was in my 20s or something, but it was me, and it was that ex-wife I mentioned, Robin, my childhood best friend, and a couple other people. I think it was a small group of us, but we went in and we took their test. They do a test, and it's this long ass bubble thing. You fill in all these answers and whatnot, and then they take it back. I'm sure they've come up with different ways to do this now. They're a little more streamlined, but we sat there for quite a while, and because it was fun, and you're answering all the questions, and then you sat down with these little auditors, I think they're called, and they go through and they're going to try and tell you what's wrong with you, and they're going through this, and they're telling me, you're a sociopath. You're really, really messed up, but we can help you. We can fix you and here's how our e-meter works, and here's all these things. But they're going to tell you there's something fundamentally wrong with you that only they can fix. And that's how they get people in. So it's it works kind of like a cult does, but it's psychologically manipulative and exploitative because it tells people that there's something fundamentally wrong with them that only they can fix. On some level, religions tend to do that though too, because think about the way that, I don't know, um, have you found Jesus? Have you been saved? Like the way people talk about being saved, like there's something wrong with you. They tell you you have sin and only Jesus can get rid of it. It's similar to that in a way, but it's much more exploitative economically and politically. Like it sucks you into a system where Christianity is nowhere near as psychologically harmful, in that way. But there is that they're telling you there's something you need that they can provide. That's the key to it, I guess, for the appeal. But yeah, it's literally was made up by a B-rate science fiction writer, and God, L. Ron Hubbard is one of the worst writers I've ever tried to read. I mean, I think he was paid by the word or something because his books are just garbage. So anyway, I don't know if that makes sense of the question, but
Well, yes, thank you, sir. Well, we have 98 people in the room. Well, 100 right now.
whoa, even number.
Guys, I keep tapping the screen, but we are going to go to aquarium right now, aquarium lover. So if you'd like to ask your question right now, if you have something to contribute, we would love to hear you. Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, first of all, Erica, I kind of wanted to mention something about your bentonite earth that you're having to deal with out there. Have you ever heard of hugelculture? Because that could probably help a lot building up instead of rather trying to dig in. It should help a lot
Oh,
with like fertility.
totally. Totally. There's so many experiments that I've had, and I can follow you. I ran back to be able to answer, but yes. And I will talk gardening and food forests and all of that stuff all day
It's my
long. And
jam, man.
I'm constantly experimenting and trying and talking to people about what works and what doesn't work. So yeah, let's have that
Me too.
conversation privately. And yeah, for sure. I just followed you.
Yeah, my problem is swamp. I live like right on the water table. So I had to raise like everything. So I understand completely how it is with Trouble Earth. um
100%. Yeah. Thanks.
Liam, the book that I had mentioned earlier
Hmm.
down in the chat that I want to send you,
Oh,
it's The Joy of Jewish Humor.
yeah.
It's a compilation of like parables, sayings, and anecdotes.
Oh, neat.
It's a little book, looks kind of like a children's book, but it's definitely not a children's book.
Oh, I have
Definitely
some
not.
things that are similar to that, maybe. And they're also they're very small form factor ones, but like the joys of Jewish wisdom, things like that, where they compile
Yep.
different things from sages or whatever. Yeah, that'd be neat to have one that's like based around humor, though. That's cool.
This one's compiled by Ralph L. Woods. And I looked at the copyright date. It is 1969.
Cool. Yeah, no, I've never seen it. It
So
sounds
I'll send you a message, and you can send me like if you got a PO box or something.
yeah.
But I think it belongs in your house. I do.
Oh, cool. That's really cool. That'd be very very cool of you. Um, I did the follow back, so make it easier for you to send a message to. The Yeah, honestly, a PO box is the only way to reach me. Because they don't deliver here. The post office does not come to these houses.
Well, either way for safety or necessity, either way.
Not there. Don't block it. Come
Liam,
on.
I can take a note. I can take a note, and with your permission, I can go ahead and send Aquarium your PO box if that works.
Uh, you
So
can,
I
but I
just
follow
followed
back
you.
too. So I mean, you could just easily write to me. It's whichever.
I'll just make a note.
Hi,
Okay, that works either way.
you're in the way.
But
Okay.
yeah, that's kind of all I really had. I just wanted to see if I could get a way to get you this book because it belongs to you.
Oh, that's really sweet of you. Yeah, no, that sounds really cool. I like those little compilations like that. Oh, they're fun. You know, I honestly things like I have a few that like that I've used because you want like little short pithy things for like bathroom readers or something. And
Yeah.
they're nice like that because like the whole thing is like one page and it's just you know so those are cool like that.
Yeah.
They're a lot of
And
fun.
yeah, I inherit a lot of books, like people just that pass away just around me. I tend to inherit the books, and I don't always keep them. I sometimes try to find homes for them, or if like I run across somebody and one of the books just all of a sudden says, I believe I belong with them," I listen.
That's cool. Yeah. No, I've done similar things. I think giving books is a lot of fun. I've done that a lot over the years. Although I have more often just bought extra copies and given them to people. But
I've done that
I've
too.
also picked up things, you know, like see them use. Oh, this is definitely yours. Like this is something that somebody used to have. Yeah, that's really cool. I appreciate that a lot. It's very sweet.
Yes, sir. Well, that's all I had for you.
So
Well,
thank you so much, Aquarium Lover. So next up is Maggie, and then Cheddar, and then I also know Abdullah came up specifically for a question, I think. But Maggie, you're up next if you have a question. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of, well, hello, Dr. Liam and everybody. I I wasn't sure, like I was like listening, and then I got very interested because I get interested in the religion conversations. And
Mhm.
so then, as we progressed through the discussion, I wanted to like go back and kind of think about ancient beliefs,
Mhm.
and then how organized religions kind of changed those belief systems, and then how those belief systems also kind of changed the organized religion. So we get so many different sects of religion. And then how, I mean, I've been really fascinated uh, by the thought within the discussion of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and how they come to be in the region of Palestine. And so I think I'm thinking about that, and like a part of me wonders, and some people think I'm kind of crazy because I think like this, but I kind of like wondered.
Oh, I think your sound cut out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, now I can.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it said
Okay.
you said
Um,
I
so
wondered and
what
cut off.
I was kind of, oh, okay. Yeah, I was kind of wondering like how different um is the religion.
Oh, it
Okay,
cut again.
something's going on with my sound. Is that better?
It keeps like pulling up the little mute thing. So it's I don't know if it's I don't know if you're touching it or if it's just muting you automatically for something. It could be a TikTok
I had
issue.
to I had a phone call, so I had to stop it and then try to get out of that phone. I mean to,
Ah,
and anyways. So
okay.
so okay. Um so like I get curious as to how different, or is it different? You know, the how Judaism is practiced amongst the Palestinians versus throughout the world. How Christianity is practiced amongst the Palestinians versus around the world.
Mhm.
How Islam is practiced in in Palestine versus around the world. Like I kind of get really, because it, to me it's like that's the center, right? That's the center of
Right.
those three religions. And so I wonder like how different the belief is there, and
Mhm.
then as it went away from there.
Well, religions are always they're cultural. On some level, they come from a particular place and time, and they have a particular meaning to people, a particular understanding or interpretation because they naturally evolved there. When they move into different areas, they're going to interact with different pre-existing cultures, which means that because we're none of us receive new ideas passively. Everything that you hear and take in gets filtered through everything else you already know, all the other crap that's in your little meat computer here. So when new ideas enter into a particular cultural framework, they're going to take on slightly different forms. So in some ways, and this is obviously different if you're taking it in a very religious perspective, but Islam, for example, isn't a single thing. It is Islams because it is practiced wildly differently. Islam in Malaysia is not like Islam in Morocco. And even within individual countries, there can be significant variations in different areas, and they've changed a lot over time. So Islam has actually been practiced in some wildly different ways over the last 1,400 years in tons of different areas. And along the way, different people will argue that they have the right one. This is the correct one. Everyone else was wrong. There's only one true idea here. But the people in those other areas are going to have the same basic perspective. And even and it's difficult to get to a sense of like, well, is it one more authentic than the other? Because it's all a matter of the way that they're taken in. Every idea evolves in a particular place, but it often takes its recognizable shape outside of that and through the combination with other ideas. So the Islam that actually was being practiced in the time of the Prophet is really not the way it's come down to us, because a lot of other things flesh it out over the next few centuries. And this is true of Christianity, Judaism, everything, because they, especially ones that move and expand. So the way the earliest Christian communities in Palestine in the first century would have practiced their faith is as an apocalyptic sect within Judaism. They would have been practicing a form of Pharisaic Judaism that included a distinct savior cult concept, a distinct apocalyptic notion, a distinct role for Jesus within that. But it wouldn't look anything like the Christianity that develops by the time you get to the 5th century in the wider Hellenistic world. So what is there one that's more authentic or not? Because the Christianity that people know wouldn't be the one that people would have recognized in the first century. If you go back to the first century, you can see fantastic diversity. There were dualistic forms of Christianity where Jesus was the only true God and the God of the Jews was evil. There are Jewish forms of Christianity where to be Christian was to be fundamentally Jewish and to keep all the laws, but there was a savior to it. There are strictly monotheistic versions where Jesus was a prophet and understood as only symbolically adopted by God at his baptism in the Jordan, but was completely human. There are ones where Jesus has no origin story and no virgin birth because he's completely God and came down as an avatar as an adult. So the original communities, if you go back and look at the original texts that survive from these communities, they have wildly different beliefs. And it's only the ones that we know of. We have, in whole or in part, 19 different gospels and a whole bunch of other fragmentary materials that aren't gospels, but also just lay out very distinct theologies. And trying to pick and choose which is the right one is more a matter of faith than anything else. But anytime an idea moves around, it's going to change. Where they originally evolve, they reflect the specific circumstances of their time. So what are the challenges? So, for example, for the first century in Palestine, life under Roman occupation was causing a lot of people to question their faith, question their beliefs. Why be a good Jew? Because we're not independent anymore anyway. God has, cursed us somehow. What is the problem here? And people are looking for, here's why. And then, so there's all these people offering different ways to be a good Jew and to fit their circumstances into it. Christianity is one of those. So is what becomes Mandeism. So is what becomes a whole bunch of trends in Judaism, including the Pharisaic model that evolves into rabbinical Judaism. It was originally a reform movement trying to give people a new sense of purpose that responded to their specific circumstances historically, like the moment in which they lived. But there's also, in any of them, there's the longer term history, like what they build on, because no idea shows up out of a vacuum. It all comes from other places. So you can walk through the different stages. And I do this in my classes on ancient religion, where we walk through the different stages that helped to create what becomes the Judaism that developed in Palestine. Because it has its origins in Canaanite polytheism, with a significant amount of influence from Mesopotamian thought and Egyptian thought. And all these things keep mixing and merging and blending. And then there's Hellenistic thought that comes in. There's all kinds of things that come along. And out of that, eventually you end up with a particular monotheistic understanding of it. But it's not how it originally started. It built up incrementally over many, many centuries. And a lot of ancient religions did trend in similar directions. One of the reasons that we got Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in that area, as well as like Mandeism, Manichaeism, Valentinianism. There's a whole bunch of things like this, as well as the religious forms of Stoicism and Neoplatonism. Because there are monotheistic religious forms of both of those philosophies, and a whole bunch of the mystery cults, the Mithraic mysteries. They're all trending toward a more and more abstract understanding of God and a more monotheistic understanding of God, and away from a lot of the earlier polytheistic understandings. And people have historically thought that this meant a kind of maturation in the philosophy, that it made more sense to go in that direction. I think it actually is a response to particular historical forces, particular social circumstances that impelled people in those directions. And in some ways, it ends up being harmful, but that's more of a personal position on it. But the trend in that direction in that region, it's widespread, and it's happening at the same time in a whole bunch of different cultures, and they're all developing more and more monotheistic understandings. So there were Greek forms of monotheism as well as the ones that develop in Palestine, and over time, some of these ideas end up borrowing from each other and blending together too. So it's really a kind of a big topic that you're kind of like pointing to. So if there's a specific part of the whole thing that you want to talk about, but I mean, I could ramble for days on these things.
I know.
So I don't want to.
I just wanted to. I guess for me, one of the things that I always think about is how how religion is put on another person. And so I'm Lakota, and I've born and raised on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation.
Mhm.
And we have a strong, our history is in the colonialism, about church. And so my reservation, as they divided them up, was strongly the Roman Catholics.
Mhm.
They said that they would be the top Christian religion here, and then there are Episcopalians and Presbyterians and stuff, but the majority of us went to the Catholic Church. Next over the Rosebud Reservation, I believe the majority of them are Episcopalian, and so we get divided up that way.
Right.
And so whatever comes here in that belief of Christianity, like we develop a very disdainful taste for Catholicism, for Christianity, because of how it was represented to us. And so I think of things like that. And then I also think of how, being Lakota in our own belief system, we we have many, many people that come here to seek our belief system, and then they take it and they go somewhere else with it. And so, like, I see the change. So when they go over and take it to a different region of the United States and they practice it, it then changes to however they see fit that the system or our belief is supposed to work. And so then we see somebody practicing our belief over there, and they're not, like in our how we believe, like, you're just going to bring hardship on yourself because you're playing with our belief system. And so we think like that, and so when we're looking outward and we're seeing how our culture is being appropriated and taken and done. And so I was just doing I always think of this comparison and how we see things here on our reservation, our tribally, and then like looking at whatever it was over there for the Palestinians. Whenever this all started in their world, and then it kind of just spread out and took
Yeah.
up everybody else's beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. The so if you think about, I don't know, how would the people in the Church of James in Jerusalem have viewed Paul's mission? Well, we have actually sources talking about that. They weren't happy about it. There were significant splits, schisms, people arguing you're doing it wrong, you're doing the wrong thing, you're taking away from, the original beliefs. Yeah, there's always that kind of dynamic. I understand on the one hand, but I also have reservations with the whole idea of appropriation, because for me, I'll tend to reserve that term for when you're mocking something, or you're belittling it, you're using it as you're kind of like, I don't know, a cute little mascot or some kind of shit like that. So I get real problems with like that kind of trivialization of a culture. But when people take in a belief, I don't think about that as appropriation in the same way, because cultures have always hybridized. It's literally how change happens. People take in new ideas, and whenever they take in a new idea, it's going to be influenced by other things that they thought. So it's going to take a slightly different form. So with every religion, as it spreads from place to place, it takes on different shades because of what people believed. Over time, certain ideas will tend to predominate. They'll get written down in books, and those books will get carried to different areas, and then it will become like a standard. But even there, when that standard comes into a totally new area with people who don't have that religion, then you end up with new changes. So there's always a sense of criticism of that. You can see that in, for example, the way that tons of different Sufi movements have developed inside Islam, or tons of different heterodox movements that have branched out from it. Think about the Druzi or the Alawites or something. I mean, things, once you encounter a different set of ideas, you link into them. Oh, this is interesting here. It takes you in a different direction. And sometimes those ideas can come back into the mainstream and become a part of the larger faith, or sometimes they split and you end up with schisms. So how did Christianity come into existence? Well, it split off from Judaism because it starts as a sect of Judaism with a particular interpretation, but it became something very different. And in fact, it became dozens of different things. And out of that, they got together, they argued, they fought in these different councils, and they created certain orthodoxies. And whenever people didn't like losing one of those fights and the question for the quest for a Christian orthodoxy, oh, you declared me a heretic at the Council of Ephesus? Well, fuck you, I'm going to like splint off and create my own church. And this is how we end up with like the Armenian Apostolic Church and the Nestorians and the Assyrian Church of the East. A lot of the oldest churches do die out. Others did not. So there are still forms of Christianity with distinctly different approaches to, Christ and divinity and everything else here, that split off out of these earlier attempts to unify. Because it's always difficult. And one of the reasons it's difficult is that humans are different. We're different from each other culturally in different places, and we also differ from each other in terms of our own character, our own interests, our own personalities, other things that we know. So we're always going to interpret things slightly differently. And those can take people in very interesting and different directions, I think.
Right. And I mean, because it just goes all the way back to you guys' beginning conversation on diversity and what is diversity,
Yeah, exactly.
and because we're all humans, and diversity starts in our brain, right? And how we
Yeah,
perceive the world, and we
right.
learn and grow. The other thing was, you were talking about, oh, I wrote it down here. Now I forget. I didn't write it down very good. I just wrote down religion and science. And then how I wanted to, what you were talking about in religion and science, is like in North America, many, and I know around the world, many people have some form of star knowledge, right? Like there's a story, beginning story, or something about how you come from the stars,
Mhm.
or whatever.
Right.
Because my culture has that. My
Mhm.
culture says that Ea is who created everything, and from Eon then comes the earth, which we call Makah,
Mhm.
and energy, which is Wakia, So anyway, so we have our own stories in how we see in science, you know, from the thought of religion and science,
Right.
like how we perceive the world to have been created through a science lens. And something that I find real fascinating is a lot of times the elders in my community, like when science comes out with something, you know, like in quantum physics or something, they'll smile and say, "Yeah, we knew that already.
Hmm.
We knew that already.
Right.
And we were just waiting for you guys to prove us right." You know, and that's kind of one of the things that they will mock about science is like you have so many questions that you don't believe what's in front of you, and so you're going to go out and just continually ask these questions, and we'll just sit here and wait for you because we already understand what that answer is. And so go ahead and do that, and we'll say okay. And so the other one was all humans are created from stardust, or everything on this planet is created from stardust, and that's something that we've said.
Yep.
Our history says, our ancestors say, is that we come from the stars. Everybody comes from the stars, and so that kind of goes to ancient aliens and whatever. I mean, I get fascinated in that conversation too. But anyways, I don't want to take up too much more time. I just wanted to talk about that. It's a really interesting conversation. I want to thank you. Thank Erica for kind of pushing the conversation and topic. I also want to tell her that at one time I thought of going to get a degree in theology, and I did not do it because I found out that my interest was in the world of religions, and my understanding was the places that I was looking at, they only looked at the three religions. They didn't look worldly at how belief systems are started. And so then I didn't go get a theology degree. So, anyways.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of theology
I'll just
programs
add
do like that. Yeah.
I'll just add to that. Yeah, I don't recommend spending six figures on a graduate degree in religious studies in seminary. The seminary that I went to was very heavy in Buddhism. And there's a whole bunch of things there, but it's very, very heavy on Hinduism and Buddhism. And yeah, I mean, an MDiv is also different than just an MA. But yeah, I'm right with you. I was pretty deconstructed from my Christianity, very intense. And then, like, through seminary, kind of worked through it more. And now I have, like, deconstructed my theology degree and, like, where we land here. And thank you for the validation. Validation works very well with me. And yeah, appreciate it. And yeah, thank
Okay,
you,
I
Ian,
will drop
always.
down now so
I
somebody else
appreciate.
can come up.
Oh, there's uh yeah, there's like a couple of quick thoughts for Maggie's points there, because yeah, a lot of religions have that kind of cosmic origin idea. I mean, so a lot of people are familiar with some of the more famous ancient Egyptian gods, right? So we'll talk about, oh yeah, Osiris and Amun-Ra, all that kind of, people are familiar with those. But we tend to forget that the oldest gods are ones associated with things like formlessness and darkness. They're forces, like an absence of something, and then something comes out of that nothingness, that out of that chaos and formlessness. But you start with those embodiments of chaos and formlessness and darkness, and then things start coming into existence, and that kind of tracks with like a big bang into an existence, and all kinds of ways
Buddhism.
to do that. But the way I tend to look at those is less in the way of validating a particular system, and more in the sense that humans can often intuit certain things about the world because we're part of it. We're a part of nature. And so we can come up with interesting ways of understanding that relationship. And where they all kind of get to be problematic is in the specifics. So if we can look past some of the specifics and look at the things that we all had in common, that all these different traditions are kind of pointing to, there are certain commonalities. I don't know which religions tell you it's a good thing to unalive people, because I don't know any. Like they all have certain things that come out of our own relationship to nature. There's certain elements of the moral codes, as well as certain elements of our intuition that that can point us in certain directions. And to me, that again points to a certain oneness among humans that we can capitalize on to get past some of our differences and stop hating on each other, right? To see that, hey, we have more in common than not, and maybe we should focus on that.
So thank you so much, for your response, and for Maggie for asking that wonderful question. Now, Cheddar is up next, and after Cheddar, we will have Abdullah. So, Cheddar, if you have a question, you may.
Oh, no question. I just wanted to touch back on what we were talking about earlier with religion and science, and as a very science-minded individual who also is religious, when science comes out with a new discovery or something like that, and then it's a repeatedly verifiable finding, I have to accept that as it is, like with evolution, right? There's mountains and mountains. There's Himalaya worth of evidence for evolution. And they say, well, what about Adam? Like, okay, well, we can still take Adam, but why not also come? This is just me speaking for me and my own brain. It's like, why not wonder if if people hadn't evolved and Adam was still created? Well, he's the first man, etc., etc. Okay, well, I can wrestle with those ideas in the future, but these are again just ramblings from a very tired individual. But like with heliocentric theory, right? We don't the sun doesn't revolve around us. We revolve around the sun. And the germ theory of diseases aren't caused by bad spirits or anything like that. They're germs and disease. So we have to accept these things. And from my own perspective, it would be great to see more religions start to accept that rather than see it as a threat. Because you see, if you can see religion science as like a way to explain the creation, so to speak, right? Mm-hmm. Like a Catholic priest formulated the idea for the Big Bang. It didn't just mysteriously appear. A religious man postulated that theory and has since then been all but it's been essentially proven, as we can see through observation. Mm-hmm. So that's where I come from, is that we shouldn't see religion or science as an enemy of religion, but as a companion to it and a way to explain it. I'm sorry, if scientific discoveries conflict with the religious beliefs, to me, I have to accept what science is able to prove. If it's proven wrong, that's okay, great. But again, as someone with a religion, unfortunately, religion hasn't been able to replace any scientific explanation of our universe. But you also have to be aware of the God of the gaps argument. This wasn't proven, therefore God. Like, well, we don't know that yet. You can believe it all you want, and I won't harp on anybody for it. But it's not a scientific explanation in a sense that it's been tested and proven. It's a way to reason and explain, sure, but until it can be affirmed with evidence or proof, you have to be it as it is and say, well, you can't prove God exists. You're right, I can't, but I can believe it. And there's nothing wrong with believing either. Like, I can believe Russell's teapot, right? I mean, Liam knows, I can't prove that there's, a teapot floating around, but, you can't. There's a lot. So, I mean, I'm still wrestling with a lot of things of being, an agnostic atheist for 25 years and then coming to religion. So, there's questions that we have, but my main point is this, is that, again, religion doesn't have to be an enemy to science and vice versa. And, Islam was the golden standard for scientific discovery for what, like 1,000 years or something to that effect. Maybe whatever.
A few centuries, but yeah.
Few centuries. I mean, the medical advancements and scientific advancements. I mean, math, medical instruments, universities, hospitals, the glasses that Liam and I both wear. These are all discoveries, from Islamic universities and Islamic centers of learning. And unfortunately, that's gone downhill since then. Hopefully, that can come back up. But it just goes to prove that religion and science can absolutely come together.
Yeah, and how do they work together too? The reason that the Muslim world was so interested in science for a while was because they were also actively philosophers. So you had that spirit of inquiry. The approach to Islam that predominated at the time that science was so significant in the Muslim world was a much more abstract understanding of God, and much more open to, well, God has revealed himself in different ways at different times in ways that we can understand it, but there's a kind of commonality in all the peoples of the world and all these different religions. And instead of imposing a strict vision on it, it kind of took God out of our own kind of narrow tribal views. The God that predominated for a lot of those philosophers is in some ways closer to Aristotle's God. And that made it easier for them to be sincere believing Muslims and also scientists. So it's the more we recover that spirit of philosophy, I think the more that you see that. But that's one of the reasons that I don't separate religion, philosophy, and science. They're all interconnected magisterium, and they can strengthen each other. And when we cut them apart from each other, when we try to oppose one or the other, what we're doing is we're weakening them. This is one of the reasons I think I worry that a lot of religions weaken themselves by cutting themselves off from science and philosophy.
Oh, I agree. And we see just here in the United States with this major rage against science. I mean, with the oh God, sorry, I'm tired. Let's just take evolution because that's a fan favorite. We see the anti-evolution in schools and trying to teach that, oh, it never happened. There's no evidence. Like, I'm sorry, but you could just type in Google evidence of evolution, and there's, dozens and thousands of pages. Personally, my favorite is evolution.berkeley.edu. That's my favorite. And you can see, well, there's no evidence of micro or macroevolution. Well, there is. You have to pull up the evidence for it. Or microevolution. There was moths, I believe, in the Industrial Revolution. I think you know what I mean. They're like snow moths or something like that.
Yeah, the black and white because being up against the trees. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, because the coal was, it was getting on the trees, so bugs were eating the white ones and leaving the black ones, and then it kind of evolved to be more black. But yeah, it's just simple things like that. And to me, what I say is like, wow, look at the power of God, things like that. Like, instead of using such human understanding of what the power is, like, the power is greater than we can even imagine. That's what I try to tell people is like, hey, instead, don't reject it. Just use it as a sense, like, God is more powerful than you can imagine. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, that I so relate to that last line, because one of the biggest problems I have with a lot of the way that we conceive of different religions here is I think that they limit the God concept too much. I don't want a God that can get jealous and angry at people. It makes that God essentially human. Maybe you've taken away the sense of them having a human form or statues, but you're projecting your characteristics onto something that should be far greater than us. Something that could create a universe as big as this one with 400 billion galaxies with which 1 to 400 billion stars in them, and you want a God that's going to get angry because you made the wrong kind of image or something, or I don't know. To me, it limits something. There's a lot of beauty in the way that we practice the religions, but I think that a lot of the theological part, the way that we conceive of God, is still too limited.
No, that's exactly, and that's the issue that I take with a lot of the religious folks around the world, and that's no one in particular, is that they put such human limits on the understanding of what this in like infinitely powerful deity is and what he can do. Like look at the size of the universe, just the scope. I mean, it'd take thousands and thousands of lifetimes just to reach the nearest star. So when you look at something like that, you say, well, if he can create all this, why can't he look at atoms and muons and things like that? Why can't he do those things? Or set evolution in place with just a single touch of a drop of water, things like that. I don't know. It's just expand the horizons of our understanding, and don't fight what has been scientifically proven.
Yeah.
And you say, well, God controls science. Okay, well then he also can control the outcome that says this is true, and this is a fact. That's just what I believe. But,
Yeah,
I'm always willing to take flack and be argued with it, but from a basic standpoint, as I started with, I have to accept what science is able to prove.
It's honestly funny the degree to which you are walking the same sort of territory that I explored in my dissertation. Because I was following along with a few points raised by Nietzsche in his project. It's just as this is one of the things where all these edgy teens around the world are like, oh, Nietzsche's a nihilist and all this crap, and he killed God. And now, actually, Nietzsche thought the death of God was a tragedy. He thought that it was something problematic and that it would lead to nihilism, and that nihilism was itself a problem, because he recognized something anthropologically, that we need some kind of purpose, of meaning. But the problem is that with the rise of modern sciences, and you can see this spreading across the 19th century, more and more people are studying biology and astronomy and everything else, and it's pushing them away from the traditional religions because the religions weren't adapting. And what he was saying is that what we need is to come up with a religious sensibility that is not in conflict with science. Certain ideas that we can hold to that give us a sense of meaning and purpose and religion, but that can't be easily, that the scientific discoveries aren't going to just destroy because they'll contradict it. But realistically, when he's talking, the whole death of God thing is massively misunderstood, because he's saying this is a problem we have to address. The fact that people are losing faith in God because science is saying that this part of the religion is a problem, and people are just walking away from it instead of letting the religions evolve with our understanding of the universe. And that's really realistically what used to happen in most of antiquity. Before the rise of scriptural religions, when new evidence came along, the myths themselves evolved. They changed. They took on new characteristics. So when we started locking things in, and saying this cannot change, this is the only interpretation, then what happens when something new is discovered that breaks that? You create certain problems. So but it's interesting that you're kind of pointing in the same direction for something I spent years, looking through and kind of following all these different rabbit holes for it.
Well, again, I mean, I was an agnostic atheist for 25 years, and I didn't believe, but I always wondered, what if? Because God hasn't been disproven. He hasn't been proven, but again, it's such a strong, like, ingrained thing in humanity to have a faith of some sort. And while there are communities out there that have absolutely zero God concept whatsoever, particularly some certain tribes scattered throughout the world. But for the most part, religious belief or acceptance, it's ingrained in each of us. It's just, what do we do with it as we grow?
And there's two very different ways you can take that too. You can take the materialist position and say, well, God is a consequence of our neurology, and we create him to suit our needs. Or you can say the reason we have a yearning for a God is that God put it there because there is a God at the center of all things. And there is also a way of looking, again, this is why I don't like the limitation on the concept of God, because if you make the God concept a lot more abstract, something that really could create an entire universe, then you can't disprove it scientifically. You can't prove a negative. It's nonsensical. So you can actually say God exists, but what you can say is a specific interpretation of God makes no sense. A specific action of a particular God doesn't make sense. There's tons of ways that science, history, archaeology have disproven specific things people have believed. But the idea of God is impossible to disprove in any scientific way. Because if something is outside of the universe and has created the universe itself, science can't talk about anything outside the universe. It's literally outside of our scope. It's beyond the phenomenal realm. We can only talk about what's inside. We can theorize about a multiverse. We could theorize that the Big Bang was us bubbling out of another universe. Well, we can't ever see it. We'll never be able to look at it. It's physically impossible. So God could be there and has created the whole thing. And to me, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. This is why, for me, Spinoza's God makes sense. There's a sense in which if you take the God concept and make it bigger than us, then religion works in that way. But the more human you make it, it's funny. Like we're gets to the section we're sitting in, and somebody much earlier today brought up Hegel. So we've got all these post-Hegelians here. The title is funny. It wouldn't make sense, but it fits his context. But the essence of Christianity is actually not about Christianity at all. But it's somebody writing in Christian Germany. He's one of the left Hegelians, kind of like following off after Hegel. And what he does in this book, it's actually more a work of anthropology than history, because what he's doing is showing how we made God in our image. We fashioned a God that made sense to us. But God is bigger than us. If for a God concept to really work and to be sustainable in a scientific world, it has to be bigger than we are. And as long as we make the God like us, we're limiting that concept. We're losing something. And most of our older religions are all reflections in some way of who we are and our understanding and our conception of God. Like based on our lives. We give it our character traits, our personalities. But I don't want God to have my personality. I don't want my God to get like super angry and triggered over something. I would hope that God would be better than me. But a lot of our religions historically haven't been, So understanding that, I think, can kind of liberate us in a sense. And it takes us back to a point where religion, philosophy, and science are not actually oppositional. But oftentimes the way that we take them are opposed. And that I think is a problem we do have to deal with. That's something I actually agree with Nietzsche in the sense that there is a problem in the way that we do it now, but there's no necessary conflict between these three things.
Oh, I thought yeah, and again, this is all in my mind here. It's that in addition to the human limits, it's also the rigidity of you must understand as I understand, or your understanding is wrong. Even among the non-believing society, there's huge ideological issues with ideological purity, and as even in intra-religious beliefs, we see these, like as you discussed earlier, the different schisms and sects within Christianity and Islam and Judaism. Like it seems immediately after these were formed, there were already schisms forming, unfortunately, and we could all have like with the Sunnis and Shias, right? That just from my example, one side believes that they're correct, the other side believes that they're correct, and unfortunately, or I should say, fortunately, there's a common belief, but then they just go separate ways in different ways, and it's unfortunate. And as you had said, we're never going to get rid of religion, and we're never going to get rid of science. So we have to at least try and make them work together, or at least have the understanding. And if we can't have some understanding or compromise, to at least say, okay, that's you, this is me. Have everyone do their own thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and so often, and it's nice that you bring up those two, the Shi'i and the Sunni. They have so much more in common than their differences, but people will get hung up on the small differences, and you attack each other for it. And it's gotten to the point where, because the historical circumstances, the lived reality you're in, matter so much more to what you do and how you practice your religion than the beliefs themselves do. Because Sunnis and Shias lived next to each other for hundreds of years without needing to put dynamite in each other's mosques. But that's happening now a lot, and it shouldn't be. But but in certain areas where the social fabric is collapsed, and you've dealt with wars and corrupt governments and everything else, and people cling much more tightly to some kind of they need a certainty in the world, in a much more uncertain world. It's one of the reasons you ended up with a lot of apocalyptic faiths in the first century. The chaos of that world caused people to look for some kind of certain future. And people are clinging so much more tightly to their idea being right that it's leading to violence. If we can calm the world the fuck down, if we can solve things like poverty and war and get people to get along better, then all of our different religious differences won't matter as much, and we can actually focus on those things we do have in common. But so there's interesting ways in which the circumstances of the world really do have a huge impact on how religion is expressed. And one of the sad things is when people point to, and I get this a lot, and I always want to punch people that are attacking, I don't know, so Muslims, Islamists, whatever, they're inherently violent, they're gonna they're invading Europe and they're gonna kill everybody. And what the fuck are you talking about? Muslims have been in Europe for 1,000 years, there are specific factors that are driving people in certain areas to express violence, but that's true everywhere in the world. It's the circumstances that matter so much more. The religions are never the problem. But certain approaches to religion can lend themselves more easily to violence. But all of them can be twisted in that way. They all can be. But the more we can focus on those commonalities, the easier off we'll be, I think.
And look at and that's not exclusive to religions as well. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
A while ago, we were in the comments talking about atheism. I mean, look what Stalinist atheism brought, or Pol Pot.
The Yazis.
I mean, or the Yazis, exactly. I mean, Stalin went to seminary, but yet he swapped the religion for the state, and the state became the religion. It's
Marxist Leninism. Dialectical materialism can be understood as a religion. If you're thinking, again, from my perspective, and somebody earlier, I thought it was really cute. Somebody in the comments said, Liam, you sound like an anthropologist. And I thought it was really cute because my dissertation advisor has called me a historical anthropologist. It fits a lot of what I do. And it kind of does. But this whole sense, if you kind of, I don't know, gosh, it's so interesting when you see how these things relate to each other, I mean, all these different pieces fit together. I mean, we can so twist these things in really terrible ways. Our philosophies are just as destructive as religions are. It's not the philosophy or the religion that's a problem, it's the way they're used and the circumstances around you. So getting rid of religion, this is why Dawkins is an idiot. Getting rid of religion solves nothing at all, because we'll immediately replace it with something else. And dialectical materialism, in historical anthropological terms, should be understood in religious ways because it becomes very dogmatic. Look at the way that the Soviets had to reject Darwinian evolution. Even though by the 1940s, it was like demonstrably accurate. Like there was irrefutable physical evidence of it, so much so that the Catholic fucking Church accepted it in the 1940s, and the Stalinist Soviet Union could not, and they had to come up with their whole Lysenkoist bullshit because it didn't fit their dogma. You know, but that doesn't mean socialism is a problem. It means a particular understanding of it went haywire, you know, and we can find ways around all of those, you know. It's any of these individual ideas, any of these individual philosophies can be made to work better, or they can be led in very toxic directions that start othering people and, you know, cutting out ideas and saying this is the one and only truth, and then you're just kind of fucked.
Right.
Can I say something
earlier? So,
Liam?
Hi.
Hi.
User,
No,
user, let's wait for just a second. Dharma is
No,
moderating,
Okay.
and so user, let's just
Okay.
wait for a second.
So, Professor, if you'd like to take a comfort break right now, just for a minute to reload your water, your hot
Yep.
chocolate, bathroom break, that type of thing, so that we can all maybe just reset for a
I'll
second.
do all those.
Yeah. Just
I'll run
reset
the
for a
loo,
second.
get some water. In fact, let's see. It's getting a little later. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get another drink too. Okay. Fun question for the chat. Or anybody who wants to throw in here. So, Ireland, Scotland, Utah, or Kentucky? Pick one.
Ireland.
Are we talking about vacation? Because Utah is within driving distance of
I
me.
can
So if
Ireland.
this gets
tell
you
you
within
what
driving
it's
distance
for,
of me, this
but
this would
someone
I know where
drastically
this is
change my
going.
opinion.
I know where this is going.
Ireland, Scotland, Kentucky,
I
or
know where
Utah.
this is going.
Where
Ireland.
Ireland.
are we going?
Ireland.
Scotland.
Okay, so there's
Scotland.
2 votes in the chat for Scotland.
Ireland.
3
Ireland.
Ireland. Okay, so another R. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get something Irish. I'll be back.
Okay, y'all. So
I knew. I knew
I
it.
just got it. I just got it, Dharma. Oh my gosh.
I
User,
knew.
can you
That's
go
why I
on?
said
We'll
I knew it.
introduce you in a second, user.
Okay,
No
so
problem. No
like
problem.
Cheddar was so amazing with that question. It was going, you know, that whole religion and science thing. You and I are spot on with that, Ched. After you, Ched, there will be Abdullah, because he's been waiting for a good long time, and we've watched him sort of, you know, have his iftar. We've watched him, you know, doing a bit of his prayers, and so then after Cheddar has done, then it's Abdullah, and then it's user X. Because, like, you know, we take turns. We don't just interject. We don't just.
Sounds good.
So thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, and both Dharma and I are doing some tag teaming, moderating, and
Yes.
yeah, oh my gosh, that is hilarious. I didn't know exactly what we were talking about, so
I
as soon as he
knew
says
because
Utah, and I'm like, if this is bringing you within driving distance of me, then that's gonna drastically change my vote. But now that I know what we were voting on,
yes,
that's so funny.
you know, the
But
replenishments. Because I knew Windsor was like, you know, he lifted his glass, and when he said Irish, Scottish, I was like, I know where this is going. Didn't you? Didn't
yeah,
you see?
yeah.
Didn't you see? Didn't you catch it? No.
Well,
You know,
okay,
it
so
was
one thing that when don't let the makeup fool you. I or any of my background fool you. I'm often confused and I like being in rooms with people who are much, much smarter than me. So that's why I'm often
look at Sir
here. So
eavesdropping.
it's okay, Dharma, to like explain the joke to me or Cheddar, like any of the friends in here, because like if I look confused, first of all, I'm solo parenting over here and juggling and doing all the things. So like my brain's all over the place and ADD, and it's okay to explain jokes to me. So now
Look
that
at
I
Sir
know that
eavesdropping
what we
here.
were
Look at him.
voting on.
Solo doesn't want to miss a
The
thing.
nice thing about that too, because I have a thing about I won't drink alone. I will never never mix anything if I'm by myself. But there's 103 people in the room with me. That seems like a party to me, so I have an excuse.
Oh,
Otherwise, I won't
Doc,
do it.
we spent New
So it's-
Year's. There's a
so you-
lot of people in this
Yeah.
room that we all spent New Year's together.
Not
Right,
here
So
so
to
you-
condone this.
What was that?
I said I am not here to condone this.
I have, if it makes it any
fair.
easier
Fair.
for you, I don't drink for the effect. It takes a lot. I mean, okay, so they wanted me to dance at my brother's wedding reception, and it took 17 mixed drinks to get me to do it. It takes a lot to have any real effect on me. I enjoy the mixology of it and whatnot here. So, but even there, still, I've known a number of alcoholics and people who become dependent upon it. So I will never drink alone. It feels cringy to me. Like it feels like you're. So anyway, it's an excuse for for one thing.
Yes.
So I will.
Yeah, finish your self-care, and I'll just make a quick note on that too of like, yeah, definitely like the keeping a close eye on the things that we use to numb or escape, and the mind itself is addictive and patterns, and there's very healthy addictions that we can have, and there are very unhealthy addictions
When we let
that
them
we can
control
have.
us.
Things
This-
that
yeah.
that are helpful, like
Right.
being addicted to yoga or being addicted to things that actually help us become more kind, empathetic humans. Those are really positive addictions.
For sure.
Things that, like
I'm addicted to cats.
yeah, fair.
Addiction. We're all addicted here, most of us.
Well, I think it's the pattern, like it's just the mind, right? The mind works in patterns. Like, so, Julia, I know that we want to welcome you, but do you have we're just hanging out while Liam is getting his things.
Well, good evening, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want.
brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Cheddar. I'm so happy to see you. I just did my Maghrib prayer. I'm going to go in to eat as soon as I can. And I'm in town running errands after work. But so me and my son, I'm just waiting to be able to say a couple of things and then go and eat. I haven't eaten
To break fast, I assume. I assume you've been waiting patiently to break fast.
I mean, yeah, I break fast with like a small thing like a date and something to drink, and then I pray. But my meal comes later. I'm not going to do my meal while I'm live.
I keep forgetting how far behind in time you are. I'm laying in bed ready to go.
What are you on the West Coast or where?
I'm in Wisconsin. I'm 2 hours ahead of you.
Yeah. You're way ahead. Even people who were in like California, if you're in South Cal, you have the sundown way before I do. You're gonna be, I'm in the north. It stays up late, long time up here.
Where are you?
At the border of Canada, Washington.
And what can I ask what time? Oh, okay, in Washington. So that's
Washington,
the time zone. Okay.
Yeah, 3 hours ahead of.
Yeah, I think that's what's so interesting with this like global interconnection is that like my East Coast friends, or I don't even know what time is it for you, Dharma? You just woke up. That
Me?
like even on the East Coast or across the world, that it's like, oh, they're having dinner or waking up when it's like 5 or 6 a.m. my time. So what time is it for you, Dharma?
Here in Cape Town, South Africa, it's almost time for sahur. It's like 4:32 in the morning.
MashaAllah.
When I'm telling you, I literally had to. I told Sir before he was going to come to the live. I said to him,
You
"I am
woke
going to
up
take a nap
to join
because
us.
I can't anymore." And then he literally just a minute after he sent the, come to the live. I just woke up. I'm like, dude, I just woke up. Oh,
Dharma, you are a gem, and like thank you for being up at all hours of the night to join us. And I appreciate you so much. I appreciate the tag teaming and
it's also
appreciate
just
you.
that
I can't believe
consciously-
it's 4:30 in the morning for you.
It's 4:30 in the morning, and so yeah, it will be Solar time at like 4 to 6. So Yeah. So I'll be waiting for them. But the thing is, it's just that so much of the Palestine aid work happens all over the world. So you're up at different hours to have meetings with different people. So you've got to be at the ready, and so you plan your time. And so that's why this. And professors' lives are Professor's Live is the place where you come to learn things and where open-minded conversations take place and where there's not debating, people screaming and shouting over each other, and you learn stuff, and it's multicultural, and so you have the Jewish perspective and the agnostic perspective and the atheist perspective and the Muslim perspective. It is so mind-broadening and spiritually enlightening to get other people's perspectives where they're not shouting over you, because as soon as people start getting loud, I stop listening. So it's
Yep.
important for people to come around spaces like this so that you dismantle your own I don't know, prejudices, I think, and so that you dismantle your own ignorance and you can see other people's perspectives. And then you realize just how very similar we are instead of being, how different we are. And you dismantle that conflict mindset. And that's very important. So that's why I will wake up to be in spaces like this, because you learn. You learn.
You are amazing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw Annie just saying that she loves you, and I will second that and just say,
Listen, I'm such a fan of Annie's.
yeah,
Believe me.
I hear that. And I think just one comment on that too, of like the brain and humans can only learn and grow where we feel safe, right? Like, because when we don't feel safe, what we naturally do is defend, deflect. We
Yes,
double
that's it.
down on exactly like full round. We double down on our beliefs to reduce cognitive dissonance. So that's the book that I was referencing earlier, and I didn't quite finish that thought. It doesn't matter if we come back or not, but those two PhD social psychologists that really look at this from not only an interpersonal, but an intrapersonal and a global perspective of to reduce cognitive dissonance, we double down on our beliefs. And I just think that that's really important, that we only grow and the brain is really only capable of creating new neural contacts when we feel safe. And Dama,
That's it.
I'm like you. When people start yelling at me and like disrespecting
That's
me,
it.
like I'm not gonna feel safe. I'm not gonna learn in that space. And that's
I,
why Liam is such an amazing teacher, is because
that's
he creates a feeling of safety. And I only want to support that, and like all the love to you. She wakes up at like 3 a.m., Liam. She wakes up at 3 a.m. to be joining us and be doing this. Like we absolutely like yes to Annie, yes to like Kali and
it's so important. It's in a time where there's so much information out there, but people still don't have a way to glean knowledge. You have to grab onto spaces where you feel safe to learn in. And Professor Liam has this very humanistic way of teaching, very emotive way. He often says, well, I don't know, I'm just, sharing my mind with the world. But he has this very emotive way of teaching that opens your mind because your heart is open.
You're not sure.
And so that's very important, so that's why I say, people should wake up for this kind of education, and so I do.
100%. Well, you are so appreciated. Um,
Well, so are you,
yeah, and
everybody here.
welcome back, Doc and Socrates. Socrates is making a
Trying to find safe
appearance now. We've
places
had Minerva,
because
and
his fat ass knocks things over.
And I think Abdullah, we were just talking, Doc, that Abdullah, I think he was talking about how he breaks his fast with a date, I believe, and
Yeah,
then he's about to go have
actually,
dinner. So he's
have a
been
real
very
dinner.
patiently waiting.
Right.
But
Oh,
Inshallah.
oh,
yeah,
so you've only had a date?
Yeah.
Bro, eat. Eat.
Yo, bro, it's okay. It's already been like 16 hours. It's fine. Alhamdulillah for everything. At least I had a date. People in Rafah don't have anything. People in northern Gaza aren't having anything. I have time to rest. They're not getting a chance to breathe. May Allah ease their hardship. And I mean, so I guess I just want to make a couple of statements. And maybe not even real questions, because I would like to ask questions, but that means that I actually have to be here for the answer, and I'm not going to be here. So I'm going to go eat.
He records it.
My son is actually being very, very patient with me. And
doesn't it make sense to go eat and come back? You know, like it might take you half an hour. That makes more sense, because otherwise, you know, you're going to get...
Hold on, user.
Say a few things, go eat and come back. I'll be here.
Yeah, appreciate, and we don't know Liam's timing. I know that he was tired a little bit earlier, but I don't know. Yeah, it's all your stage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I may come back later, but the reality is I just want to say a couple of things that I've been listening for like an hour or so, or something like that. Probably over that. I was going to say some things, and then I forgot, 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 and I forgot some other stuff. But I did remember a couple of things. When you were mentioning, Justin, I'll work backwards because this was mentioned more recently. You were mentioning, the universe and its creation, and you were talking about how if there's something outside of the universe, it's all theoretical. If there's something prior to the universe, it would all be theoretical. We can't actually use our science of the universe to study what is out there because it's outside of this, which is very amazing, because it's actually something that I use Islamically, because we have a part of the Quran. I think every Muslim knows this chapter. Cheddar might not, but that's because he just became Muslim. Alhamdulillah. But anybody who's been a Muslim for a few years at least knows this chapter. And it's Ikhlas. And he might even know the chapter. I've been amazed by new Muslims. Left, right, and center. And it says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Kul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yulid, wa lam yulad, wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Now, in meaning, I said it in Arabic because it's Arabic. But in meaning, say he is the one. Say he is Allah the one. The absolute and eternal, whom all need to exist, but he needs nothing for existence. He relies on nothing, but all rely on him. He begets not, nor is he begotten, and there is nothing alike or comparable unto him. Those things right there, that summary of a statement, really, I feel, says a lot of what you were saying, not about God, but about if there is a God. We as Muslims believe he's outside of the universe, so we could never compare anything inside the universe to God himself. If you put an image to it, it would be like, I don't know, saying I'm ones and zeros. I'm not ones and zeros. That's the picture you're looking at. Right. Exactly. These are pixels too, and etc. That was one thing I wanted to make mention of, and I loved it. So that's why I was like in the deal.
That's beautiful, and I've used that in the same ways, because there's ways in which it's the way it's framed is it's a critique of Christianity, because Islam is arising in a Christian context, and it's talking about, you're this whole God is taking on a form or whatever. Well, no, we don't want that. And but it takes it to a point where it takes God so far above the universe that it actually opened up the door to all those philosophical approaches to Islam in the Middle Ages, right? That made that science possible. So this is one of the things that it is a genuinely good fundamental part of Islam. So I'm glad you raised that one. It's a great chapter.
And I guess I also wanted to talk for a split second about my understanding of evolution and Islam. Evolution in Islam, I never found any real, like for on the whole, evolution. One of the attributes of God is the creator who changes his creation. And others have interpreted this to be evolution, the evolver, the one who creates evolution. So, and it's al-Bari, if anyone wants to know, al-Bari. And some have interpreted just as the creator, but there's details to the meaning, because there's other words that mean creator, and they have details in how he's creating. This one is the creator of change. And it's very interesting because when I think about it, we have no timeline. Like we don't have a 6,000 years or whatever it is in the
right. They made that up. Yeah, exactly.
We don't have that at all. It was left out. Like, no, we don't. Those things, we don't need it. And that left
those aren't in the Bible either. They just made that up much later.
Yeah, they just put it together in their heads and said, oh, there must be this much time if he lived this long and he lived this long. Yeah. Eventually they had 6,000 years. Or it's just under 6,000 years. But so we don't have that idea, not even in like lengths of lives or anything like that. But what was I going to say about it? Darn it. Oh, yeah. So evolution is just fine Islamically. I've heard scholars say this repetitively. Evolution is fine. The only thing a Muslim has to stick to without evolution is because there's absolute description in the Quran of God placing humanity on earth, placing the first human here and the first two humans, placing us here from another place, taking us, we messed up, and put us here. We have to accept that we didn't evolve here on earth. And that's what Muslims, that's where we stop and draw the line. Say, well, if God's able to create the whole of the universe, he can also create a human being that looks just like everything else on this planet, fully fit for this planet. And if he's capable of creating the whole of the universe, I think he's well capable of doing that. So I accept it.
That's cool.
I believe in it.
I've heard a lot of things similar to that too. The issue that I have with those, and it's actually common to the three Abrahamic faiths, is from my perspective, it's one of the errors of this approach to it, because what it does is it separates humans from the rest of nature. Because, and for me, I think that has had really destructive effects on the world. That ultimately it's helped us to destroy our environments, to treat other species like trash, to unalive tons of animals, to use them for our own benefit. The way that we do industrial farming, for example, is horrific. But for me, because I think of humans evolving here, to me, the difference between me and all these other species is one of degree and not of kind. I don't think of humans as somehow special and different. I think of us as a variety of a single larger totality. So for me, the way I could approach it as a creator God would be all of nature together, and that's the beauty of that creation. You know, it's the separation of humans from nature that to me ends up being problematic about it. And that's a harder one to resolve within those religions, but it has been done. There are ways to do it. But that particular solution, I can't work with, but I can respect still. But to me, what it does, by separating humans from nature, I think that it does cause a lot of other harm.
Well, I guess I'll just end with fantastic talking to you. I just listened to your deal on YouTube. It must have came out a couple of days ago. You had a talk with a lawyer.
That was yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday. I watched it last night. Very nice. Good job. Fun. And on the note that you just mentioned, Islam, we just have barrier. Like, we're not supposed to harm a leaf if we don't need that leaf. We don't kill an animal if we don't need that animal, and that's rules. Those are rules.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if you follow these rules, then we act like a passerby. The Prophet, peace must be upon him, said, they wanted to give him a blanket, not a blanket. He got up and he had marks all over his body from the mat he was laying on. He had all these marks creased into him, and they said, "You have these marks on you. We can give you an actual bed." And he says, "What do I need a bed for? We are just passers-by. We are travelers. Our destination is here. This is where we came from, and we're just taking rest under a tree. Don't make this your home. Don't make this your home. It is just a means to be able to get to your next destination. Take rest during the heat of the day. This is our moment here. We're not staying here forever, but treat it well. We will be judged by how we treat this tree while we pass by. So leave it good for the next passerby."
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, and again, there are ways to do that. So you kind of come to the same place, but in a different way. So yeah, it works. You know, it's still good stuff. You know, so as long as we can agree on that kind of
Yeah,
stuff,
absolutely.
I'm
What it's all
super happy
about.
with that.
That's what it's all about. Actually, I've had some of my best. And what I don't know. My buddy Rye, he's. I think you're an anarchist, right? I just realized that, right? And I
Yeah.
learned about anarchism through my buddy Rye Fogel, who is probably the only Jewish person I know in real life, because I live in a small town. I'm sorry, it's not my fault. He's also an anarchist, and he was explaining it to me, and it's really amazing. He actually says that the Kurds in North Africa, in North Iraq, kind of have a system of anarchy working for them. And he was trying to explain it how they're actually making it work. Anyway,
do you mean in Syria, in Rojava?
Yeah.
No, in the mountains in northeastern Syria, yeah, the Rojava has it's sort of anarchistic. You know, that there's a number of other influences in it, but yeah, it's worked quite well for quite a while.
Very interesting, yeah, and it's really interesting. I love talking to him. I love talking to you. Good talking. Take care. I'm gonna go get some food in me, and I might see you later. Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and have a good night. Shalom.
Walaikum salam. Love you.
Yeah, thank you. Please get some food. And Dharma, I don't want to I don't want to take over, but I do want to I know user is next and user, this is your time. We did see down in the chat that you were saying that there is no evolution and that people need to Google evolution. So Liam and Chet and people in the room. Let's welcome user and
this is a
hi.
warning.
And then
This could
after
be a
this, and then after this, we will welcome our friend Meg and yeah, Dharma's doing such a good job of getting some of the questions in the chat. But welcome, user. I think that you're going to have a little bit of a difficult time, but welcome, and we'll see how this goes.
In the chat,
I'm not gonna talk about that. That's not why I'm here.
Okay.
But you did say. I'm sorry, but you did tell people in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, you did tell people in the chat
That's
to Google evolution.
I'll talk about it just a little bit, but I don't want to take the whole subject for that one. You know, I
think that's great. I think you're sitting. So I have 2 degrees in biochemistry and molecular biology and chemistry, and then we also have Professor Liam, who's much smarter than me in some of these areas. But like you did tell some of our friends in the chat to Google evolution. I just have a quick question for you, actually, as we welcome you. What shape is the Earth? What shape is the planet that we're on?
Let's be nice.
It's oval. It's oval. I don't believe the Earth is flat.
It's oval.
Yeah.
Okay. But so you believe that the Earth is round, but you think that people on the chat should Google evolution?
Well, I mean, there was some, you know, like I heard. I'm not like at the same level as you guys are. I'm not like scientific to that level, but what I'm saying is that, first of all, let me just talk a little bit about other things first. Then I'm going to go into that a little bit. Okay. So, what I wanted to talk about is the you know, the existence of God, because I heard that Cheddar was talking about that, and I got interested a little bit in that. And also not just the existence of God, but like the message, you know, if there is a message, you know, well, let me just start from the beginning. So, and maybe take a deep breath. And I wanted to throw this at you, scientists, and see what your thoughts are. Okay. So anyway, first of all, I wanted to say something that we, you know, like me, myself, I'm open-minded. I'm not closed-minded. And I don't believe that always there's one way to be right. It could be, you know, you could be on the other side of the globe and, you know, you could be right and I could be right, you know, that we both can be right, that the right does not have to be one way and that's it. You know what I mean? So that just want to clarify things, you know. And the other thing is, just to everyone, I was just wanted to say that sometimes we cling on to our comfort zone. Like, you feel like, oh, I'm a scientist and I'm comfortable with my zone. I don't want to be out of this zone and whatever. Even though that's not really fitting for a scientist, because scientists, they like to be open-minded and they like to explore things. They don't want to be put in a box. Okay.
Believe in evolution or believe that the earth is round, you mean?
Whatever,
I'm sorry.
whatever, they
I need
like
to be on.
to be open. No, that's fine. It's okay. You
I
can
don't think
forget.
belief is even the right word for things like that either. Too. I mean,
Okay, yeah, maybe not a belief, but more or less.
Saying somebody believes in evolution doesn't really make sense to me.
Right. It's not about belief, but more or less like, I think scientists, they like to be open-minded as much as they can. They want to hear other people's opinions. They don't want to put themselves in a box. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why, maybe atheists, they don't want to believe in something because they feel like they have to put themselves in a box, and there's more things in the world to explore. But nevertheless, the thoughts that I'm going to throw at you, they're boxes, kind of thing. So here's what I thought, and I know it's hard to put God in a box, but, nevertheless, we have a brain, and I wanted to throw some thoughts at you and wanted to get your take on it. So, and you mentioned that a little bit earlier on. You were talking about where did we come from, where are we going to. So if we go back to the beginning of times, and I wanted to say that, looking at all the atoms and all the, the particles in the world and all the universe that we're in, that we see, the physical stuff that we look at, I'm trying to go back to the existence of, of things, or the beginning of things. Even today, there are some theories that say, oh, there was a second Big Bang, not just the one Big Bang, that they're going that route or whatever. But nevertheless, even if there was more than one Big Bang, at the end of the day, and maybe you can, interject later on and tell me what your thoughts about that is that we cannot talk about things as an infinite. Eventually, that we're going to hit somewhere where we go to the end of the the universe, or the end of times, or whatever, the beginning of times. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that putting the theory in a box, in the sense that where did we come from, and where are we going to? We exist. We are here. We know that for sure. I know that I'm here. You're here. We are speaking a language that we can both understand. That the first thought that I wanted to throw out there is that we have to put some placeholders, you want to say, like a placeholder to say that if I'm here, if I exist, and there's people around me, and then what is the chance and the probability, if we go to the math and probability of things, that everything that we see around us, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the belief that there's an impossibility of things to be randomly occurring without an executor. So that's the big if, that I'm throwing in the ring. Otherwise, I can't go forward with all my other thoughts. Okay. So taking that into
Can we pause at that one for a minute?
Sure. Go ahead. I'll stop.
That one, the whole, when things are framed this way, first off, it's not actually random. It doesn't come out of nowhere. There are causes. There are processes that are followed here. It's not like it just poofs out of nowhere. And when we need something to direct, for example, every step of the way along that, in that kind of process, it's sort of similar to saying that I need someone to make the pen fall, because there's a natural process here that we can study. We can understand why the pen falls, the attraction to mass, all the rest of that stuff there that makes it happen. Or you could say, I need a spiritual force, a power to make it fall to make that thing happen. The question here in terms of organic evolution is actually very similar, but people think that they're different because organic evolution is a natural process. It has specific steps. It follows basic cause and effect, which means you can see why it happens in the way that it does. That's the point of studying natural laws, and the laws governing evolution are the same as the kind of laws that govern gravity. You know, they're we can study them. So the simplest way of addressing that is to say, if you don't need God to make the pen fall, you don't need God to understand why Homo erectus developed.
Liam, I don't want to go into the evolution portion of this. That's we'll talk about another day or another subject.
Sure, but the whole idea of
sorry
cause,
that I interjected
you're
and
talking
gave you
about
that
causative
thought
factor.
initially. Right.
You know, that there needs to be something that makes something happen. And I'm just saying, if we actually look at the processes for any of these things, you don't need a directing intelligence to make things happen if you understand the natural forces. You know,
Okay,
because the natural forces
fine.
exist separate from us.
Yes. But all I'm trying to say is I got to put some base, like a rule or law or whatever you want to call it, because otherwise we can go into a never-ending story or never-ending, we'll never get to anywhere, So what I'm trying to get to is that I'm just trying to put the idea that theoretically, it's mathematically impossible to have all of the things that we have today without an executor. Can I assume that at least into the interjection?
I mean, you can say anything you want, but there's literally no reason for that to be accurate. It makes it's nonsensical to me.
Okay.
So,
zero sense.
That would be my basis.
That's
fine.
User,
can I just? I'm comfortable with the belief, but I'm just saying it's not a place we can agree. Is all I'm saying.
User, I want this dialogue to
something,
finish, and then I would like.
Well, he's trying to get to.
I'm sorry if yeah, I just want to take just a brief.
I'm going to stop and wait for you.
Okay, because there was a point he's trying to get to, I think, and we can see that. I was just saying, when he's asking, can we agree on that point? I'm saying no, but let's see where he's still trying to take it to.
Yeah, let's go to the next point. So if I say the word if that it's impossible to have the coincidence or the randomness or whatever you want to call it, that every one of us have two eyes and a nose and like a lot of the things that we see today, it's just like so much stuff that I'm assuming that, or I know you don't believe in it, but I mean, I'm assuming that it's just mathematically impossible for all of this to be coming together without an executor. So that's the one thing that let's just make that assumption, whether it's accurate or not. Let's just go forward. Okay. So if there is this thing, that is an executor of things, and I'm not talking about evolution right now. You could say evolution can fit with the religion or it could fit without the religion. You could claim, evolution is, what we see today, and that's fine. Okay. But then you can also say if there was an executor, then he could also create things without having them evolve from each other. Like it's not necessary that he has to evolve it. However, if you have proof today that evolution exists and that's what you've been observing with your, like studies and whatever, that's fine. Let's just leave that alone for now. Okay. So if there is an
Okay, change exists. Wait, user, I just
go
a
ahead.
brief moment.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead.
Am I allowed to speak? I'm sorry, because just a moment ago you were allowing me to speak, and I'm pretty sure that I just want to take a brief moment and check in with my chosen family. Liam, do I have am I allowed to speak here?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I I did
Well,
kind of
I
want
just want to ask if I have
well, I think that just because we do give people space to express other opinions, and I wanted to see what he was going to get to, and then we can bring in like the different critiques or points along the way. I'm kind of curious where he's going. The way these work, and they're because I already have a problem with the entire logical structure of this. When people they say, well, if this is true and then that, well, you're starting from an untenable assumption, so everything after that is bullshit according to just basic Aristotelian logic. So that's kind of where where he's lost me quite a long time ago, but I'm still kind of curious what the point is and where he wants to go. So I would just say let's do that. If that's okay.
That's a time. So let's just go through.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So after this, if I say that, let's assume that mathematically, what we see around us today, that it's very difficult to have this chaos that comes together and creates people and trees and worlds and whatever, galaxies and all that stuff. That somebody had organized all this stuff together, that he put it together. Okay, so the next thing is, if he did, why doesn't he appear to us? Okay, so I'm going to ask that question. Why doesn't he show us his face and tell us, here I am? I'm not going to make this a puzzle. I'm not going to make it difficult for you. Here I am. So
right.
If he doesn't do that, if he's not showing us himself, therefore, I'm saying that he must be putting us under the test that we need to know him without him appearing, because as soon as he gives us any sign of him, like appearing, for example, then the test is broken. Just like when you have an exam, I'm not going to give you the cheat sheet, to show you the exam. What's the point of the exam if you didn't study and if you didn't go through, all the knowledge and whatever? So, because the graduation is when you die. You came into this earth, and then you graduated when you died, and now you can see God, or you can see whoever executed this world, or whatever the all the other world stuff that we would see at that time. Okay, so I'm just making this assumption. So if there is like this executor, I'm going back to say it again, and he created this world for a reason.
That's a man. The executor.
It could be a
is
woman.
the
I'm not
man.
talking.
I just want to be very, very clear.
Don't worry
No, no, no.
about whether it's
I
a
just
man
want
or
to
woman.
be. I'm not. No, no,
Okay,
no. But
it
I
could be
just want
anything.
to.
I'm not trying to be specifically in the gender here. Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
I think I counted. I think I counted 7 or 8 times where you said he and him. So
well,
I must have lost
because it's
count.
easier. I don't want to be
But
going he
I
and
just
she.
want to be clear. Okay, that's fine. If we were using gender neutral terms, I
I'm
wasn't
English
neutral.
doesn't really
neutral.
have an
counting
effective
those.
one, so yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
But
yeah.
just
But at
the
least
It's not
he's
going to be a
executor
he
is
or
a
she. Trust
man.
me. It's not going to be
And
a he
I'm
or she.
sorry, Liam. I
It's
don't want
neither.
to interrupt.
yeah.
It's neither he or she.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's at least admitting that, but English technically doesn't have a neutral gender, so people often
Exactly.
at least he's
It's going to be
saying
harder for me. I don't want
neutral.
to go there.
So let's go
Okay,
so sex.
so the
Create.
next thing is
Okay.
will he have like is this a test? And if there's a test, then does he have a message to us? Because I'm going to assume the next thing is it's impossible for us to know it on our own, that we need some helping hand, like in other words, somebody to give us some kind of form of a hint, and the hint has to be a message. And the message at the time, that if God has, like if the executor gave us life, and he gave us our body and our, everything else, in a way, he's kind of like cool, and he's equal. He's not like somebody who favors people over other people, like the God's chosen people or whatever, you know what I mean? If he's not favoring any people, therefore he has to be fair, and he has to give us a message that's more clear. It has to be a clear message, and it has to be the same message or similar message or whatever to other people. At the same time, and the reason is because just like as a teacher is fair when he gives the test, he hands out the test at the end of the, like at the beginning of the class, and then everybody finishes the class. He's not favoring anyone. And then he grades the class and makes sure that, he's fair. He's giving you 90%, 50%, whatever, the grade. So therefore, he's been, sitting with us for a whole month trying to teach us this class. So, this is the message. That would be the message, like when they teach you the material, he's giving you material through previous people and information and what your surrounding is, which is all the information that you've been fed. At the same time, he gave us some message, and that message happens to be those prophets and those messengers and so on that you hear about. You know what I mean?
Well,
now, previously, those messengers,
if
they
it's supposed
had
to be
miracles.
for all people, how could it be messengers though? Because you had
one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. What's
okay,
your question?
You were onto something that I thought was interesting, because I was thinking I might have misjudged where you were taking this, and then you veered back in the other direction when you were talking about it being fair and a message to all. Then to me that sort of takes it outside the realm of revealed religions, because messengers are sent to specific people at specific times. How would you account for all people? So I don't know. What about the people
I was going to explain that.
1,000 years ago? They would not have gotten the same message because there wouldn't have been a prophet for them. So now I'm wondering, as soon as you bring in prophets and messengers, that seems to undermine the very last point you made.
Well, let me explain. So those messengers came with miracles, and those miracles, they were like, when you saw a miracle, if you didn't believe, then you got your punishment right away. Okay. So God has forgotten all that, like with the last message that he gave, he has, given up on miracles, previous miracles, people cured from the dead, and Moses had the stick and he opened up the ocean or whatever. So those are the visible miracles that when you saw them, you said, "Oh my God, this is unrealistic. This is out of this world. I believe blah blah blah." So the point that I'm trying to make is that now we have a message that is the final message, that he doesn't want to give us any more prophets. He gave us all the prophets before. He gave it, like you said, to different people. He claims maybe that he given, equal opportunity to all the people that he created, and he gave them, prophets here and there for each different types of people. Okay. And then finally, he said, "I'm done. Here's your final message, your final exam." He, she, whatever, she, whatever. I'm not trying to be gender specific. I'm not gender
I'm
specific.
sorry, I lost count. I think we're at 20 right now. I'm sorry.
I'm done. I just have one more thing to say.
There's the chat. The chat is pretty clear. Can you please, in the next 30 seconds, get to the point, please?
Okay. I'm almost done.
And
okay, let's try to be nice though. I mean, he did say that it's gender neutral, but by habit he keeps saying he. So and I get that's a problem.
I'll say she from now on.
Well, no, she would still be gendered. So I don't know, use they.
How can I make it more gender specific, non-gender specific?
Since Middle English, we've been able to use they as a gender neutral singular pronoun when you don't know the gender. So
okay, they.
It's not strictly speaking neutral, but point.
Okay.
Let's get to the point without filibustering let's get to the point without filibustering
the point is that the message, what I'm trying to say, it has to be very clear. It has to be not producible, nobody can change it, so that it's the same exact let's say exam. You're giving an exam to somebody, it has to be the same exam. I can't give you an exam different from your colleague, because otherwise it wouldn't be fair. So that's all I have to say. Basically, that's it. And I wanted to hear what your thought about that is, and that's it.
Okay. Well, there's a lot. So at first, we'll start with the.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, yeah. So yeah, the first thing is to note the logical construction of the whole sequence doesn't work because it starts with the if statements that actually don't make sense. There's no way to say something is mathematically impossible. The idea of chaos and randomness that you're inserting is not remotely what the scientists have ever said. Evolution isn't just some random process. The example of two eyes. Well, not every creature on Earth has only two eyes. I mean, some have none at all. Some have 8. I mean, there's tons of variation there, but certain forms become useful and become more common. There are certain natural processes that cause all of this stuff. There's no chaos or randomness in it at all. It's not like it's exceptional. It makes sense that things would develop the way that they are. It actually, it would be very difficult to assume that it wouldn't happen. It's not like it's somehow unusual that things would play out the way that they did. We can see the processes and why it works. It can seem very complex, but this falls into an expression somebody used earlier, the whole God of the gaps part. I don't understand this thing, therefore God is doing it. But that just means you don't understand the process. There are tons of the things we already know answer the specific questions that you're raising along the way that created the flawed if statement that started the whole sequence. Along the way, there are some parts about it that actually do make a certain amount of sense. That, well, if you can think that there is something that created the whole universe, and maybe they want to test people, well, to me, that's my biggest philosophical objection to that is it reduces the God concept to something much more human, because that kind of testing things to make sure that somebody is the way that they want them to be seems something like we would do, and something very immature for something that could create universes to bother doing. So it kind of makes God sound like a douche nozzle. So I'm not comfortable with the idea of a test, but if we assume a test, then I accept the idea that it needs to be fair and open to all. The next problem you have is a historical one, because once you bring in the question of a specific message, that it has to be the same and unchangeable, well, there's no such thing as an unchangeable message. Every single scriptural religion, every single revelation has changed. All of them have. Nothing has come out perfect in one single go and been the same that's never changed. The scriptures that do exist, especially if you're going to look at the Hebrew and Christian Bible, we know how they developed, and they took hundreds of years with different authors to develop into the form that they did. Even the early revelations of Islam were not immediately perfect. I mean, there's always things that have to be worked out about this stuff. And a single message is culturally specific. So it shows up in a particular place at a particular time. So what about all the people who lived 40,000 years ago wandering around on the Eurasian steppes and had no access to a prophet that explained this stuff to them? Well, they failed the test because there's no prophet to explain that shit to them. If you can say, well, there are different revelations earlier on, and then it consolidated into one, well, then you still have the question of getting that message to everybody and making it make sense, because revelations are still culturally specific. So they're put into particular terms that are easier to understand in certain mental frames than in others. So, for example, one of the reasons that the Abrahamic faiths all work the way that they do is that we introduce a concept of a single universal truth with the Zoroastrian cosmology that takes root in that region and spreads throughout it. And that doesn't exist in other places. So you don't see it in South or East Asia. So the idea of a single truth makes no sense to the Chinese. This is why somebody can be both Taoist and Confucian, even though they are literally contradictory. They literally contradict each other at a fundamental level. And yet people can be both. And there's whole branches of it, like Neo-Confucianism deliberately blends in elements of Taoism, again, even though they don't work together, because this idea of a single truth is not a cultural constant for them. It doesn't make sense. So it makes it difficult if anybody understands that. Anybody who has any education in that culture is not really going to be able to wrap their head around the whole frame that you've introduced. This
I
idea of a single
misinterpreted
unchangeable
myself when
test
I said the same
is
message.
incomprehensible. So
Liam,
you're
one second,
creating a
Liam.
test that's impossible for humans to pass. If you create a test that human beings cannot pass because humans have cultural differences that push them in different directions, then again, God is an asshole in this framing. So
One second, Liam. I think I misinterpreted myself when I said it's exactly the same message. Let me take that back. What I meant is that a form of a message, okay? A form of a message that does not change in the sense that it can fit any time, any moment, like it's a miraculous message in the sense that it will fit every time that we know of, rather than it's like if the way you interpret it today might not be exactly the same way you interpreted it tomorrow, okay? And there might be something in there that we don't understand today, and it will appear for us later on. Because remember, this is going to be a godly thing, not just like a human thing where it's a box, and you can put your
if we
figure on.
assume it's a godly thing, because you're taking that as a grant, you're taking that for granted. Now, the problem here is I cannot conceive of any possible message that fits the criteria that you're describing right now. And I can pretty much guarantee you, if you tell me which message you are describing, I can show you why it doesn't fit the criteria that you're laying out, because you've just set up a literally impossible standard.
Well, it's a rough draft.
There's no message that's ever been revealed.
It's a rough draft. It's not perfect. Okay, I'm still thinking through it.
There isn't a message that's been revealed. So if you think it already has been revealed, there's a historical problem to deal with here. But if you think that this message is still to come, then it's a kind of abstraction. We can say, sure, maybe some possible.
Well, I mean, which religion claims they have a miraculous book? Which religion, out of all the religions that we know, claims that they have a miraculous book?
The Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, Baha'i.
No, I meant like miraculous that has not been changed. Like I think it's the Quran, right? Quran is the one that actually says
and Christians and Jews. For Orthodox Jews, the Torah was written by God in the Hebrew letters. The Orthodox Jews literally believe God wrote Torah.
No, I understand.
And there are fundamentalist forms of Christianity that think that every single word of it is God's word deliberately passed down and it has not changed at all. They're wrong, but that's what they say. All three faiths are wrong when they say that, but also tons of other religions make the same kind of argument. So this is not a unique.
Okay.
This is not unique.
I'll give up on that one. I'll give up on that one. Fine. All right.
I mean, the position that a lot of Muslims think about the Quran is the basic position for Muslims with Quran is that the Quran is an unchangeable, perfect text that God revealed in this particular language in this particular way. Right? That it came out in those particular words that way. That exact idea is literally in Judaism, but it's for Torah. They have exactly the same belief, but it's a different book, isn't it?
By the way, since you mentioned evolution, I remembered a word in Arabic, وَخَلَقَكُمْ أَطْوَارًا, which could mean evolution. Okay? So even though I said something in the chat initially, I'm not closed-minded. And like I said, there's more than way to, you could be right and I could be right, or we could be both wrong. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Even though we're in the opposite direction, we could be both right. You know what I mean?
Abdullah raised one earlier. There are ways to make evolution work in all of these faiths, but there are also certain complications with them too that have to be addressed. But they work in all of them. Again, this is a reason that I think the Catholic Church has no problem with this. I mean, there's ways to make
the only difference that I have a problem with the evolution is that when the beginning of times, if like God created everything, He could have created a human being from scratch and brought him down in that format, even though he looks like he was evolved from a previous being or whatever, from a fish. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, anything
I could argue
possible.
That point also. But
it
other than that, if we have evolution today,
it could still be Odin the Allfather too. We don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Once you say God could do something, then sure, it could also be Amun Ra. at that point, it's in the realm of pure faith. And when something is in the realm of pure faith, that's fine, but it's not something that we can like debate or discuss in those ways. Faith is fine, but
no, I'm not talking about faith.
It's not something that kind of fits.
I'm not talking about my faith, and I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying that I'm right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All I'm saying is that there's a possibility that you could have created something in the final format rather than you started with an egg. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying?
And literally it's possible. It just doesn't make sense based on the evidence. But it's possible, but it's literally contradicted by a mountain of evidence. So we can say it, but there's no reason to. Is I guess my point. Like I can say that God makes the pen fall, and that could be my explanation for it. But there's literally no reason to say that God makes the pen fall because we understand the natural force of gravitation. So that's the only issue I have with that. It is entirely
that's different. We know that gravity is pulling down the pen.
But it's not necessary. It's a completely unnecessary postulate.
Fine, but at some point you have to say that someone has placed the atom somewhere, and then from that point on it moved over and went right and left and so on. We can't just
literally why?
At some point we had something that existed, or it was created from nothing. At some point we got to go back in time long enough that we can say, where did it start? There's got to be a start somewhere.
Well, it's not a question that, I mean, that's not a, okay, what we're dealing with here is entirely different framings for things, because from a scientific perspective, there's no reason to take that position at all. I mean, creation out of nothing is explicitly a religious concept. Creatio ex nihilo is a religious conception. It's not something that exists for scientists. Scientists don't say.
No, I'm not talking about religion at all. I'm just saying in my head,
the scientists don't talk about
where did we come from?
It doesn't make sense. But that's not a scientific question. It doesn't. There is no creation out of nothing. There's no nothing before. And even from a religious perspective, it's always kind of complicated by the fact that if you're arguing that God created something out of nothing, then where the fuck is God? Because God would have to be something. There is obviously some kind of consciousness or being that would predate things. So why couldn't there be tons of other universes just as well? I mean, our universe exploded out of previous universes. I mean, so there's a constant cycle.
Something you cannot just say
as well. So
we have to stop at some point. It's
one of those places where you can do it, but it's not necessary.
User, I'm going to mute you.
No reason.
I'm going to drop. It's okay. I'll drop. It's all right.
No, sorry that it didn't work out, but I appreciate the question. I mean, it's nice at least to walk through in some way. Ooh, somebody asked if dinosaurs are real. Yeah, dinosaurs are.
Sorry.
You can look at them. I don't know who they're asking that to.
Okay, so
I can be a little witchy. I can be a little witchy to really misogynist that won't let me speak when I quite literally have molecular biology degrees and a master's degree in religion. But let's all listen to, and I love you, Liam. You are my chosen family. I don't have very much family in my life. So those that don't know, I don't have very much family in my life, and Liam is my chosen family. And I believe that if I overstep my super mod powers, he will take those powers away from me. I'm trying not to be a witch. I am so glad that Dama is back because she is so much nicer than I am. But I know that Meg and Cactus, and there was a chat that was going on down there that I a little bit missed. So thank you for being here, and thank you for
Erica, I totally feel you on the triggering language with the gender specific stuff. But when somebody is willing to at least say, well, I've said this word, but I don't mean it in the way as gendered thing, and it is something beyond gender, then at least they're acknowledging the point. They're just we're then getting caught up in the specificity of the language they're using, and we can just say
he just won't let me speak.
Because he could have said they or something instead, and that makes sense. But at least he did actually concede your point that it wasn't male. So, I mean, to be fair, but
my dear,
at the same time
friend,
too,
I love you. I love
Professor
you,
Leo.
and
he
He wouldn't let me
acknowledged
speak.
he acknowledged, yeah, it's not male, but he kept using the he
Yeah,
pronouns.
exactly. And
And
that's
so
we can criticize that. Yeah.
so well, so they're like, women are used to being gaslit, period. That's what
Yeah.
we're used to. And we recognize it, but I think it's a little bit harder for men to realize when men are being gaslit. I do apologize if I am now overstepping my boundaries. I'm on my way back to the bodega, and I would really love if Cactus steps in, because my brain needs a break from melting after that guy. I'm just gonna be real talk on the street. So Cactus, you want to come up? Boo, I really need you. All right, guys.
That's probably a common feeling in the room. And so again, no offense to anybody, but I think it's probably a common feeling about that kind of, yeah. I feel
Okay.
you.
I gotta get dropping here. I gotta go to bed, but I just want to wrap up real quick with what the gentleman was saying before. It's okay to say I don't know if we don't know where everything came from, or that we don't know the exact moment when something started. It's okay to say I don't know. That's how science starts. If we knew everything, there wouldn't be such a thing as science.
Right.
So if something can't be explained, we just say I don't know until we do. As you said, as I mentioned earlier, with the God of the Gaps argument, we can't just substitute. As a religious person, I'm a religious person. We can't just substitute God in places of, or gaps of understanding. We can believe it, but we can't say, okay, well, science figured that out, but it can't figure this out. Like the missing link stuff, right? How many quote unquote missing links do we have now? I mean, dozens, right? Just in human evolution itself. Okay, well, we don't have, between 1 million and 1 million and 5 years. Where's the gap for that? Like, no, that's not how it works. We say, I don't know, or we'll work on it. We don't get to, make a bunch of if assumptions as if that means anything. I'm sorry. It doesn't. Right. If it's mathematically impossible. Well, it's not, because here we are.
Yeah, there's an interesting discussion in the chat that I think relates to this whole basic question of gender, though, too. English technically doesn't have gender-neutral pronouns, but it's evolving one now with a secondary meaning for they. They has had a gender-neutral sense for hundreds of years, but only in indeterminate cases if you don't know the gender of it. But we really only have he, she, and it isn't supposed to be applied to living, beings in the same, or to humans. We needed either to create a truly gender-neutral pronoun, or, as what's happening right now, they is gaining that idea, but because it's not very old as a use of it, it has a history to it, because it has been used in indeterminate cases since literally Middle English. So you can take this back 500 years. It made sense to adopt in that way, but it's creating a kind of secondary meaning for it to be truly gender neutral, and that'll take a long time to catch on, I think, to replace this. So
Dr. Liam, can I respond to that real quick?
Language is kind of a problem of our language. We've historically not had the ability to do that well.
But can I respond to that real quick? If we weren't under a patriarchal society, why is he the default? That's my first question, number one.
That's
if it's gender neutral, why wouldn't you say he in one sentence, she in the other?
Exactly.
Truly, if it's gender neutral.
That's what I tend to do.
So this is what's problematic, So we can say, well, I'm using the phrase he as gender neutral, but you aren't. Because if I were talking about God, I'd be like, well, God, she, and then, well, God, he, king or queen, when we're talking about gender, it is problematic, because if it's non-gender and we don't have the linguistics for that pronoun, why don't we alternate pronouns? If truly we live in a society that is equal. And that's where I'm going to tap out, Cactus, you up, boo.
No, and that's a very fair criticism for the previous speaker. When I'm writing, I alternate between the two of them, or I put like S/he, so it's like both. Because it is kind of cumbersome to say he or she all the time, but squishing them together or alternating work perfectly well. But the long-term history of patriarchy makes using he really problematic and triggering. So I really get why it got Erica going. And I was hoping that he would adopt something different from it and use a different word, because when you keep repeating the same gender, and there's a whole process where we took the divine feminine out and made God fully masculine. Like the Hebrew God used to have a wife, but we cut that out and we created a phallocentric religion out of that. And Christianity and Islam both inherited that change in Judaism. And that has had a lot of really negative consequences for our entire social structure. So it's definitely a problem.
All right, last thought.
Yeah, and I just
penises ruin everything. Okay, good night, everybody.
and honestly, I would love to see a proper translation of the Bible that includes a discussion of God's dick, because it's in there, but we never translate it properly.
Oh my God! Okay,
in the Hebrew Bible, God has a body, but we leave that out.
Oh my goodness, dear Cheddar, dear friends. Well, can I say this one thought, because ADD and it's going to be gone. Dear friends, I appreciate you so much, and including Dahma, Cactus, and Meg, and dear Liam. It's not that the language is triggering for me. It's that, like, we're talking about religion and evolution, and that I'm going to be 40 here in a couple months, and not that matters, but that, like, I'm not, I've lived a life, and there's, no, in a few months.
Oh,
I'm a
it was only
Leo.
for her birthday was in the same month. Because it'd be funny if I was exactly 10 years. May. Because I'm 50 in May.
What?
The 17th.
May what?
17th.
Oh, okay. So my daughter's birthday is the 31st. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So anyway, we'll talk privately. We'll talk privately. But I think that it's not the language. I just want to clear this up, and I'm sorry to censor myself. It's not the language that is triggering. It's the fact that we're talking about science and evolution and religion, and the fact that I've spent my entire adult life, including like 2 undergrads and a high-level graduate degree in religion, and that he wouldn't let me speak. And so, like, dear friends, dear fam, like, Liam, it's not the language, it's that you're not a misogynist. Like, that's the part that it, and I also want to say, like, I'm totally fine, and I so appreciate Meg, and everything that she says is spot on. And thank you for everyone on the panel, and Dharma, thank you, because you are the nice person and I am not.
Well, I don't know how nice I am, because here I'm trying to say, okay, the Adhan has just gone for Fajr, and here I'm ready to give the room to Erika, and Cheddar just says, well, penises ruin everything. And I'm like, that's not quite what I want to have in mind as I'm preparing for Fajr prayers. That's Okay, so oh my God, Erika, you have the room for 20 minutes. I'm out. I'll see you in a minute. Thank you, guys. I'll be back.
Think about penises.
Okay.
Penises.
No, let's not. I'm gay. I love women. Cactus, please, can you please come and save us? Hopefully you are available.
I'm extremely straight.
Because I think Meg needs a few more minutes. Like, please, Cactus.
Erika, I'm extremely straight, but if you better love me, I'm extremely straight.
I love you so much.
Cheddar just mentioned penises, and that's kind of just, wait, I'm preparing for prayer now.
No. Yeah, just go on mute, stay in the box, go on mute, and come back. I will most likely needs saving and will hopefully not cancel myself in the next few minutes. And please, Cactus, invite,
Professor,
invite, invite.
this
Please,
live
microphone
has
on.
gone
Please
left
come
so
up.
quickly.
Annie had the same thought. We both dropped eggplants at the same time.
No, stop, Cactus, please. I need a friend. I need more friends. Lacey, come
Professor,
on, you have enough. I'm sending you an invite. I'm super mod. I can do everything here until he decides that I am too childish to not have superpowers,
Professor,
which
stop.
will likely be
No,
very soon.
I'm supposed to get totally serious before prayer, and now I can't. I'm like, I have to take a minute.
Yeah. Okay, friends, please, someone, please.
Oh my God.
Lindsay, I told you in the chat I need saving from myself. So okay, go do prayers.
You
Cactus,
got this, Queen. You got this. You got this. Think of eggplants. You got this.
Thank you. Thank you. Just ignore. So I did, side note, and I'll just say this because it's super awkward, and when it's awkward, I say weird things. But like I was doing these Korean face masks, and they broke me out so bad, y'all. So like I do have a little bit of the smooth filter on, but I'm a little embarrassed. But yeah,
Erica,
Cactus, please come.
Moses Wilson just said, please call the teacher. The class has collapsed. And here is a teacher of IT, a professor of history, and
And we're talking about eggplants and pussy.
Pussy cat.
Ma'am, you're gonna get us all
Sir,
canceled.
no one said the P word. No one said the P word.
We have to speak differently when we're on these mediums. We've talked about this before.
Look, it's right here. Right.
Come on. This is
right here.
I can't. Guys.
Here.
Call the principal in, please. This is Cactus, please be the principal. Cactus, please be the principal.
It's a puppy dog.
Cactus, please. Please. We've gone off the rails.
Save us.
We need an adult in the room, please.
Okay.
Cactus, at this point, women have been banging for you for the last 30 minutes. So please, sir.
I'm gonna take 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
My girlfriend's here.
Oh, what?
Please.
Please.
So now Cactus is alone in the room with a whole bunch of women.
No,
Cactus, you gotta hold your own here.
My girlfriend is
Welcome.
actually in the room with me right next to me.
Oh,
She's the one that matters.
Hi, girlfriend. Hi, Cactus, girlfriend.
Tell that queen we said hello.
Okay.
Yeah, Queen.
Are we on
Queen
speaker?
Cactus.
Well, we're in a live. I guess we're all on speaker. I guess.
Okay, so what's the female version of a cactus? What's the female cactus? Is there such?
It's prickly, of
Cactus
course. For the
crown.
there is like that is the most gender neutral situation. Like touch us, you're gonna get pricked, and it won't be nice. Like I feel like
Cactus and
gender
his
neutral
prickly
right
pear.
there.
Okay, so hi prickly pear. Listen, I've got to leave now. I actually just have to calm down before I go to pray. This went left so quickly. I'm like, I wasn't even ready for that.
Same.
Breathe, just breathe. Oh Lord, this was fun.
So this is not a plug, which by the way, while Doc is getting some water, can we like power tap and like share the live, copy link, do all the things? And this was like almost free, but it's like this little breathing necklace, and yeah, it definitely helps.
There is Zahid. Hello beautiful. Zahid is like, and Ramadan Kareem to all. Yes, I needed that because I like Zahid, I'm trying to go and pray Fajr. I'm trying, but these lot, they won't, because there's eggplants and cats flying everywhere. It's too funny. Okay, guys. Okay.
Oh, great. An adult entered the room.
An adult? What?
I had a question.
That's Cactus. Cactus is the adult, right?
I mean, I guess we're all. I mean, I'm 22, so barely. But I had a question and then kind of a backup question. Or just two questions, whatever. So I'm very into Jacques Derrida and just deconstruction and the whole post structuralist movement. And I was wondering what you thought about him and a lot of his work and what it implies for language.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a weird relationship to Derrida. I honestly, the fact that he was at UCI was one of the reasons I chose the school, because not a lot of those kind of fine thinkers ended up out here. You know, we're in France. But the I think that there's a lot of interesting. Oh, hey! You're gonna spill shit. There's a lot of interesting contributions in terms of the both deconstruction and the post-structuralist as a whole, as far as language goes. And there's a tendency, I think, sometimes to exaggerate them, to take it too far. So it creates a kind of a reductio ad absurdum. So it ruins the whole point. As long as you take it for what it is, I think that they're very useful tools. But they can definitely be vulgarized in ways that I think are very problematic. So I've seen some very bad uses of that work. But otherwise, I don't really have any strong feelings one way or the other. I think that in general, Derrida is a terrible writer, but I've still enjoyed it. Working through some of his material. I never got around to reading. There's a book he did on Marx, and I never got around to reading that. I never even bought that one. Did you ever read that one?
Which one?
There's a book he wrote on Marx. I can't remember the title of it, but I think Marx or something is in the title of it even. But it's specifically about his relationship to that. But I don't know. It was on my list for a long time, and I never got around to it. But no, I don't have any very strong feelings one way or the other. But I do tend to think that they're useful in terms of tools. I am not a huge fan of Derrida. Of the thinkers in that ilk, he's probably one of my least favorite. But I genuinely enjoy people like Foucault and Deleuze and whatnot. So out of that whole like continental camp, Derrida has been interesting, but definitely not as much my fort, I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, they're all gonna go sign weird petitions about the age of consent at the end of the day.
Yeah, I saw it on too. Like all kinds of people are on that. I was like, oh, really? Oh, Spectres of Marx. Somebody got it in the chat. Yes, that was on my list for a long time, and I never got around to it. I kept forgetting. See, I'll forget something and never come back to it. I thought about that, God, ages ago. Yeah. But
the other question I had was. It's a history question, but given if you think about the expansion of the Roman Republic as this kind of logic of quote unquote defense, right, where they're kind of claiming like we need to control this vulnerability and moving in and kind of incorporating into the empire slowly. What was sort of if there was one, a mirror kind of logic behind the Visigoths and all of them and the people of Northern Europe that kind of moved into Italy and the Western Roman Empire in later centuries, and that expansion? How did that happen? Was that an organized political thing, or was that kind of more of a slow, decentralized kind of phenomenon, or what was sort of the cultural context and existence of those societies as they kind of took control of the Western Roman Empire?
Oh gosh, there's a lot of different moving parts in that, especially since you covered like 6 centuries in one question.
I'm sorry, but you get what I'm saying.
To the decline of the I mean, gosh, the Republic actually expands for a number of reasons. Not real. I mean, arguing that it's all defensive is
No. But that was the
Not
but
reality.
that was the like kind of logic, the stated logic, politically, in a lot of ways. Not that it
In
was the
some ways,
reason.
yeah. As an argument, that they need to, protect their frontiers or whatever, so they kept pushing further and further out. But the reason for each specific stage of expansion is a lot more specific than that. So it's honestly, it's a kind of like dishonest internal framing that they use.
Yeah, of course. But what was the like adjacent dishonest framing that was used, coming from the north?
For that, the whole idea of barbarian invasions is actually mostly horseshit. There are times when they did attack and push in, but it was never an organized invasion. It was never planned. It stretched over long periods of time, and it's mostly driven by a whole lot of things completely separate from them, like other people's moving in. So population pressures, and you end up with other people in your backyard. You turn to the Romans and say, hey, you're not using this area. Can we move in and cross the border and live there? That happened over and over and over again. And for a long time, Germanic forces were initially opposed to the Romans because the Romans were pushing into their territory and they're fighting back. So that's some of the earlier periods, like in the very early empire when they're fighting with the Germanic forces. It's more because the Romans are in their backyard. Why the fuck are you here? Get out, go away, bro. But later, the reason that large numbers of them, see, if you think about like the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, all these, the Lombards, all these different populations that move inward, a lot of them are being affected by other migrations. So the movement around of Slavic and Uralic peoples, tons of other populations moving into the area and pushing them along. It's the same kind of thing that actually later affects the Eastern Empire. So when you end up with, dealing with all these different populations, the Avars, the Bulgars, the Magyars later in the Middle Ages, it's always because somebody else is pushing them along. The Magyars end up in Europe because the Pechenegs are going to pushing them along. There's all these, push and pull forces. Different tribal peoples in conflict because they needed larger territories around them in order to, do their hunting and whatnot here. So it's not a single organized event. It takes place over long periods of time. Very few of them are really invasions, and most of those invasions are specifically because the Romans screwed them. They would frequently make deals with them. They'd call them federati. They signed a deal. You're now going to work for the empire. You're going to pay some taxes. You're going to respect our authority, but you still speak German. That's cool. You can keep speaking German. But when the Romans would later fuck them by not paying them or something, betraying them in different ways, people would get angry and lash out. So then there's other attacks. So it's a really chaotic, disconnected affair, and people still argue over it. Thinking specifically of these moves into the whole barbarians and the collapse of the empire. I have 9 different books on that specific thing because everyone wants to interpret it differently. So how to look at the movement of the Germanic populations, the Huns, things like that. There's a ton of ways to read it, but that's largely because it's so chaotic,
And there's challenging primary sources and just lots of different
right. Finding the right kind of interpretation out of that. But realistically, it really is a completely disconnected series of events that we link together into these very facile kind of interpretations about an invasion of Germanic forces, and all of that is just nonsense.
I mean, I certainly wasn't under the interpretation that there was any kind of, invasion. And, I realized that it happened over many years and it wasn't, one solid block in that sense. But I guess it sounds like it was kind of filling in political vacuums as the West kind of, lost authority in areas and just kind of slowly, became the state of affairs.
The empire in the West, I mean, a lot of times what you're dealing with the collapse in the West is what we tend to call systems failure. it's an internal crisis, and you end up with a great deal of instability, both in the economy, in the politics, and tons of other areas. And then secessionary movements, people are breaking away. The Gallic Empire, for example, all these different pieces, trying to do their own thing, and it creates, an opportunity for peoples to move in, where earlier on they were content to be federati, to occupy certain territories, serve in the army. But when it looks like the system is eating itself alive and tearing itself apart, why the hell not capitalize on that and actually claim some power for yourself?
Yeah, my third and final question was actually about the Turk.
Actually, one thing, just to add on the end of that, that's really, I think, not as well understood as it should be. All of the early Germanic states, and I mean all of them, they actually maintained the Roman structures. They didn't change anything.
Yeah.
So, the Ostrogoths, ruled, Italia the way the Romans had. They didn't, all it was they were bolting on a different elite who spoke a different language. And realistically, it's a lot more like the way the Mongols ruled China. They stepped in, they realized that their way was quite different. They adopted the way that people were there, and you had an elite that spoke a different language, but that was really it. The Roman institutions in the West don't really begin to come apart until you're well into the early Middle Ages. The Eastern Roman Empire's wars of reconquest actually caused a tremendous amount of damage in North Africa and in Italy, that actually helped to destabilize those institutions and force people to find other alternatives, which helped to create, the conditions for the dominance of feudalism later. But even when different peoples stepped into that void and took power, they were perfectly happy to use the Roman system, and that didn't have to have changed. It just did, but it wasn't because of their migration that the Roman system collapsed. They didn't do that. They actually adopted it and used it themselves.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That helps it elucidates a lot for me. But my third and final question was about the Turks, actually. And so if my understanding is correct, the Turkic people originated somewhere in Northeast Asia, around Mongolia, Manchuria, somewhere like that.
Just to the west of Mongolia, yeah.
Yeah, and then migrated, obviously, through Central Asia to Turkey, or modern day Turkey. And so how why did that migration take place? What is the relationship between Turkic people and Mongolian people in terms of ancestry? And is Turkey today a place with, that's very complex in terms of the heritage of the people there, and there's a cultural Turkish identity, or is there actually a sizable population of people who have that ancestry, or was it more the culture that kind of bled across Asia?
Not even really that. The language comes in. A Turkic language takes root in the area, but genetically, Turks contributed relatively little. There is ancestry in there, but when the Turks moved into Anatolia, they mostly settled in the interior of it, in the drier parts, because it suited the fact that they were pastoral nomads originally, and they could live off those kind of lands. And because the other populations mostly didn't want that area because it was drier. And the population initially wasn't humongous, but they ended up intermingling with them extensively, which is realistically true for all the previous populations that were there. So a lot of the Greek populations, so calling them Greek populations of Anatolia, were originally Anatolian peoples, that go back into the Bronze Age, that adopted the Greek language, and that same population later adopted Turkish. It's just a continuous language change. So in some ways, it's similar to, the way that Arabic was adopted in different areas. A new ruling elite brought the language in, and it changed things. The migration of Turks into it was substantial, but not huge. And it was originally only in small portions of the territory, and it later kind of like the populations all just mingled together. Turks themselves, they are relatively distinct from Mongolic peoples, but similar. They're all part of there's a common genetic basis for the populations that settled that portions of northeastern Asia. But they're completely distinct in their cultural origins and their languages, but they borrow a ton of things from each other, both from close proximity as well as the lifestyle. Living as pastoral nomads in the grasslands, there's only so many ways to live, so you adopt very similar structures. So the military patronage state model that the Turks had is actually the same one the Mongols had. They had the same basic kind of social organization, and hence early on the same basic problems of, when you conquer settled peoples, how do you control them? How do you work with that? They didn't even have concepts of property and land. It didn't make sense. So there's all kinds of problems. All the early Mongolic and Turkish states, they all implode. At most they last a century. They never last very long. Because they have a difficulty adapting their socio-political structure to being further south in areas that are agricultural. In the area they're from, you can't really do agriculture. They're pastoral nomads. So they had a social system that worked for that. But as Turks move, as they move along, they change considerably. And this is true for tons of earlier waves. People tend to forget that a significant part of the European population is actually, migrated into Asia within living memory. Tons of other populations, Pecheneg tribesmen and the Magyars, the Uralic populations, there's a whole bunch of Iranian cultures, the Bulgars, tons of people move in and then blend in and, disappear, essentially. They get subsumed. And the Turks are similar in that way. A lot of them originally left the grasslands. So getting back to part of because you asked several pieces there. One of them is, well, why they're moving out. They're always in environmental issues, ecological issues. If you are a pastoral nomad, you depend upon regular rainfall to feed the grasslands, to feed your herds. And that's cool already. Even if it is perfectly consistent, if your population grows to beyond the point that it can sustain, then you're still going to run into problems and people have to migrate out. So it's really the same process that brought the Indo-Europeans in. The Indo-Europeans didn't move all at once. They moved out over a period of several thousand years. So there are peoples way back in the Bronze Age coming off of those steppes and settling in the Middle East, and then blending in and adopting agriculture, but there are still people in the grasslands doing their, and then they come out in later waves, and some go into Europe, and some go down to South Asia. I mean, they go all over the place in long waves over different times because of the ecological crises. When the grasslands can't support the population, some people move. So Turks never actually left their land. There are still Turks exactly where the Turkic languages started, but populations headed out in different directions for environmental reasons. In one way, it's also similar to but for pastoralists, not agriculturalists, but similar to the way the Bantu migrations worked in Africa. The Bantu languages slowly worked their way first west and then all south and then zigzagging all down through Africa, because the way they were farming in the tropics, you can only support so large a population in a particular area. Once it goes beyond that, you risk destroying the soil, because the soil isn't very good in the tropics because you don't have a winter cycle and the constant death and the decay of the plant matter, right? So when the population is too big, a part of that population breaks off and moves away and then settles somewhere else. And that population, as it gets too big, a part breaks off and moves away. Now, in that case, it's for agriculture, but it's the same process for the Turks. They're living in a large area. The grasslands can only support so many people, so you have to move out. And they do move out in waves. But there's a significant chunk that move in a particular period in the Middle Ages, looking around like the 9th century or so. There's a big wave that starts heading out of there because of an ecological issue that affects the grass. So there's not enough to support the herds, so a larger chunk move all at once. But it's a longer term process, and Turks kept moving off the grasslands for several centuries, heading down from there. Some ended up in Europe, some ended up in the Middle East, some ended up in South Asia. They go all over the fucking place. Literally significant numbers of Turkic populations went through the Khyber Pass and ended up in India. They go all over the place because the grasslands can only support so much. And when you have any kind of crisis that affects that, if there's bad rainfall, too much frost, whatever, something goes wrong, well, shit, you guys have to leave because there's only so much food, you know? So it's, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of different pieces to the question. I think I did some of them out of order, but is there any pieces that I missed?
Yeah, no, it's such a general question because I just didn't know too much about Turkic people until I started researching it earlier this week. But it makes a lot of sense because, I did know that the Central Asian steppe is very inconsistent with crop yields. And I mean, obviously, that's been a problem even up until the 20th century. So that makes a lot of sense that it would drive that kind of migration.
No, that's actually only in that period. At the time we're talking about, there were no crop yields. No. Look at these little glowing things. That was cool. Somebody give me a bunch of like glowing string. Some of these things are really neat looking. Actually, you can get more of those. I remember there were days where I got coral and all kinds of other funky ones. I like these things that TikTok does. At the time we're talking about, there was no agriculture in that area. They just didn't do it. Agriculture did not independently develop in those steppe lands. It was imported later because settled populations took control of those areas. And it's very difficult to do. The Soviets caused tremendous ecological damage to all of Central Asia by trying to do agriculture in an area they really shouldn't fucking do it.
And so many people got unalived building those canals too, and the Aral Sea.
Exactly. Yeah. And the Aral Sea doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of shit that went wrong, you know? So yeah, it didn't evolve in that area for very good reasons. But nomadic culture. So basically from eastern Ukraine all the way through Mongolia, there's this broad strip across Eurasia where agriculture just didn't make sense. And those are the areas where the Indo-European populations, the Turkic populations, and the Mongolic populations all evolved on those grasslands.
So
there around the same times too.
So it, as soon as people kind of are like, hey, what's over there? Let's go check it out. Then they, kind of have to keep going. And so that's why the Turks, really migrated so far eventually.
Once you're heading out, you're looking for places you can go. And sometimes there's conflict. Sometimes you run into, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of people who live here. Crap, where can we go? And you find a place where people aren't already living, or you can displace them. And sometimes you settle in among them. The place where you get into Turkey, most of the population of Turkey were already there. They're Anatolian peoples from the Bronze Age. They're Armenians. They're Greeks. There's all kinds of populations that were literally already there. And the Turkic language just replaced them because Turks moved into their area. Other areas, there weren't a lot of Turks already living there, and they moved in and they took root and established themselves. But most of the populations toward the west that speak Turkic languages today, Azerbaijan, for example, also the Azeris biologically aren't really Turkic, in terms of like the original populations. There's a very small component in that. Mostly, they're peoples who already lived in that area. So they're like Alans and other populations that already lived there. That then
it's a cultural identity. So it's a cultural identity
language. Yeah, it's in the same way that Latin spread, Arabic spread, tons of other languages spread. Because you move in, if enough of the population moves in at a particular time, the language can take root.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And I was also wondering, I know there's been a lot of pseudoscience with respect to India and the idea of the Indo-Aryan, race that came in. But were there groups that had kind of were similar, and, where that kind of myth sort of originates from?
Well, there is an original population on the grasslands, but what they really looked like doesn't really matter, because the populations moved around and settled in different areas and blended in with the existing population. So none of the peoples who have an Indo-European language are really the same people as the original Aryan population that moved in the grasslands.
But so they were just basically coming from Kazakhstan or somewhere through Afghanistan?
The original Indo-European populations are basically from where eastern Ukraine is through to the very western edge of Kazakhstan. So it's in this broad area, but it's
like
mostly
European Kazakhstan.
So basically just above the Caspian Sea.
European Kazakhstan.
So European Kazakhstan to eastern Ukraine, and with the largest concentrations in the areas above the Caspian Sea. That's the original area they're moving around in. But again, there's no racial identity to it. The people who tried to make an Aryan race out of that are just pulling it out of their asses. Because
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened is they moved in and they settled in different areas where peoples already were. Some of the only places where you can make at least some possible claim, and this is one of the ways, and sadly this is one place where some of the modern science and archaeology actually kind of almost accidentally supports a little bit of the racist theories, because some of the Indo-Europeans who moved into Scandinavia committed genocide, and they wiped out large parts of the Neolithic population. So Scandinavians may actually be closer in some ways, but they would have still significantly changed in the way that they look. So racially, Scandinavians wouldn't look like them either, because originally they're farther south and farther east. Environmentally, they would have looked different. Scandinavians get paler because they're farther north, and of course there's a whole like sun issue and the need for vitamin D and whatnot, so they still wouldn't look like them. But genetically, they're probably closer to that original population, because they're the only places we've found so far. Denmark is a good example of this. In Denmark, there's evidence of large-scale slaughtering of the populations, where in most of Europe, where they go in, they actually manage to settle peacefully and interact with the Neolithic populations and intermarry with them. So when they get to different areas, they get to Britain, all these other areas, they move in, they just intermarry with the populations. Denmark in particular, we have found evidence of 2 waves of large-scale atrocities where they just wiped out the population. And that may mean that there's a closer genetic link to an original people, but just in that one area. And even there, again, physically, in terms of appearance, because again, race is bullshit as an idea, in terms of the way we look, they would not look like that original population looked, because in the intervening millennia, they will have adapted to living in a far more northerly climate than the original population would have lived in. There's nobody that really looks like that population, because, again, it's not a racial identity.
I was interested in how I do know about the history of the NATO intervention in Kosovo, but I don't know too much about Milosevic and how he kind of rose through the ranks, so to speak. And I was kind of interested in that, and just your general opinion on the like NATO intervention in Kosovo.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've thought about a lot of those issues, so I couldn't get too specific on it. The Milosevic was there during the Yugoslav period, though. He was already part of the power structure, so it's not like he came out of nowhere. The reason he rose through the ranks during the latter stages of it is because kind of the writings on the wall, everything is falling apart, and he was willing to adopt a Serbian nationalism, where it's similar in a way to Putin's story, because Putin obviously rose through the ranks in the Soviet system, but Putin rose to power because he was willing to embrace great Russian nationalism, as opposed to the original Soviet ideology. And that kind of like helped him in those specific circumstances, the specific conflicts that develop out of that. So it's basically his willingness to embrace that kind of racist bullshit that was circulating at the time as the state was imploding that kind of put him in charge. I have really mixed feelings on the interventions, because on the one hand, they're really fucked up and they harmed a lot of ordinary people, but they also, slowed down the process of some ethnic cleansings and atrocities. So it's really, there's no simple answer to it. It's similar to like my position on Libya, where the reason that NATO intervened in Libya is for their own imperialistic bullshit reasons, but they did stop Gaddafi from carrying out atrocities in Cyrenaica. So it's like there's a lot of moving parts in it. There's no, I can't say good or bad. To use a phrase somebody brought up earlier in a completely unrelated question, like hero or zero, like an either or kind of question. I don't really have one about the interventions. I think in some ways the interventions in the latter stages of the Yugoslav wars and around Kosovo and whatnot, in some ways, they were kind of necessary or helpful to people on the ground that were being victimized. But in other ways, they literally harmed people. They did kill civilians. So it's harder to judge them. The reason that people got involved, that I'm very critical of. Hey, you can't do that. What are you doing? You little monkey, you can't do that. You little monkey. Freaking cats. I love the little cat videos where they do all kinds of. I saw one today where like the cat, stood up on the windowsill and put their hands against the window and moved the window over in order to open so they can go into the house. Like, cats are pretty clever, but they get into a lot of trouble by moving shit around. The interventions are difficult to evaluate in moral terms because the reasons for doing it are straight up imperialistic. But they may actually have slowed down certain atrocities because there were popular passions unleashed, and nationalism is a fucking disease. And people will attack people they've lived next to their entire lives and suddenly, you're a dangerous foreigner, I have to get rid of you, and they will start unaliving them. So the Yugoslav wars are really nasty that way. Hi. We have a guest here. Hi. Okay, it's a Minerva show. Does that make sense? I'm not sure I can really give you a simple answer to that one because I really don't have a position, good or bad, on those. I think they're both good and bad.
I feel similarly. I just found them to be interesting for that reason. But do you think in non-moral terms that or I guess, I don't know, it's hard to extract it from the moral implications, but do you think that there should have been an intervention in Rwanda?
Yes. I'm actually quite pissed that they pulled out.
The
UN general, it was a Canadian general that said, there's nothing we can do, and they just said, fuck it, and they pulled out.
Yeah, he was on the UN mission, and then he wrote that, and they just...
There's a problem in the way that we created the UN, because there was a clause in the UN Charter that would have given the UN actual military capacity, and no one wanted to ratify that part, so they tossed it. So actual blue helmets are not actually under the control of the UN. They're under the command of the country that provided them. And different countries will say, we don't want to get involved, and they just won't do anything. So over and over again, you've got blue helmets on the ground with weapons who could stop something, and they just stand there and watch it happen. Over and over again. This happens in Lebanon, it happens in Rwanda. Over and over again, they do nothing at all because the countries are unwilling to commit themselves to being involved in conflict. If it was actual UN command, we might have been able to do something about a lot of these conflicts. But, oh well. There was a spot earlier this evening where she was sitting there and she was snoring so loudly, and I was tempted to bring the phone over so you guys could hear her snoring, but people were talking and going on, and I never got a chance to do it. But it's so cute when she gets into bed and she has this weird little snore.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions, but question if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I had a question about Cartesian metaphysics. I don't know if that's your area.
Definitely not my area. I know I would have the barest thumb. I would have an undergraduate's understanding of that. Okay. So I can't say too much about it. I'm not impressed by by Descartes' reasoning in general, but it's an important stage in kind of getting European philosophy going again after a long dry spell. But yeah, I wasn't impressed and just kind of passed over it.
Yeah, I only asked because I'm in this class about metaphysics, and I was trying to understand what he's talking about when he refers to space and extension.
Yeah, like this is not my favorite topic in general.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah.
it's just it never really has been. I'm a lot less interested in questions of ontology just in general. So they're harder to get sucked into. I'm by nature much more interested in questions of epistemology. And
Okay.
ethics and epistemology, I think, are my two big areas, I guess, in philosophy.
Cool.
I mean, the only place where I really kind of get into the metaphysics, the ontology, it's the existential stuff. But even there, it kind of departs from a lot of the fine points of being and more into the implications of being. And that's the part that sucks me in. It's one of the reasons much earlier tonight, we were talking about Saunt came up, and I was saying, the reasoning he uses in Being and Nothingness doesn't make any damn sense to me, but the conclusions he's taking out of it are very interesting. The actual ethical implications, the need to create oneself makes a lot of sense, but the way that they get to it, I have a really hard time getting sucked into questions like that. So it's the main reason that, I didn't go past like a survey level with people like Descartes. I just didn't care. Sorry.
No worries. I completely understand. Metaphysics for me is a tough topic to really get sucked into, so that's valid. I have a follow-up question that I think might interest you a little bit more. What are your thoughts on effective altruism?
On what altruism?
Altruism?
Ooh, it cut out again.
Effective altruism.
Effective or affective?
Effective.
I'm not sure I get the context. This is a specific approach to it.
So yeah,
it's not ringing a bell.
The idea behind effective altruism is that you should, I'll give you Peter Unger's conception of effective altruism because that's the one that I'm most familiar with. Okay. He believes that you should give away all of your money, belongings, basically donate it to people in need as long as you can survive off of the things that are left over for you, even if that requires to beg, borrow, and steal to donate.
Okay.
I was wondering, it's like a Peter Singer and Peter Unger and someone else I'm blanking on, really coined the movement, but it's been taken over by people like Sam Bankman-Fried and a lot of Silicon Valley.
Oh, a lot of people the latter name I've never heard of at all. Singer, I've read a few things from. I have a handful of Singer's books, and I'm at least familiar with Unger. So I've run into this at some point, and I'm just not connecting to it very well. One of the issues I've often had with those questions of altruism, and I guess this is one of the places where I like the interplay between the sciences and philosophy, because as we were talking about earlier today, the religion, philosophy, and science are all interconnected. Some of the philosophical arguments that can make a great deal of sense in one way or another often fall apart once you actually apply anthropological data, to it. And this is as true for some of the extreme forms of altruism as they are for the extreme forms of selfishness, like Ayn Rand's bullshit, like her human nature is naturally selfish and blah blah blah. I'm what the fuck are you talking about? There is a way in which we do have coded into us an altruistic component, but it's connected to in-groups, unfortunately. And this is where the definition of in-groups can really matter, because we can subvert some of that wiring by changing the way we understand the tribe to be. but it's always, it existed because particular groups needed to work together. So there's a cooperative sense. I'm going to help out. I'm going to help my neighbors. I'm going to give to my neighbors. When we make the arguments that we should kind of go beyond and like give in general like that, because the position in general you're describing is kind of Christ-like. Like it's this sense that, Jesus is saying, give up all of your possessions and then just beg to survive for the day. But anything extra you give to the poor to help other people out. It's a beautiful sort of idea. It's difficult to understand what to do with it because it does clash so much with how humans have historically lived throughout our existence. But I'm actually kind of, like, just in personal terms, always very sympathetic to those ideas. It's one of the reasons that I've enjoyed Singer. Like his book on animal liberation was a huge touchstone for me very early in life. This sense of taking care of the world around you. There's something very beautiful about the ethics of it. How to get it to catch on is more complicated. And I think this is where the anthropology of religions actually helps with this specific question here, because you literally have in the fucking Gospels a statement that says, if you want to follow me, give up all of your possessions, leave your family, take care of the poor, help other people, love everyone as yourself. And almost no Christians have ever taken it seriously. So even turning it into a religious conception where you've got a kind of dogmatic understanding, these texts are the word of God, this is how you have to do it, it's very difficult to get people to take that into themselves, make it part of their identity, and live it, and actually try to give to other people. So,
well, if you don't mind me,
an issue with the take up for it. Okay,
if you don't mind me interjecting real quick, Dr. Liam, it's problematic because if we think about location, like if I'm begging in DC to give back to my community, but that community ends up going to greedy congressmen, like that's not ethical, period. But
I think I missed something because it's like, what was it? How did the congressman connect to it?
Hold on. So if I'm performing this act of giving away all my personal belongings, and I'm like, I want to give back to my community, but let's say I hypothetically live in DC. So anything I give back to my community could potentially go back to Congress, right? Like some greedy people. There is the ethical problem about this conversation that really dives deep into a different mode of, complex thinking. Because if I live in an impoverished, society, like let's say my community is super poor, right? And I sell all my belongings and I beg, steal, do whatever to make money only to, take care of myself to survive. And then I give it back to an impoverished community. That's going to give me a different ethical standing versus me being in DC, giving to a society that is, ultimately corrupt. So I think this is a very layered question, because when you ask this question, it's like, where is that going to? That philosophy, that statement, that thinking? Because if it's going to something like your local community, in which your community, I think is a different conversation. But when you're talking about, like, if I sell all my personal belongings and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna donate it to the government. I'm gonna donate all my funds to the government because I want a better life for Americans. That is problematic because we know what the government is about. So I think this is like a multi-layered problematic situation, ultimately underlined by like what level of corruption are we talking about that we donate to? Does that make sense?
It's sort of. I think that this gets back to one of the key elements of the donation and support for the poor in general, because donating to a government isn't actually required in those kind of ethical systems, nor in the religions that have tried to do things similarly. That's sort of a separate issue. If you're in DC, I guarantee you're going to see a shitload of poverty. There are a lot of very poor people in DC, and you can support them directly and give to them. The Congress critters are mostly like carpetbaggers anyway that come in from their own communities. There's no reason to give to them. It only gets to them if you're giving to a redistributive system run by a state structure that's going to give to everyone equally. If you think again, take the kind of like Christ-like approach to this, if you're giving directly to the community, you're going to go to the poor people who are most affected and give directly to them. And that doesn't mean I'm walking down K Street and talking to lobbyists and giving them money. They don't need a damn thing. But there's plenty of poor people who do. So it depends very much on how you do it. I think the ethical principle behind this, the sense of giving, the sense of trying anything excess, and this is actually something that I honestly do try to do where I can, and a lot of people I think do. If you have enough, then give some of it up to somebody that you know needs it. Like, yeah, I don't need this, and you're hungry, so here you go. You know, like we all can do things like that, and I think that there is a good reason to encourage us to do it. The trick is finding a way to get it to catch on so that we do actively do it on the one hand, because attempts to do it have not worked out terribly well. A lot of the ethical systems that have called for that kind of charity have failed. And I don't think that's because of the Ayn Rand logic that humans are naturally selfish, because we're not. We have a strong cooperative instinct. I think it's because of the ways that we tend to do it. But the idea of giving back is genuinely a good one. Now, the structural question, which is what you're pointing to, how you give back. If I give to a state institution or to a particular organization that's going to distribute it to everybody, well, then, yeah, you're giving also to rich people. You know, it's kind of like a UBI. You know, if I got an extra $1,000 a month versus Elon Musk getting $1,000 a month, that $1,000 a month could change my life. But Musk isn't going to notice it at all. Like, so it's pointless at that point, you know? So there's a problem in terms of the distribution, the mechanisms that you use. So for your part, I would say anything that you do that applies this ethical principle has to exclude people who don't need your help.
And that's also problematic talking about our political system, like, because ethically, like, we donate our funds through like income, to help, our communities, like as a country as a whole. And I think this is what's problematic about, these philosophies, because there's always a base problematic issue of corruption. And I can't get on board with any philosophies. And I apologize. Like, I can't get on board with any philosophies, because at the end of the day, there's going to be something corrupt about any philosophical idea. But most philosophical ideas are about an ethical response of how do we care for one another. And like you mentioned, so if I like saw someone begging on the street, I'm like, here's a 20. It could change your life. Maybe I don't need that 20. And I've done it like, I'm not trying to, signal, do a signal or anything like that. But I've done it multiple times in my life where I'm like, here's a 20. I don't need it today. It's good. We're good. But at the same time too, it's like, what's problematic about the foundation of ethics. And I think this is what most people, strive for. Like, most religions are confused about, I hope I don't overstep my boundaries. But I think what is problematic is, how do we as humans find an ethical way to treat other people ethically? And I think it's so simplistic in my mind. It's like, people in need should be given, and people who do not have that need should not be given anything. And that's not how, corporations and governments and politics and the world works, period. And I struggle with this personally because it's like, when we talk about different philosophical ideals, it's just that. Because at the end of the day, what happens is the core audience of corruption. That like, if you have a stem of ethics in a plant, what blooms from it will be corruption. It looks pretty, it looks appealing, it looks on face value, like we're doing something to help our community, whether it's a country or, a community. But at the end of the day, it serves like this corruption. So I definitely have a problem with like, these philosophical ideals because like it doesn't work. It just does. Like, I don't know, I'm sorry guys, I'm a little frustrated about like philosophy. I'm so frustrated because it's like it almost is like a snake eating itself with philosophy, because it's like we know, poor people need, and we know, like, all these things need to happen. We know what needs to be done. We know this. We know it in our core. And religion talks about it, like, philosophical ideas talk about it, science talks about it. Like, you can't have a plant without sunlight, right? Chloroform. Like, we can't have it. But at the same time, like, there's all these like corruptions, and we're so passive about everything that we can't just get past that hump of like, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, I
don't know.
There's definitely a lot there, actually. I think one place I'll point to, there's actually two main things that stand out about that. One is, okay, in terms of criticizing philosophy, what I would take from what you're saying is a problem of the implementation of philosophy, because it becomes a bunch of like airy bullshit. We say we're going to do this stuff, but then it doesn't actually happen. And when you do actually try to put things into practice, that's where the corruption comes in. The corruption is not about the philosophy itself. It's about power. It's about institutions. So when you create an institution and say, this is going to solve X problem, then corruption steps in and people fuck it all up. The philosophy itself isn't really the problem. The trick there is, how the hell do you implement the idea? How do you make it work and people do it? Because we often just don't want to do it. And one of the ways that stands out to me about the whole doing it part, and this is one of the things that, okay, so one of the reasons that I have been willing to support concepts like a UBI, even though they transparently also benefit the rich, and I think that that's actually unethical and immoral. But it's a matter of basic psychology. We've done a ton of studies of this, and you've got a huge amount of empirical evidence of this over the last 70 years tied to the expansion of welfare states. If people understand, and not everybody, but if some people understand that a benefit is going to go to someone they don't like, they would rather not have the benefit at all. Like, they don't want it to exist. But if you can get the benefit to the people who need it by also giving it to the people who don't need it, they're more willing to accept it. And it's really fucked up, because some people honestly can wrap their heads around the idea of taking care of the poor. The thing you were saying before about how we all know they need it. No, that's actually not true. There are people who do know, and a lot of people who don't. And because there are plenty of people who, because of their own neurology, believe that people are impoverished because there's something wrong with them and they deserve to suffer, and they don't give a shit. They just cannot get themselves to care. And no amount of education easily changes that. It's very difficult, because we do have different evolved moralities in this, in the same way that we have different evolved perspectives on change. The idea of being open to difference and change versus wanting to pass on the way that my parents did it. These are both naturally evolved impulses in a social species that help to hold the group together. One set of people is going to come up with a new idea. Other people are going to hold the group together and keep them functioning. The sense of more altruistic versus more selfish, they're both part of our nature, but some people are much more likely to not give a shit about other people. And it's very hard to come up with a philosophy or a religion or anything else that will convince shitty people to not be shitty people. You can literally have Jesus says, give to the poor, and you've got right-wing conservatives in the United States saying, well, this is a bunch of woke bullshit, and I don't want to do that. But they'll still call themselves Christians. But they will literally directly contradict the Bible and say, no, we can't do that. Who came up with this woke Jesus idea? That's a bunch of bullshit. We shouldn't do that. Because the problem is it's them. They don't understand that some people didn't have it as good as they did growing up, and they need help, and that we should be able to give that help to them. They can't wrap their heads around that. We have to come up, I think one of the problems with philosophies and religions in general is that they don't account for neurodiversity, that we have differences in the way that we approach things. And some people, if their functional morality is different from mine, if I use my moral language and I explain it in a way that makes sense to me, it will go right over their fucking heads. They will not understand it. They won't be able to wrap their heads around it. But if you can find a different way to talk to them, a way that reaches them in their interests, you can get around it, which again is one of the reasons that as a shortcut, I'm fine with concepts like UBI, because an extra grand to somebody like Elon Musk, who the fuck cares? I want that grand to go to somebody on fucking Skid Row so they can get out of that and actually get a home. So it's worth it, but we have to find better ways to do this. And one of the problems oftentimes for philosophy is that it approaches things in such abstract terms, in kind of idealistic terms. This would be the perfect system that doesn't actually apply to humans as they exist in the world. So if you mix philosophy and anthropology, you've got a better chance of making sense of this. But when we just talk about the philosophies or religions separately from the actual lived experience of humans, it's going to fuck up every time, because there's always going to be a subset of that population that simply cannot do it and that just does not care because the terms don't make sense to them.
Yeah, and then there's the problematic situation where like pastors, like the ones that are on TV, have like private aircrafts, but they're preaching about donations. So here's my issue about philosophical ideas and religions is, like on paper it looks good, but in practice it will be corrupted. And I think there's like a huge misunderstanding about socialism, and even like any ism other than nationalism, because nationalism is the dirt. I don't know, like I have a very uncomfortable feeling when it comes to philosophical thinking, and unless it's coming from a true place, like a good-hearted place. And so you mentioned like donating, and it potentially could go to Elon Musk $1,000. Like I would be so weary about that situation, and no disrespect by any means, but I'd be so weary about that situation. I'd be like, I would want to personally hand that person $1,000 versus it might go into the hands of a rich person who don't care. And so, and I think ultimately, when we talk about philosophical ideas and like the religions, like going back to he him, like the pronouns, like this is where like maybe Erica wasn't triggered, but I was, because when you start shortchanging the ideas of this broad landscape, and it's not about gender, but moreover it's about an understanding of human compassion. When you start isolating human compassion, whether it's through gender, whether it's through religion, or philosophical means, you're alienating people, and I don't agree with that. I came up here to talk about Comp City, though, Dr. Liam. That's what I came up here to talk about.
the okay, so there's a fun point here, because and this is where I like to describe myself as a pragmatic anarchist, in the sense that I'm willing to exploit systems that exist already, but ultimately I can still say that they're trash. UBI works because the state exists, and I think it's not an ideal solution. I would rather the money went only directly to people. So for me, my ideal is dismantle the state, use communal organization and mutual aid, and take care of the people who need it, so nothing goes to the people who don't need it. But we don't have that. What we have is a fairly centralized state structure, so we can use that to actually help the poor. It's not saying that UBI is a good idea. It's saying that it's a way of using what currently exists and fits the current paradigm and the way people think about things. I would rather completely dismantle that system and start the fuck over, and then really apply these ideas. But yeah, I'm with you in the sense that all of these ideas, whether they're philosophies, religions, whatever, they all can go awry. And the problem is really just the power structures. It's one of the reasons I got into Foucault in the first place, or into Nietzsche, is understanding power dynamics in society and how things work that way. Because yes, we can corrupt everything. We can fuck up the most beautiful idea ever. We can complete. I mean, for crying out loud, there are Buddhists committing genocide. Like it makes no fucking sense if you think about Buddhist thought, but they're still doing it. Anything can be completely corrupted as soon as you apply power to it. And this is the problem, ultimately, of social dynamics and state structures. And one of the reasons that I became an anarchist in the first place, because everything can be fucked up if you actually have the ability to do it. If you take away the ability to harm other people, though, again, mutual aid networks, rather than power structures, and state redistributive methods. But they are what we have. And you can at least use certain lessons through that, because of, again, if we understand the psychology of people, the way that they think, you can get voters willing to accept helping poor minorities if you're also helping them. I don't want any money to go off to well-off, middle-class white people. I just don't. I don't want any benefit to go to them at all. Morally, I find it reprehensible. But they'll never vote to accept an idea that helps poor black people if they don't get it as well. So it's a fucked up system just because of their psychology. To me, the ideal would be to dismantle the entire fucking system and just shift the resources to the people who need it. But that requires a much deeper paradigm shift and a reorganization of society. It's a much longer term process.
And also, how do you feel about Immanuel Kant? I feel like that dude was autistic.
About what? How do I feel about what?
Immanuel Kant.
Immanuel. I'm not understanding the word.
Immanuel Kant. So
Kant?
Immanuel.
No.
Well, I mean, K. Oh man, I don't.
Sorry, I'm just not catching the word. Is it Kant? Immanuel Kant?
Because if I say it the way I read it, I'm gonna get blocked.
This dude? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So I can't say that on TikTok because we're already getting shut down. So I can't. Really? I can't say.
We can't say Kant.
Well, Dr. Liam, that could get reported. We
because
can't.
because it sounds a little bit like.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
My mind isn't dirty enough for that one. That's good.
Well, it's not good because I mentioned it on a live and I got reported. So
Because it just, to me, it sounds more like just, I mean, I can't do that, you know? It just sounds like a word, you know?
well,
That's cute.
so,
Okay,
so I
so yeah,
mentioned Emmanuel K was an
yeah,
autistic person because if you look at his life, he was definitely autistic. But he had a very interesting philosophical premise
yeah.
about a lot. And, like this dude like was on a strict regimen of like walking through his garden, like, and I was like, this dude's autistic, and
You could
I don't
set your
know.
watch by him. You knew the time, every day at the
Right.
same time he walked around, like, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, he was rigid as fuck, you know? I will joke that I'm autistic as fuck, and holy shit, I am not Immanuel Kant. Wow.
Right. And I mentioned that one time and people got full chested like, how dare you call him autistic? And I was like, well, I am, and I can
Have
recognize it in
you
other people.
you know
Like,
how he lived? I mean, come
bro,
on.
like
Seriously?
but we can't say his name moving forward. Like it gets recorded apparently.
He's the K word now, right? Instead of the C word.
Yeah, Emmanuel K.
Right.
My poor man.
So what about him? There's a specific part of his thought that stands out in this.
I mean, it comes back to the
You're not thinking about the
philosophical
categorical
idea.
imperative, are you?
I'm sorry, what happened?
Are you thinking about the categorical imperative?
Yes, yes. So
Okay.
so he has like very
Yeah.
interesting philosophical ideas. Like again, on paper, looks amazing. Like if you study Emmanuel K, looks great. But this dude, like, yeah, he was different if you read up on him. But yeah, I mean, I feel like when you talk about philosophical ideals, like, and I immediately go to Emmanuel K. Um, about philosophy, and I mentioned it one other time, like John Milton, that blends in philosophical ideas with religion. And I don't know, like there's like a very weird vibe because it's like as and then we could talk about Plato and Socrates and all these philosophical people, and on paper it looks great. Like I love using Plato's allegory of a cave when I go into depression. I'm like, hey guys, standing up on my head, but I might be a shadow. I'm gonna come out, 7 to 10 business days from now, which apparently is, you know, spoiler alert, an autistic burnout. I just learned that recently. But it's like, there's like all these like philosophical realms that
Let's see. I'm not sure if the sound is set. Can anybody hear me? People have already come in. I'm not sure if I left the sound up properly. Let me know if you can hear anything. Okay, good. I didn't take a break. I was briefly banned for hate speech because I said his name. Which is weird because I guess TikTok can't differentiate between vowels. So that's funny. Yeah, hate speech. I'm not sure, but that might be the first time I've ever been accused of hate speech. Just kind of, yeah. That's I can't think of any other cases of that. That's funny. Oh well. So apparently, yes, I can't say the K word where it really should be. I mean, like the C word and the K word are apparently the same thing to TikTok. So. Yay. Anyway, I asked, I put up a little video saying if people want me to turn this thing back on. And then I asked Dharma because she was already in my, she's like, yes! So like, oh, okay, I turned it back on. so, hey, hi, I'm back.
Good morning again.
Kelly, yes.
I'm not going to leave you alone by yourself in the room and go off and brush my teeth again. I can't trust you. You're saying all kinds of things that gets us banned here. Sir.
Actually, oh gosh, hold on a second. It seems like very low. I thought the volume was all the way up, but I don't know if that's just you. Let me put this thing here and try to have the case off. Oh yeah, the volume was down. Oh yeah, that's why you were soft. Okay, cool. Let me move that back into here. Yeah, Kelly,
I can't hear you. I'll drop down and re-request you.
Oh.
Switch across.
Can anybody else hear me now? Does that work now? No, hopefully I didn't
So honestly, I step away for 5 seconds and there goes the live.
Okay, I can hear you now perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Somebody else said they couldn't hear. Okay, good.
It's Erika.
Yeah, Kelly
Erika
was pointing out, as an Australian, kind of offended by their objection to the word. Yeah, because it actually, for, gosh, 500 or 600 years, something like that, a long ass time, it's actually also meant a very stupid or disreputable person. But it is also a gendered insult, so it's both. But it's used very commonly in English in very different ways. And I, having grown up with a lot of British, television and media and whatnot and films, I get it. I don't understand why that's such a huge deal. Like, it really should be context specific. Like, if you are calling a woman a C word, that's a problem, and you should have an issue with that. But if not, like, what the fuck? If you're just, oh jeez, Erica says she couldn't hear either.
That's the fault in coding, sir. That with the algorithm, when they coded all of these restrictions into, say, TikTok safe things, they didn't account for that.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people don't account for the different uses of it, context-wise. So in text, it can show up problematically in a lot of social media, I've found as well. And they really got to find a better way to understand the context, because it is used in very different senses in English.
Yes, of course.
But yeah, in the audio part, yeah, it's really interesting that they can't differentiate vowels at all. Apparently, you can hear me. Erica had to drop out so she couldn't hear. So we're definitely having some weird volume issues.
She needs to go right out of the app and then come right back in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure it's not me that something's wrong. But no. Yeah, I mean, sorry. Yeah, it's not your fault. I mean, you did point out that they had a problem with it. I naively assumed. Here I am sitting in a goddamn library with a fucking pile of books by this guy that I could say his name, but oh well, I guess I can't say the name of a German philosopher, so that's a life lesson.
If you think, this app was created for people between the ages of 12 and 18, and so they have no concept of the philosopher and all the rest of it. They just
that makes sense. If we people tried to get me on TikTok years ago, and all I saw on here was a bunch of dancing tweens or something. I'm like, okay, yeah, if I want to see 16-year-olds shaking their boobs or something cool, I can go on TikTok. Fuck that. I had no interest at all. It took years for Dominic to talk me into going onto TikTok at all, and I guess it's maturing a bit. But since it was kind of designed for people wiggling, they're probably not thinking of German idealism when they were coding this.
That was hectic funny. I like Erika. I was just telling sir. I walk away for 5 seconds to go and brush my teeth, and poof, gone with a live. What the hell?
I am so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. I knew it was gonna happen. I was like, Emmanuel K. Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I mean,
I feel like it is on me, because I've gotten banned so many times talking about this dude. I was like, y'all, it's like a perpetual ban.
You said it though, and you told me it was a problem.
I'm so sorry.
And it didn't register that they would really care. I didn't get it.
No, every time, and I
I
brought
was
him
pointing
up.
out my DMs that nobody had a problem with the word pussy. Like I
I
pointed
know.
to my
That's what's
cat, and they didn't
weird.
care about
That's
that.
what's weird.
Like,
That's what's
what the
weird.
hell?
Every time I brought up this German philosopher, and I even stated, "Hey guys, as like," and I've been banned so many times based off his name. I was like, "Hey guys, as a precaution, I'm about to say a name that is a German philosopher," and now I just know how to censor it. I'm just like, y'all, I can't even say it. I'm
Okay,
so
yeah.
sorry, Dr. Liam. I'm so
Well, I
sorry.
guess Emmanuel K is. It sounds weird.
Yeah, that's what we got to
Yeah.
do. That's what we got to do.
Okay.
I've been banned too
Huh.
for saying a company name. Like, I have to say K Williams versus the actual real estate company, which is Keller, right? W. I can't say that either because I get banned. Like,
Huh.
I can't put it together. I have to
I don't
say
know if I know that
K
company.
Williams. Well, you know, they're occupying Palestine and selling all the land in the United States and Canada.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
why in my
Okay.
video I had to say
I
K
saw that.
Williams.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't say Keller
Yeah.
and then the second half. Like, cuz I got banned for that too. Just like, yeah, no, it's real.
Nuts.
It's nuts.
Can I say nuts? Is that like?
I don't know. We might get banned again. It might be
That's a lot of nuts.
I might get banned again. No cap.
No, geez. Oh man, that's so weird. I mean, I'm literally sitting in front of a bunch of his fucking books, and that at least they approved the appeal very quickly. So that's nice.
Yeah.
So somebody quickly took a look at it. So that's not bad. So I can't be totally dismissive of TikTok's capacity here, but really they should tweak the algorithm a little bit to catch this.
Hold on, Dr. Liam. It might circle back around and you might get rebanned because that has happened to me too. I hope not. We only got 6 months left.
Paying attention,
you know, I'm just saying.
Whoever in the PCP is watching this.
Doc, maybe in a day or two I will have a live with you to sort of explain to you what are the TikTok safe things, what are the TikTok not so safe things, what are the language usages, what we shouldn't be doing, what kind of boosts a live, what doesn't boost a live, how you can be boosting the live from the FYP instead of coming into a chat, and how you can actually ban a live from the FYP instead of coming into a chat. So that also. So maybe we can just, so that we can protect you even better.
Yeah, if you can, if anybody has like a list of something or that they come up with,
we do.
Because here I am playing with and stroking my P word. There's gotta be.
Well, well, hold on, Dr. Liam. You could say that P word, but you just can't say the philosopher's name.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I had to learn the hard way.
No, but
like y'all, I've been banned for so much crazy stuff. I mean, and it's so innocent. Like I mean, I literally had a video where I'm like talking about the German philosopher, and I'm like, hey guys, The Good Place, and I'm like, I think Chidi is based off this character. Banned. I'm like, for what? And that was the reason. And then, with me talking about the K period Williams realty, which I can't say Keller, boop, in the same sentence, I got banned. And I was like, this is madness. Like, it's madness. But I'm learning on the streets too with my old personal bans.
The crazy thing is if you have a beverage, that kind of beverage in a bottle and you show it on screen, then they will close it down. If you have a packet of smokes on the screen, they will, but if you or a vape, they will close it down. Or a pipe, even though you're not smoking it, they will close it down. But if you have your beverage in a glass, like you would have water, then they wouldn't close you down. Yes, that's it. That's
not much left.
But what's crazy, Dharma, is I literally had seen rappers with cigarettes in their mouth not bothered. And I'm like, what the, So, there's weird censorship going only in some places. let's be
Um,
realistic.
I was
It's pro poly, like period.
I was
Like
just
if
telling
you're if you're if you're
Professor,
pro poly, boop, you censored, you're gonna be shut down.
yeah, I was
Weird
just
things
telling
happen.
Professor that just yesterday I became suspended for reposting and sharing to my memory or status something that I reshared from CNN, and I got suspended for that. So there's that. Anyway, continue, guys. I'm
I
going to
think
be
this is
muting.
I think it's the first time they've actually hit me with something since the early ones where I trying to figure out this app. I uploaded a few things that I shouldn't have early on. Like there was one where I uploaded some actual footage of people like running away from tanks or something, and that apparently was violence or something. So I got like some of those red flags, but they wear off apparently after a while. So I currently have no restrictions on the account. It had that little red mark for a while, but it's gone. Um, but this,
But in true Emmanuel fashion, Dr. Liam, he would be so proud that you would be banned over him. I'm just gonna say he was so pompous that he would be super proud that you would
well,
be banned over him. I'm gonna put that out there.
band over what? What was that? I missed part of the first part of that.
Over Emmanuel.
Oh,
Like Emmanuel would celebrate it. He'd be like,
yeah.
"Yes, if you're gonna get banned over anything, should be
Honestly,
over me."
I mean, one of my graduate advisors would freaking love this. I gotta, yeah, I gotta let him know because this is funny. Um,
Was it not
I
a
mean,
few weeks
I
ago,
did
sir?
entire seminars on I did multiple seminars and directed readings on German idealism in graduate school because I did the critical theory emphasis and all the philosophy. I mean, I'm a historian. I was the only one who did a bunch of philosophy shit while I was there. But I mean, yeah, he's gonna John's gonna find this funny as hell. Like, really?
You're welcome, Dr.
Anyway,
Liam.
so
Glad
thank you.
it brought
Yeah,
you a laugh.
I have a fun conversation coming up about this.
Yes. Was it not 3 weeks ago, sir,
Oh my God!
that
Oh, he's
Palmer
gonna
was holding the
absolutely
pen?
because I got away with talking about Hegel, but because I enjoyed the discussions much more about Mr. K word, and he likes Hegel, and he's gonna crow over that like, yeah, buddy, you should have been into Hegel instead all this freaking time, and you're talking about the first critique instead. What's wrong with you? Like it was all about Hegel, man. Oh, John's gonna love this.
I am so sorry. I did not mean to bring down you, and I knew it was gonna happen every time. I've been banned, y'all. I've been banned probably out of out of when I talk about philosophy, which I love the subject. I truly do, but you can't really realistically talk about philosophy without talking about Emmanuel. Like
Yeah.
if you talk about, Plato, Socrates, like to me, Emmanuel comes into mind. And, I've talked about Emmanuel, I think probably for 3 or 4 times, and I've been banned 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, why? I'm like, okay, it's a name, it's that name though. And I do apologize, Dr. Liam.
No,
I
no,
didn't try to trap you into getting the band,
no,
I
it's great.
promise.
It's a learning experience, and they did remove it very quickly. So again, credit to them for actually approving the appeal quickly. That's good. That's certainly faster than Facebook usually is about that sort of thing. So yeah, that's okay. So
Also,
Emmanuel
I
Hayward.
You warned us. Meg, you warned
I'm
us, you knew, and I'll say with Dharma too, that like some of the things we know and some of it's not like TikTok is saying, like a manual of all of the banned words. So it's like
yeah.
some we know for sure, and some can be like a little bit superstition, and sometimes it changes. Like lesbian used to be a banned word on this app, but now it's it shouldn't be
But it was
flagged. And
so
oh, I
Erica, what's
know.
weird
Oh,
to my
don't get me
mind,
started. Don't get me started.
what's weird to my mind, if I'm like, if I can't go to the grocery store, that's fine. But if you put the word Emmanuel with the same word, I can't go to the grocery store, is problematic and it gets banned. I'm like, but if I can't go to the grocery store, Why is that? Like, that sentence isn't bad,
Okay,
but
so
the
that's
German philosopher is definitely bad. Y'all,
okay.
I tried so many ways
How
around
does
it.
this work with English though? Because I usually use that vowel with the word you just. I usually don't say can't because that sound was always harder for me. Like I have to concentrate to get some of those sounds right. Um, so can't sounds weird to me. I would usually say that same word pronounced the same way as this guy's name. So how do they not differentiate that?
Yes,
Because that would be
because
said constantly by people with accents where that vowel is the most common. I'm
sir,
sure it's
please,
said that way.
South
I,
Africa, you don't say can't, we say can't.
Right. So how do the
oh,
fuck do
Dharma,
they tell that
Dharma.
apart?
No, no, really, seriously. And I said it's often on lives, and it doesn't. No, but I'm just saying, it's
That's
like
Is for
yeah.
we don't say
educational
that.
purposes.
We don't speak Americanese.
I don't get it.
And TikTok is a Chinese app, so why are they so particular? I don't understand.
And most people on this app don't speak English, let's be honest, or are American
Yeah, I
statistically.
don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
Erica, let's go a step further.
10%
Most
of
people on
users
this
are
I
app
American.
can
can't
tell the.
spell English. If you really want to mess a
Yes,
person up, be like your versus your, or there, or there, or, like girl, queen. We could definitely go into spelling on this app real
Those
quick.
are funny. The there and
Don't judge me by my spelling.
there and there. I say differently. It's always interesting that they sound the same for a lot of people. There, they, there, and there are the words. But we tend to use the same vowels in American English for some reason. It just fucks it all up.
but
They're
also,
very easy to differentiate in speech if you say it well.
Or two and two. Or
Mm.
here's a curveball.
Those are harder.
Then and then. Woo! Ooh,
Yeah,
please
again, a different
do
vowel.
not.
They should be able to tell
We
vowels
had
apart.
earlier
Apparently, they can't tell vowels apart. So
but
that's
but
we
the
pretty
had
crazy
fun.
thing
earlier
is,
a
if we remember three
diagnosis
weeks ago, if we just remember 3 weeks ago, Farmer was twisting his pen in his fingers 3 weeks ago, and you got a warning for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get a warning.
Just 3 weeks ago. Yeah, and you got a red little warning thingy to say, please, somebody's showing contraband or something. A pen.
Well,
So,
it's a good thing I prefer gummies to reefer. I'll never get caught for that.
well,
But you
and
had
I
a
don't know.
full like chest out band with a manual though. That's
Yeah,
wild.
but for hate speech, immediately, like what the
What?
fuck?
For a manual. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could argue he
And
was
I
kind
just
of hate-ish.
yeah,
If you know his personality, like I could get it, but no one's gonna dive deep into that. You know what I'm
okay.
saying? Like,
So let's talk about how, under the categorical imperative, if the Yahtzees knock on their door, you have to turn over the Jews. Oh, yeah. Kant's rigidity is problematic for sure. But I actually, it's funny because among all of the idealists, I'm actually most fond of Kant, or K word, whatever, Mr. K.
yeah.
Yeah,
maybe you can say
I
can instead of can't.
yeah. Oh God, see, and honestly, I seldom get that sound right when I'm using the contraction either, so it'd be even harder. It's I I had a pretty severe speech impediment when I was quite young. Certain sounds were much harder than others in terms of acquiring spoken language. And some of those American short vowels were much harder for me. So I have to pay attention carefully to say them properly. So I'm not sure that's a good solution either. But I'll think about it. The yeah, yeah, of all the idealists, I do like Mr. K the most, even though there's serious problems with it because
his cosmopolitanism is quite appealing. His political writings are quite advanced for the time that he's writing. Today, no, but for the time that he's writing, yeah. And the first critique actually demolishes so much previous philosophy. The epistemology in there is actually still quite sophisticated. The second and third are kind of crap. The third critique, I spent months discussing this with John in grad school, and I used elements of the references to the third critique in my dissertation too, because it's one of the few pieces of Mr. K's philosophy that Nietzsche was familiar with, and it's just bad. He's backing away from a lot of the really revolutionary things that he did in his first critique. But I think that first one still stands up quite well and is worth discussing. But there are deeper problems with it.
But if you look at The Good Place, I think it was like produced by NBC or something. If you look at The Good Place, like Mr. K, his philosophy is so saturated, in that ideology of that popular show.
That's a TV show?
Yes, it's called The Good Place. I definitely recommend anyone interested in philosophy. Like, yeah, it's like a feel-good show, but at the same time, too, that's how I got into Emmanuel K. And, and I would argue that the main character, Chidi, is actually very comparative to that particular person in real life because he was so, ultimately Chi was autistic, right? Like he was he was a dude that was like indecisive, and that was his downfall, and like all of a sudden he's sentenced to hell. But at the same time too, he was morally ethical. And so there's a conversation where, what is moral ethics? And I didn't really, my mind didn't want to dive into that because it's like when you start talking about moral ethics and things like autism or neurodiversity, it's like, why would we be demonized to hell because we think differently and we want to explore things on a different level? And then that started like triggering things in my brain to be like, what is heaven and hell? Like who decides that? And is it, a neurotypical person, or is it just all just made up stuff? So I think an interesting philosophy when it comes to Emmanuel K is that, it really does challenge religion. And I still have to go back to John Milton because John Milton argued that, like, if you believed anything in Paradise Lost, like, you're going to side with Satan because it's on Satan's point of view. Like, but why would a Christian man, write, a epic poem on Satan's side? And it's like, so there's a lot of like very interesting philosophical questions going on with, philosophy, and I really think it's an interesting note. However, it's like, I think this is what the philosophical's plight is. Like, and even Chidi says it in The Good Place. It's like, every person hates philosophers. And I'm just like, that is true though. Like if you're a philosopher and you just like overwhelm yourself with what ifs, isms, and like, the like the creation of humanity, or what is ethical, you're gonna end up burying yourself, because at the end of the day it's like it's not realistic practice. And like I think a fantastic philosophical leader would be, and I don't want I say leader, but I don't even want to put that into penmanship. I feel like
The whole Platonic ideal.
yeah, I feel like someone who creates a movement, ethically, is going to ask some very serious questions. Like, at the end of the day, I guess that's where I'm getting at. Like, and I love philosophy. Like I've studied philosophy. I love it severely. But at the end of the day, it's like a circuit. I was talking about this before we shut down. I was like, it's like, the snake eating the tail. Like it's that imagery with philosophy. Um, where there's like yeah, there's movement, but it's been pondered since the 1700s or the 1600s. It's like it's
Yeah.
always pondered. But in creativity of philosophy, like ultimately it failed us. Like we could talk about ethics. We could talk about, giving up
Yeah.
poverty, stealing, like Robin Hood complex, right?
Yeah, for
Stealing from
sure.
the rich, giving to the poor. But at the end of the day, corruption always overrides the situation. It's like
Right.
realistically, how philosophically um ethical are we? And I think
It's
that's an interesting
yeah.
conversation because it's like we aren't as humans. Like,
Right.
but I'm autistic, so I see in black and white. So it's like, I mean, when something is wrong, I know it's wrong. And I'm like, hey, bud, the bipartisan system in the US is wrong because they take APAC money and they take oil money, pharmaceutical money. Like, let's vote them out. Like, it's just that easy. But people, not on the spectrum are like, well, we need to give APAC another chance. And I'm like, or the bipartisan system another chance. And I'm like, but why?
Right.
Why?
But why exactly?
They
Um,
haven't been doing a good job, and they proved that. Like, if I haven't been doing a good job, like I would be fired from my job, period. But these dudes are up for re-election, and we're about to rehire them.
and again and again.
Yeah.
I think the one okay, so there's one way in which I can really relate to this because I have often lamented the disconnect between philosophy and reality, and it's one of the reasons, honestly, that I'm attracted to some of the virtue philosophers because they're talking about how to live, so it's very practical. But people tend to get into these much bigger, complex, systemic sort of things, and they really don't reflect our reality very well. At least most of them don't. But I think part of the problem that you're pointing to is expecting philosophy to be something that it really isn't. So, for example, I don't know, just pick something we've talked about earlier. So think about the existential. So we're right here, right? The philosophy hasn't failed us. People chose not to do it, which in a sense you can say the philosophy failed because it's not something that most people are going to take up. But it's not really expecting that either. It's kind of saying, yeah, this is something that most people aren't going to do anyway. The thing that's really failing us is our socio-political structures. It's the power structures. It's the way we organize society and the way we construct power, the way we build politics. That fails every fucking time. But it's not really the philosophies themselves, but philosophies can be tied to power, and that's where there's problems. So liberalism has failed us. Marxist-Leninism has failed us. So tons of things like that you can point to and say, yes, there's a big problem with the application of these philosophies in practice, but it's sort of a different issue from the philosophies themselves. It's not really what they're intending to do. And the sad thing about most philosophy is that it is explicitly elitist, and not elitist in any kind of financial or political sense, but elitist in the sense that most people are never going to engage with it. They're never going to think about it. They're never going to be able to read it. Even if they want to, they may lack simply the reading comprehension for it. A lot of it is difficult. It's aimed at a very small audience. And the kind of philosophies that can be easily digested and passed around and become widespread are pretty rare. So I don't know, you can boil Stoicism or Epicureanism down to a few basic aphorisms and run with that. There's a few things that you can use that way, but most philosophies are never going to be very popular. So it's kind of in some ways I think I get what you're
what you're upset about, Meg, but on some ways it's also kind of like criticizing the wrong thing, because it's not, the philosophies aren't really intending to deal with like real world stuff. A lot of it very much is a kind of academic exercise. It's one of the reasons one of the reasons I study intellectual history and not philosophy too. I actually dislike philosophy in some ways because you talk about the truth of a particular idea, but there's no real world application, and I'm concerned with the real world application.
Yeah, and that's my problem with philosophy. And also philosophers are often white men, like distributing their ideals. Like, let's cut it down for what it is. And that is problematic to me, because it's like, when, like, even Emmanuel K, like, it's just another white dude. Or even when I, talk about John Milton, it's just another white dude. And, like, I resonate with, um like poetry. I resonate with not John, James Baldwin, like, and he was, a beautiful civil rights activist and writer, who was not a white philosopher. Like, I think James Baldwin is my soulmate. And, and I think, unfortunately, like, what we find as prestigious and as academic is, like, are these, like, like, this very, boxed in situations of, like, well, they're you know um what's the terminology, they're validated. And I don't know, like, I have a problem with that too.
Yeah.
So even though I mentioned Emmanuel K, like, there is definitely, like, sound in my voice, like, there is much problematic, situation with Emmanuel K. There's much problematic with John Milton, for example. There, like, I have so many problems with the people I, talk about, because at the end of the day, it's like, you know, like, it's a very narrow scope of what is acceptable for the philosophical realm. And often the philosophical realm, even when it comes to Socrates, Plato's, like, they're all just white dudes at the end of the day. And then we have to vote in white dudes at the end of the day. And it's like, there's a perpetual cycle where we're not talking about Maya Angelou. We're not talking about Nina Simone and her music. Like, we're not talking about all these beautiful musicians and poets that add so much to the culture. We're not talking about Aretha Franklin. Like, we're not talking about, what creates culture in America. But we have to vote on this very sterile situation. And I definitely have a problem with that at the end of the day.
Yeah, and there's rather a lot of it, and I think part of it is just where we are, and the ideas and the people, and where most of the culture that passes into the so-called Western world, and certainly the American world. But it's not like it's entirely white. I mean, I don't know. CLR James, Edward Said. I mean, there's a lot of people that we do interact with. I just had to, shit. It was I'm getting old. I'm losing things. Come on, help me out here. Black Skin, White Masks. He's from Martinique, died in Algeria. Why am I blanking on a name? It's so frustrating. Frantz Fanon. Thank you. I had it a second ago, and I just lost his fucking name. Like, it's, geez. I don't know if it's the age or the weed, but eventually you start losing names. But yeah, Frantz Fanon. I use Fanon in tons of classes, right? And I use Said in classes, and neither of them. Oh, Bell Hooks, as somebody mentioned in the chat, good one there. Angela Davis, right? Marxist philosopher. There's tons of people. What's her name? Chinese American. Goddamn. Grace Lee Boggs. right? There's plenty of people that we do reference and use regularly in classes that are not white men. And they deserve that place. It's just they're kind of outnumbered historically because a lot of our culture in the US comes out of Europe, so we're stuck with Immanuel Kant and Descartes and all the rest of them, and they're a bunch of old white dudes. But once you get into the 20th century, it does start to get a lot more diverse. I have often lamented that we don't talk more about non-European philosophers in philosophy classes, and I have pushed hard against that. In fact, Hegel, again, getting back to my advisor John's buddy there, there's a whole essay he writes where he says that Africa has no history, that it doesn't matter, that it's produced no important thinkers. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You just didn't pay attention to them. I mean, there's plenty of people that are really worth dealing with, and we just have historically left them out. It's something I push back a little bit because I'm both a Europeanist and a Middle Easternist, because you have two teaching fields, and my research overlaps directly into both too. So I get to push back a little bit at people talking about Avicenna, right, and Averroes, and say, no, that's Ibn Sina and Ibn Rushd, and these are Muslim philosophers, and we should take that fucking seriously and include that overall instead of saying these couple of ones that had an impact should be considered, But historically, if you look at a European, a standard curricula, if you're looking at basic textbooks, at best, they're going to talk about, Avicenna, if they include him at all, in the Latinized form, and you leave out. It's sort of like it's pushing white skin onto them in a way. It's whitewashing them. What is the no history
100%.
What the thing to say? Yeah.
Is there a lag? Can you hear me?
I think there was for just a sec. Yeah, but I think you're cool now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love this conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Meg. And yeah, wanting to check in. That was so funny. We thought that was going to be the ending, and it was funny. I want to check in with your timing. And I'm glad that we got to tie up some loose ends. And thank you, Meg. Now we know Emmanuel or Mr. K word.
Oh, what's his name? Is it Mbembe? The necropolitics is oh gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, there's plenty of non-European ones that do show up in a lot of work more recently, but it's just they're massively outnumbered, and that's problematic. I think it'd be nice if we squished it all together. Honestly, in philosophy classes, talk about Chinese philosophy and Indian philosophy and European philosophy in the same fucking course chronologically and thematically, rather than you can study philosophy or you can study Eastern philosophy. I'm like, what the fuck is the difference between philosophy and Eastern philosophy? I don't get why we do that. I'm hoping eventually that breaks down. There's enough people criticizing it that it may eventually change, but it's a slow process.
Well, should we call it? Velma, how are you doing? Good morning. I hope that you have a wonderful day, early in the morning, and good night, Meg. And yeah, I think it's unwind time over here.
Yeah. It looks like we're winding. So at least it's a chance to pop in and say proper goodbyes to people because we cut off so suddenly.
And I'm so glad that it was appealed quickly.
Yeah, no,
so now we know.
It's nice because it would have sucked if it was a full 7 days, I wouldn't have been able to start the one next week because it would have been late at night, So we would have missed a week. Oh, this is a nice even number. This is the 30th one I've done, so that's kind of cool. I guess I've been on TikTok for a little while now. I should be learning the rules. But yeah, does anybody have?
Well, it's not like they tell us.
Yeah, you just got to find out.
Somebody said earlier,
So
pronounce it with a German accent. I'm trying to figure out how that would sound different. Because I think that K word is identical between. I think that is the. I don't. Yeah. Is there anything else?
yeah, well, thank
we
you.
wanted to bring up? Otherwise, looks like we're winding down. I don't know if Kublai Khan or anybody else had anything that stands out. Bird.
Yeah, I'll let Dharma close it out. I'm gonna drop down and unwind. And
Yeah.
love to you all. Happy office hours. I'm glad you're appealed. And yeah. Good night,
Yeah,
Brad.
Michael mentioned
Good night, Dr.
Confucianism and Taoism. Yeah, there are so many interesting Confucian thinkers and Taoist thinkers that are just left out of modern philosophy curricula. You have to consciously take in Eastern philosophy class. I'm like, why? If it's about human thought, deal with humans as a whole. Hey, look, there's a Dharma face. Sup, Dharma face? Hello, someone's on camera. Okay, so is there anything last, or are we just gonna disappear? Or are you gonna close this out? Hey, look, you got some fans in the chat here. Wait, it's not. Is it?
Hello.
No. Wait, when is St. Patrick's Day? Is in a couple of days, isn't it? Somebody just said it. Isn't it in 2 days? We're getting close, though.
I'm not muted. Emily! Okay, so are we going to close now? Listen, I don't know. After this whole, special K word thing, I don't know.
Right, yeah. It looks like nobody else had anything going on, so if nobody else has anything, we can wander. Oh, there was somebody asked if there was a question about oh gosh, it was a while. I don't know if it's Carrie just said something about Israel people.
Carrie asked a question earlier.
There was a Palestine question earlier. If you're still there, go ahead and throw that into the chat or ask to come up.
So Carrie asked a question earlier about Carrie, she asked a question earlier about, were there always people who were non-religious throughout the ages, and were they always safe, or was there ever a time where people who were non-religious who were persecuted?
Non-religious people have been persecuted for a long time, but it used to be more because religion was tied to culture and politics. So if you didn't honor the local gods, you were basically, flipping the bird to the king too. Like, questioning the entire political structure, the entire structure of society. So it wasn't, in the modern world, it's much more a matter of individual belief and a little bit disconnected from power. So in some ways, irreligion or atheism is more problematic in the ancient world than it is in the contemporary world. In the contemporary world, people just look at you and like, there's something wrong with you, and I don't know if I can trust you, I don't want you to be president, but there's no overt persecution. Where in the ancient world, you could really get into serious trouble with it. But it does exist. There's this whole book I got about oh God, what do they call it? Something about battling the gods or something like that. I think it's battling the gods, but it's about opposition to the religion. But it does have to be put more into those terms. The title, if I'm remembering right, kind of fits it very well, because by questioning the existence of these different gods, you were literally challenging the existing power structures in society. So it was in some ways worse.
Can we talk about back in was it the Dark Ages, where witches were actually burnt at the stake because they didn't believe what common society believed? Can we talk about that?
Witchcraft has been understood in different ways in a lot of different places. By Dark Ages, do you mean the European so-called Dark Ages, like the late classical period?
Yes.
Because it wasn't really a thing then. It's much more a thing in the late and high Middle Ages, not earlier on. And it's tied in some ways to a lot of social disruption that's beginning because of the reintroduction of humanistic ideas. The main issue with witches throughout most of our history is that people use it as a way to attack people that they don't like, really. Um, it's more a matter of strong women with opinions and the ability to do things like, I don't know, provide certain medical remedies that can help you out when somebody thinks that, oh, all you got to do is pray and Jesus will fix you because we don't have any real medicine. But somebody still passed on the information about certain herbs and certain, bark and root
Like
combinations.
herbalists and spiritualists.
Certain poultices you can produce to help people, and they're like, oh, that must be witchcraft because that's not what the church told me. That's actually more a factor in the high Middle Ages than in the Dark Ages. I don't even like the term Dark Ages. I tend to use the term late classical, and then my medievalist friends always say early medieval. Dark Ages is essentially an obsolete term for historians themselves, but it's kind of in popular culture, kind of common still. But it's much later. It's closer to the Renaissance, and the burnings part is only ever in Europe, and not in the Americas. So when we talk about the Salem witch trials, no one was burned. Like, no one has ever been burned in the Americas, but they did hang people. And they did a few other ways of unaliving them. There was one dude where they placed a board on him and piled rocks on it and squished him down, which is, and this dude was like a hero when I read his story, because they're like squishing him to death, and he's yelling, "More weight, more weight!" Is it kind of like, like, bring it, because he knows he's on his way out. But yeah, they did hang a lot of witches in the Americas. In Europe, they occasionally burned them, but it was still not terribly common. Yeah, it's in some ways it's a little bit overblown too, but it's mostly a way of turning on people you don't like, and they'll use excuses like they know some basic remedies.
Okay. There was also like another question about there was another question about religion and dealing with abortion at conception versus later on.
Yeah, no one has ever been able to really predict at conception, like the moments of, especially since it's not even usually directly tied to the sex act, because it can often take a few days to work its way up there. It's always hard to know when things like that happen. It's one of the problems with the different abortion bans anyway, is they're trying to say, like, hey, you only have it up to a certain point and you may have no idea you're pregnant. But historically, people never cared. I mean, it's even within the major monotheistic faiths, it was never really a problem. All across so in the same period we're talking about in the High Middle Ages, when you're going after witches, there are literally Catholic nuns publishing recipes for abortifacients. Things you can brew and drink in order to cause an abortion. I mean, it wasn't a huge issue in the church until the very modern period. It's much more of a 20th century phenomenon than people tend to think. I honestly find that sort of funny, I guess. And it's weird too, because one of the main advantages of improving techniques like abortion is that it prevents infanticide, which has been common throughout human history. If you can't afford to raise a child, you would give birth to the child and you would leave it for the wolves. And that happened, just constantly, from our ancient, hunter-gatherer forebears that practiced a lot of population control, because you could only have a population so big and still live off the land. So there's a lot of, you would have ended a lot of child's lives that way, because they had no other way of doing it. But all the way up, into the Middle Ages, it was extremely common to still just leave kids out to die, And we think somewhere around 10%
of kids born in the Greek and Roman periods were just abandoned, like left to die because they didn't want them. So developing abortion techniques actually, in many ways, saved a life, because it's a lot worse, I think, to leave a baby to die and be eaten by wolves than to, eliminate a zygote. It's so it's really fascinating that in the 20th century that they start shifting this conception. And in a lot of the traditional religions, it's very different too. In Judaism, it's always been much later, and in most respects, they think of it's a human at birth, not at earlier points. Some people have argued that at a certain point in development it matters, but for most cases, it's at first breath. And there's a theological basis for that too, because God breathes life into Adam, at the creation, so breath, and the word that we would translate in English as breath shows up in Hebrew in a lot of places, referring specifically to life. Life involves breath. Babies don't breathe. So it's historically, even in the early monotheistic faiths, it was never an issue. For Christians and Jews, it was not an issue until the modern period.
Like in Islam, it's like at 3 months when there's the first heartbeat or something, that people say like, oh, okay, no, at that point there's then sign of life for the first heartbeat. But,
right.
Of course, scholars will differ. And I'm just like, okay, I'm here for the knowledge. But yeah, that's a question that was also posted in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. And in Islam, you've also had those kind of debates on that. It's for many people, it's been at a certain point in development in the womb. Others have argued for it being later too, based upon those earlier understandings of breath. So it's always been variable. Arguing that there's a hard definition and that life begins at conception. Life begins at conception is a 20th century concept. It was made up in our time, not out of antiquity. It's not an old idea in the religions. Somebody mentioned in the chat too, like the Spartans were super cool. My God, the Spartans were terrible. If there was any visible defect on a child, like one of the eyes was lazy or something, one arm is slightly short or whatever, anything they could see, screw it, leave it for the wolves. It was a weird kind of eugenic idea. They were awful about that sort of thing.
I've seen that in movies at first, and when I would watch all the Roman movies, and Anthony Quinn was in one, and where they put this baby out somewhere in the middle of the desert, and they said, well, leave it to nature. Leave it to nature. I'm like, what?
Right. And it's not super well attested, but there's actually a hadith that says don't take baby girls out in the desert and bury them alive. And this was actually a pretty common practice, not the burying part, but in the Greek and Roman worlds, to specifically practice female infanticide because you preferred male offspring. And this would have been then a problem for a lot of people. The Egyptians, actually, we have surviving accounts of Egyptians wondering what the fuck is wrong with the Greeks for doing that, because in Egypt, being female wasn't a problem like it was for the Greeks. But the Greeks and Romans were particularly bad about that sort of thing. So it was an issue for a long time in places. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, abortion is a hell of a lot more humane. And if you eliminate abortion access, people are going to be dumping babies in dumpsters. They're just going to do it. It's to me, that's a hell of a lot worse to like give birth and leave the kid to die.
Talking about babies in dumpsters, just last week or the week before, where somebody actually found a baby not in my neighborhood, but in a neighborhood here in Cape Town, found a baby, but of course the baby had already then ceased to be. But it was so like, oh my gosh, give me that baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. But if somebody cannot afford to do it, and this is the main thing that's often driven infanticide and abortion throughout human existence, is if there's only so much food, if the population goes up, then everyone risks starving, and everyone goes. So you have to decide. I can either feed the children I already have, or I can take on another child, spread the food more thinly, and then they all starve in front of me. And women have been faced with that choice throughout human existence.
the fact that we're still having this kind of argument in 2024 is holy shit stupid. I don't get it. If you really care that much about it, then I don't know, make sure everyone has a living wage. Pay women for women's work. If they're staying at home, give them a goddamn salary so you're paying them for that. Make sure everyone has perfect health care. Like, deal with shit, and then maybe fewer people will be forced into those choices. But they don't want to do that either. It's for people who oppose abortion rights, it's never, ever been about the children. It's never been about the lives. It's about control and the control of women's bodies. That's it. If they cared about babies, they would actually do something to take care of the fucking babies. But they don't. It's just, it's just forced birth. It's a form of misogyny.
Mm-hmm. There was a question I wanted to ask very early on was, there are certain societies in our world today that are quite thriving economically and socially, like, so is it Norway or is it Sweden or which, those societies. And I'm thinking to myself, what is it that they're doing right that we are not? And what can we do to change that in our societies, to sort of get on par? And
tax the rich. That's what they're doing. I mean, the United States had a 91% top tax rate in the 50s and 60s. Kennedy lowered it to like 75 or something, 74, 75, something like that. But today it's in the 20s. I mean, what the fuck? It makes no sense at all. I pay a higher tax rate than any rich person does in this country, and that's just insane. So if you again, it's a matter of dealing with the reality that you have versus the ideal, but since states exist and taxes exist, then use them effectively and tax the fucking rich. As far as I'm concerned, tax them out of existence. I think that we should set a cap, like a maximum wage. I don't know, you get to like 800 million and cool, you get like a special like bowling trophy that says I won capitalism, I'm a badass, and then every dollar you make after that point we just take and give to poor people, like it's done. There's no way people should keep accumulating money. It makes no fucking sense. But we do, we allow that. So oh well. Hi, look at this baby. Look at this little baby. This is my baby. I get little fur babies. This is what I get for getting to this point in my life and not having kids. These are my kids. Hi. This is a little baby. Okay. Oh, don't knock that over. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, if you become a billionaire, you win the Monopoly game. Yeah, I mean, God, Monopoly is such a fucked up game, too. Jeez. Let's see. Yep. Okay, was there anything else we missed? What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
hey, Barbara. Okay. Hold on. There's somebody wanting to come up. Stefan?
Oh.
Recent gift?
Oh, there's a little request thingy. I didn't see that.
Yeah, Stefan and somebody else. Can we date them?
Oh, Steven's here.
Yes.
Look at that. Okay.
Well, I guess good morning, Doc.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dharma, as well.
You're
the around for quite a while.
Good morning. Hi.
Hi. Wow. Well, I just popped back on. I actually came home from work and just collapsed, and here I am now, wide and awake and drinking my coffee, and so I kind of missed everything.
You missed
Did
stuff.
you have did you get taken down during this live? Really?
For hate speech.
Well, they hate your speech. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm not allowed to discuss German idealism on a live. So
No, I guess not.
an interesting life lesson.
I've actually been on a couple of lives where we were just having a very calm, and if I don't say so myself, I thought it was pretty high level conversation between us all, and poof, we just went black. I don't even remember what it was. It was just, and it went on another one, and it was actually not. It was folks that really weren't aware of this conflict at all, but I had met, somebody was there from the, this discussion, and I went in, and it was like just some Canadian folks we were just talking about prepping, and it's just what the world might be looking like in the future, and again he started to get like, I'm getting, and he never gets anything. He says, wait a minute, they're sending me stuff out. Oh, okay. No, it wasn't Emmanuel, and I don't really mention names anyway, so I'll DM them if need be. Really felt that important. But I'll tell you one interesting thing, because I've been spending less time on TikTok, because I found like it was getting stagnant, and just people kind of talking to each other about the same things in echo chambers, and and then sometimes, and I always kind of hate the word debate. Everybody says debate, and I always say stop debating, have a dialogue. This is ridiculous. It's a debate is at the core of it. When I took it in school, is I was excited to debate. I finally get to the truth, and they said, no, this has nothing to do with the truth. This is about winning. I said,
right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, and I think just that word and that mindset is challenging. However, something very interesting happened this week. Some of the more prominent folks from both sides of the community tried to come together and have a controlled dialogue. The word debate kept popping up, but they tried, and it was, it devolved pretty quickly, unfortunately. And it didn't have to. I haven't had the opportunity to jump back to these people to tell. I was in the comments just saying, great idea. Keep going. Nice try. Let's do this again. Learn the lessons of why this failed, and let's make it better. And
yeah, what if we can come up with rules like that? Like come up with a way to do it, and then bring people in and try to facilitate conversations. Because a lot has to do with the way that you organize it and the way that you moderate it.
Yeah, that became clear. That became clear.
I was just thinking that in a dog's barking.
Dog barking might bother Minerva. That's the only problem.
People wouldn't be shouting over each other, because Erica and I would be sorting them out very quickly. But here is a place where everybody can have a discussion, and that is why earlier I was saying that this is the kind of room that you'd wake up for, because here you learn. People don't shout over each other. People actually say their piece, and if they are maybe a little bit incorrect or they have been rectified, it's like, oh, okay, I've learned something. So this is the kind of space where you can actually thrive mentally. So maybe if something like that were attempted here, it's safe. It's also so multicultural and so open-minded, the audience here, that they'd actually allow such dialogue. Maybe. I'm just thinking.
I would want to sketch out some kind of hard rules for it to make sure that we're moderating it effectively. We can keep because as soon as you start anything that seems kind of debatey like, it's going to attract a certain audience into the chats, and you can end up with all kinds of shit that way. And I don't think we need to go all the way to like Robert's Rules of Order or shit like that, but we need to come up with some kind of basic structure for it that would make it work. But I wouldn't mind if people think that would be valuable. I wouldn't mind trying to moderate a discussion, because I think it is useful for people to be confronted with different perspectives. And for example, in this, the issues that come up a lot in these things, like for a lot of Zionists, they're not really used to humanizing the other side, and to some degree in the reverse as well. Like there's a lot of
delegitimization that happens. And it would be helpful to have some kind of space where you can do that and try to figure out how you can find a common reality.
Right. And
Yeah,
there's
so Stephen, real quick, if you would be so kind to indulge, when you stated that you were, talking about appealing to communities, what communities were you talking about specifically?
Oh, the Israel-Palestine conflict, which is where, a lot of time has been spent, a lot of time on this live is spent, and where I've, paid a lot of attention the last 5 months. And it has evolved into others, obviously. We've had these conversations because, again, as you keep peeling back the issues, the band-aids and whatever else, you start to get to the core of things. It made me look internally to into the United States, and how to fix Israel is to fix my own government or help, or and things like that. So there's, I think there is a whole enlightenment going on from this, ergo why they want to shut it down.
Oh, oh
So
gosh, like it's an election year, the whole like MAGA type shit too, like because there's plenty of like dipshit trolls that you'll never breach, but there's a lot of people that are attracted to it, but they're not all the way down that rabbit hole yet. So it's possible to reach some of them. The swing voters. I mean, again, it was something like 12, 14%, something like that of Obama's voters that went for Trump in 16. That the populist swing vote that can be swayed either way. They're the ones that you want to have those conversations with, and that's possible too. If you know people that are having those kind of fights instead of just screaming at each other, and yelling all their weird trolly shit, if they want to have a real conversation on the issues,
yeah, I mean
But
that's
can I ask a question real quick? Like, why is the White House all of a sudden become the new, like, you know, demographic for an old people home? Like that's my first question. Like off gate. Like, no, seriously, like we're
Yeah.
talking about Trump in his 70s going into his 80s, and then we're talking about Biden in his 80s, and I'm like, what? And y'all, like, over the last 8 years, these dudes had, like, they both have been in office and they failed us as the US. Like they both have credentials of being bad. And we're like, I'm not even talking about firing them. I'm just asking, why are we rehiring them? That's where I'm at right now. Because
we
I'm
in the
like,
United
I just
yeah,
can't. I can't. Like I
yeah,
severely cannot. So when it talks about swinging votes, I will not vote for Biden and I will not vote for Trump, because
yeah.
in the last 8 years, we saw how these dipshits ran shit, and it is horrific. It is terrible. And I mean, I don't know where ethically we're at anymore, because what like what they are trying to do, these rich white dudes are trying to do, is just make more money, and it's through lobbyism. And like I can't get on board with that. Maybe it's my autism, I don't know. I just can't get on board with that corruption. Like, hear me out. Anyone else feel that way? I'm just asking for the
well,
One
yeah.
chat.
big problem we have in the U.S. is we don't actually have political parties here. We never have. In most countries in the world, a political party is a membership-based organization, and the members of the party have a significant vote in determining who the candidates are. We don't have that. We have two corporations, and primaries aren't even real elections. They're free to ignore them entirely. They have no actual legal standing. We don't have we don't have a real system here. If we had real political parties, then we would be able to say this is fucked up and stupid. But the people who choose who the candidates are ultimately are the people in elected office, and they're often really old fuckers. Look at your Schumer was mentioned earlier today. Look at your Pelosi's. I mean, we have a gerontocracy. We have a whole bunch of really old fucking people in Congress, and they are the ones who run the parties. And because they make up a majority in like the DNC and the RNC, then they have control over who has access to media, to anything else, to actually get those positions. So the simple problem
But
is
does
we
it,
don't have political parties.
Dr. Liam, does it feel dystopian at this point? Like you have like literally there
TikTok
is
notice.
no
It
there's
says on the
literally
bottom,
no
learn about elections.
lesser there is no lesser of the evil at this point. Like you're like, oh, we'll just choose the lesser of the evil. Vote blue no matter who.
Well,
Vote red. And I'm like, bro,
vote
like
blue no matter who is bullshit, but
oh my God.
yeah,
There's no
lesser.
lesser of the two evils, period.
Well, yes and no. There is a lesser, but it doesn't actually get you anywhere. It will never actually improve anything at all. All it can do is slow a decline. The simple fact is, while G-Side Joe is freaking horrific, Trump will be worse. And on that issue, as well as a ton of other ones, he will literally be worse. So there is a difference, but the system is still completely fucked up. I mean, it's not like there's you're getting anything better out of it. All you're doing is trying to say, please don't make the world much worse than it already is. But it's already fucked up. And the Democrats have been fucked up for decades. This isn't a new thing. This has been the case at least since the 70s. There's not been a single good Democratic presidential candidate in my entire lifetime. They've all been trash. They've all been hard right-wingers in my entire... Carter actually started dismantling the welfare state, not Reagan. Reagan accelerated it, but Carter started it. This has been problematic for a long fucking time, and we keep ignoring it, and so vote blue no matter who is why it has gotten worse and worse and worse. But the alternative is race much faster into fascism. So we have no good options. At this point, it is seriously fucking dystopian. I mean, I've always been very optimistic, but I, at this point, am finding it increasingly difficult to get past the suspicion that we will have to let this thing completely collapse and try to, and deal with the fallout of a revolution, because I don't see how we can turn it around.
Well, and
it would take millions of people organizing effectively to change the parties as they exist, because a few activists can't do it. You would need massive mobilization to change these things at this point, because they're so entrenched, and I don't see it.
Right. I don't see it. And it's not happening yet, obviously, but I mean, to some extent. But that's where the little glimmer of hope I see towards that is what we're seeing happen here on this app, and people coming together, having communication. Because tell me where I'm wrong, you'd know better than I, but there have American policies. I mean, if I go back to to Roosevelt, when with the when he did move us a little, made some social compromises that were not acceptable before, because the country as a whole, because of the economic situation, was the possibility of communism was true.
Yes.
So a little bit of socialism kept us from going to communism, and that was because there was a mass movement.
Well, and even there, FDR is not anything actually socialistic. He was trying to prevent socialism because there was actually a mass movement to completely change the system. So they had to compromise with us. If you don't have that mass movement, they have no reason to compromise. They can keep making it worse and worse.
Right. And but this is the idea of the fact that I think that there is a change. There's an awareness. There's a criticism of mass media and how to get information. So keeping this alive is very important. And I don't know, if we can keep this alive. And obviously the idea of it being, this is not a national. I can't imagine this is a national security issue as much as it is. Control issue. Okay, so as soon as an American company, you want to see people get banned, we'll get banned quick. Yeah. So yeah, but I'm curious to see this new movie that's out, Civil War, and if that gets people thinking, or it just have you seen that advertised, sir?
No.
Oh, it's about a modern age civil war, states succeeding, and having using the advanced military, and the people getting caught up in the middle. And I don't know if it's fluff or it's just kind of a just preying on emotions, or maybe it's kind of something that will open eyes. But that's certainly something that is not impossible is when the economy gets bad, as people get hungry and people are living week to week.
Right.
I heard that somebody was, it might have been the Daily Show, but Kellogg's is now promoting, and it could just be marketing, cereal for dinner. It's like, wait a minute, that stuff is really not good for breakfast, and yet, but it's affordable for dinner. Here, have a bowl of rice, survive, and like, really, it's so. Let's see.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Dharma. I had a comment on the Civil War thing, but go ahead. I think you get it.
No. Sorry to interject. I just want to ask, sir, there are two people that I don't think I've ever seen up. It's Hakam Bertase and another person, Stewart. So I don't know. How do you feel? Should we let them up? Are we busy winding down, or what's happening?
I'm kind of winding down, but I mean, sure. I'll see what they're after. I mean, I've got a few more minutes. And gonna kill me.
All right.
Are
they come up?
Yeah, a few more minutes won't kill me.
And you're going to talk about the Civil War?
The Civil War part, the trick there is we have a pretty highly centralized military, and its officer corps is deeply loyal to the government itself and to constitutional structures. A lot of the individual soldiers, not so much. There's a lot of reactionaries there, but the officer corps is fairly professional. I don't see it fragmenting easily the way that it did before. And the whole splitting up among states before, the way it worked in the 1860s, a lot of the actual military capacity was still on the state level, not at the federal level. So the kind of division necessary to make that possible, I don't really see it easily happening. A lot would have to go. I mean, we would have to be really fucked, like Mad Max level, for it to fragment into that kind of civil war in the U.S. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bunch of yokels with their rifles or something against drones. Like I don't see the military here. It's similar to okay, here's a fun one. Rub. Okay, so think about it this way. In the Arab uprising, so 2011, right? When it spread to Syria, we had big conversations about this, because again, I've about a lot of colleagues. We all study the Arab world, and some of the surprises were we thought that the disturbances would be more significant in Algeria, and they weren't. A lot of people remember the Civil War of the 90s and sat that one out. But Syria, a lot of people didn't think it would happen at all. But as soon as it did, and it started differently, because the early attempts at Days of Rage all failed. They fizzled immediately. No one wanted to come out to it. But when it spread out of Daraa and became a national movement, we sat down and we were fucking crying about this, because everyone knew this was going to go badly. Because the problem there is that the party, the state, and the military are all one thing. There's an incredible amount of solidarity there. And as long as you have control of that military, you can impose your order. And that's the issue, the situation we have in the U.S. for a slightly different reason. It's not tied to a ruling party. It's tied to the constitutional framework, to the federal government. As long as the federal government is opposed to something, if there's people seceding from it, the military is gonna maintain that solidarity, and they will crush it. It's a non-starter. I don't think it can happen. I think a lot of the fantasy people have about civil wars mistake how things are actually structured and run here. And I think that the solidarity in the military would just wipe out anything like that. We would have to completely fucking collapse.
Right, and I'm not calling for it or wishing for it, and I see, to your point, and I like the idea of us, as the U.S. having a strong, capable military. I just want walk softly, carry a big stick. I just want the people at the top to be more responsible, and that's the trick. And maybe, and I guess that's where the efforts would go. I have nothing negative to say about the military in the sense that they are without getting into minutia, but it's the leader, that's the head.
It's The professionalism, I'm comfortable enough there. The things that I have bad to say about the military are not about the people in the military, but about the fact that it really exists the way it does at all. There's no fucking way we need a dozen aircraft carriers. I mean, like, our military is so freaking over the top. I mean, it's insane.
Well, not
The
anymore.
actual armed rebellion in the U.S. are nil, like just nil. There's no way. All these guys fantasizing about all these like fat ass weekend warriors charging out there in their camo with their ARs and like, yeah, we can take on the government. I'm like, dude, one fucking predator drone and you guys are all paste like freaking grape jelly. Like, what are you talking about? You voted to give them all these fucking weapons, and you think that your little weekend warrior bullshit is going to win? I mean, the voters done fucked us in this country. So yeah, no, we've got a real problem. Yeah, the Abrams tanks. Like, yeah, seriously, one freaking Abrams tank, every fucking militia in the country. I mean, I don't care how many freaking militiamen you've got in Idaho. One freaking tank, and you're done.
Yes.
It's unreal.
So I have a question. I'm new to this, so be patient. But I have a question for you. Do you believe the billionaire class needs us anymore? Needs the workers to survive anymore, or has it reached a point where they can just rely on the government to bail them out every time they fuck up the economy?
In the long run, no. If we continue along the same run, the way things are structured now, our economy is still a consumer economy. So the only way they make money is if we make enough money to buy their shit. And this is why our declining living standards in the U.S. are a problem. The fact that the U.S. is down to 27th in social mobility is a problem for them in the long run, because we can't buy as much. But the more that they automate and build up ways to support themselves without it, so the more we have robots and AI doing things, eventually they won't need the working class. Right now, they're still dependent upon us. So if people don't organize effectively within the next decade or two, we may be fucked completely. Right now, yes, they absolutely still depend upon us. In the same way that, for example, China does still depend upon export markets. In the long run, they won't. Like, things will change, and they will upset the dynamics entirely over time. And the trajectory we're on is going to allow a ruling class to support themselves without depending upon throwing crumbs to us. Right now, they still have to. So this is the time that people really need to get their shit together, and a lot of people just have no idea it's happening.
Do you think they're planning for that? Do you think that's their hope?
Yeah. I really think people are, and there's a lot of people really still. Yeah, they're. It's not as much as like a big plan. One thing I try to point this out sometimes in classes too, when you're talking about the way governments work. It's not like a bunch of guys in a smoky room, like, what are we going to get these suckers to believe this year? Like it's a big conspiracy. It doesn't work that way. It's a much more organic process. It's more structural. The way that the economy is currently built is pushing us in that direction, and they are along for the ride with it. But it's not directed by a few people planning it out.
Yeah.
So it's a little harder because you can't point to a single bad guy and say this is the person who's doing it, or these are the cabal who are running things. This is why a lot of people are saying, these guys are the problem. This group of people are manipulating. It doesn't work that way. It's much more decentralized and systemic.
And I have one more thing to add, and then I'll let somebody else. But I've been noticing this trend that it's easier for the right to organize, for Trumpism to organize, because the right, like fascism, is a very simplistic theory, and it's harder for the left to organize because we have all these anarchism, like liberalism, Marxism, Trotsky, like we have all these different isms, and we kind of eat our own tail. And so I think we need to get our act together and like kind of
Yeah.
dumb ourselves down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean
You know.
it's tough. It's always been a tricky issue because yeah, when you dumb yourself down, what you end up doing is creating a new road to fascism. I mean, it's very difficult to reduce the philosophies of the left to the simple slogans that work for the right. At the end of the day, the main concerns psychologically for the right are a lot simpler. They're comfortable with hierarchy. They're comfortable with powerful leaders, and whatnot, and that works. And the emotional appeals are good enough. This is why I'm constantly like mocking Democrats for calling out Republicans on questions of hypocrisy. Oh, you're such a hypocrite over this. They don't give a shit. They've never cared. It doesn't matter. They're fine with people breaking the rules. You're falling into a trap by playing their game. And everyone just skips that shit. They ignore the political psychology of this. The political psychology of the right is extremely simple, and it works on emotions. It draws people in. It's a group psychology thing. You can't do that with the left. It's like herding cats. It doesn't work for us. So it creates a much more complex problem. And this is one of the advantages that the Marxist, Leninists, and Maoists have had over a lot of other leftists is that they're highly organized. The problem is the fact that they're highly organized means that they end up adopting a lot of the problematic ideas of the other side, and it turns into a more tyrannical system. How to avoid that that's the $10,000 question as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how to get us to get along, but as far as I'm concerned, we need to drop the circular firing squad and find some way to sort this shit out, because if we don't, we're fucked.
Yeah, and I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana, so I'm surrounded by crazy right wing people. I'm like in the center of the Midwest, and I trust right wingers more than I trust liberals, because at least with right wingers, I know I'm getting fucked. I'm getting screwed over, like at least I know
it's more honest.
Yeah, they're like
I want
smile
you
in
to
my
work
face.
until death.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm out. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I get you. They have their own kind of lies, but yeah, in some way it's clearer. It's much more obvious what they're doing. Liberals in particular will pretend to appeal to the kind of to the psychology of leftists, but it's a con. It's not really what they're after. There's a lot of like hidden bullshit there. Hey! What are you doing?
Okay, so thank you so much, Lucas, for your question and your contribution and your input. I think next up we will have well, where did Badra go? What's the other guy? Erika? Where did he go? Our friend?
There was somebody that dropped off a second ago, and I think it might have been the person who said, "Can you change the subject 15 times?" I don't know if that was the same person.
Oh, well, okay. Well, he dropped.
But I'm not sure what that meant. But they dropped.
He dropped. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, we let him up.
I'm not sure what that. Oh, you already changed this. I think it's supposed to say topic 15 times. So I don't know. Maybe they had a thought and it wandered off from it. But that kind of happen. We sometimes stick with a topic for quite a while, but this live, because it's
so in this live you just sort of go with the flow, and you go where the learning goes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's how we go.
Yep.
So
it's just to that point. I had a very interesting experience in high school in the 70s, and I was a New York City public high school, 5,000 kids in the Bronx, and they did a special program in conjunction with Columbia University where they, as opposed to everybody going to different classes, we did that, but they put a group called the Humanities Program, and they put a group of us together, and we would have 3 classes. So our history, our social studies or history class was all the same, but then they would do that with literature or English, and they would. So if history was studying the 18th century, we'd be studying 18th century literature, and then they would put an elective, whether it be linguistics or science or something else. And even though there was a curriculum that they had to cover, the overarching concept was that if a discussion started to go within the classroom that had merit, that was important, the teachers were free to move away from what they were supposed to be, the curriculum, and move forward with that conversation. And it was very fun to be a part of. You know, it was almost trying to teach critical thinking and all that, but didn't unfortunately didn't catch on.
Yeah, there's so many different pedagogical theories that we could have used to make things better, and instead we picked all the worst ones in this country. And the proof is in the pudding. We get Trumpism. You know, we have stopped teaching people any. We don't give people the ability to think. We don't give people the ability to read. Here's a sad statistic for people: about 56% or so of Americans cannot read above at a sixth grade level. They're below a sixth grade level.
Well, question for you
It's
here.
more than 50%. It's what the fuck? Like more than half of adults, and it's not children, adults. The study came out like it's from the Department of Education about a year and a half ago, you know, maybe 2 years ago. It was like 130 million American adults cannot read at a sixth grade level. That's what we're producing. What? It's no fucking wonder all these people that think they're frickin' geniuses are out there voting for dictators.
Right. There's one thing that is maybe on the horizon, and I've heard that if Trump were to be elected, one of the first things he would want to do is get rid of the Department of Education and put that back into state hands. And maybe that's not the worst idea in the world, because I think a lot of this decline happened when the federal government stepped in with standardized testing. I understand the motivation behind it. It was a matter of kind of looking at the states that weren't doing a good job and bringing them up. But I think I think it got distorted.
But it also holds back the Californias and the Vermonts and everybody else that might do better, you know? But yeah, if you dismantle that, I mean, a lot of the direction they're trying to go is to return to literal Jim Crow education. You know, they're already doing a lot of that in the South today. They teach the war of northern aggression already. You know, there's no way. I mean, as soon as you take away any actual standards, I mean, hell, Texas textbooks already don't use the word slavery. It's just gone. You know, they only talk about triangular trade. You know, as soon as you actually take away any kind of standards, half of this country is going to teach people the most ridiculous made up shit. You know, and it's going to get worse because of our voting system, and again, the way the Senate works and all that crap. It's really problematic. But I get you. In some states, things will get better. If you take away the Department of Education, some states will lose money that they need, but they'll actually be freer to do better things. But a lot of states are going to go way the fuck over the top worse. Because the kind of people in charge at the state level in places like Alabama, holy shit, the kinds of things they already get away with saying if they're the ones completely in charge and there's no one at the federal government telling them what they can do. I mean, I'm optimistic about humans. I stopped being optimistic about this country some time ago. We're in serious trouble. We are in serious fucking trouble. And if we don't pull this shit out, it's really hard to say how this is going to play out.
No, I'm always against extremism on either side. So overwhelming federal control versus no federal control or no standards. I mean, there's somewhere in the middle that's the smart thing to do. But
yeah, no, we could have done it. We could have done it better. There's there's tons of different ways that we could have structured things. The problem is always compromise between the different parties here, and there's a significant chunk of this country that really does want a racist dictatorship. And they're actively trying to sabotage anything that passes through. So the federal government really, its hands are tied because it needs to compromise with people who don't want to compromise. So you're trapped. So the federal government keeps producing garbage. So I mean, something in the middle. The something in the middle was like what we got with FDR. I mean, that was the compromise. And we've lost it. We've moved so far away from the center now. I don't see how we easily get back. But one thing that does stand out, and one thing that's come up before in these kind of discussions, is the main thing that drove them to the center in the first place in the 30s, 40s, and 50s was a very significant organized left movement. And it's also why, from the 40s and 50s on, they put so much effort into anti-socialist, anti-communist rhetoric. Even connecting, look at the way they still attack critical race theory. This goes back to the fucking 50s. They tied any kind of social justice stuff. Oh, you want equality between people who are different? You're a fucking communist. You want China, And if you, it's made it very difficult for us to push back, because the only real way to balance that, the thing that worked before, was having a very strong oppositional force, and that drove you to the center as a compromise. But it's so discredited. The U.S. has effectively no left. It's so tiny, it barely matters at all. Sometimes it can seem more significant than it is because, hey, we're having conversations on TikTok or whatever here, but if you actually look at the adult electorate, most of them are hardcore anti-communist no matter what party they're in. There's no way to actually get that counterbalancing force. We have two right-wing parties. We have a conservative imperialist party, and we have a reactionary fascist party. Those are our choices in the U.S. And that's a recipe for disaster. The only way to right that ship is a mass movement with a completely different, non-right-wing ideology, and it's hard to get over 80 years of brainwashing to say everything connected to the left is evil and will lead to gulags. So, yeah, that's what's frustrating about this. I don't know how we get over that. I know, technically how you can change the system, but I don't know how you can reach people. I don't know how you can get over the psychological aspects of 80 years of propaganda. Ooh,
well, I guess again, and I guess it comes to the younger generation. I just hope they have time to do it, because they're rejecting the propaganda, and they're
right.
There's that awareness that's coming from something like this. So
I just hope we're around long enough, because if you do manage to establish a more dictatorial system before they get there, or I don't know, global warming or something else gets us. I mean, I honestly, I hope we have enough time for people to mature and for them to get out there and change the fucking world, because my generation fucked up, your generation fucked up, we're all fucking up, it's...
Yep.
We'll let the cats inherit the earth.
Yes.
They'll do a better job.
I think somebody named Jabber wanted to come up real quick.
Cheese for everyone.
To come up. So I asked him to request. Okay. And I asked him, if you can just keep it quick, because we might just want him to be
right
close. Soon. Oh, where's Jabber?
Hey, bro, what's going on?
Howdy.
Hey, I was listening to your live stream, and for the most part, I do tend to agree with you. But that being said, there's been a huge call for distrust in the voting mechanism, so it's kind of hard for us to all say. And I noticed that here where I'm at in Chattanooga, we only had less than 25% of the people turned out to vote. And it's really sad, because we really need numbers out here voting. And you can bitch and scream all you want, but that being said, it's not going to help as much as voting and getting people in there that you trust, you agree with, and they're going to forward your message.
Right.
To, and vote on your behalf when it comes to certain things.
Right. Actually getting people to show up there. And this is one of the problems, especially with younger people too, and relying there, because younger people tend not to bother with a lot of things like that. Sometimes they're busy, they're working, they can't get the time off, but other times they just, oh, well, I'll skip it this time. They're less consistent. So, the boomers vote every time, in huge numbers, and Gen Z and the millennials don't vote in the same at the same rate. So it's really problematic in that way. But you often don't have a good option either. But this is not to say that even in every part of this country things can be different. I mean, I like pointing out to people because this country is a lot more liberal today than it used to be. We used to be a lot more socially conservative because things do change, right? You go back 80, 90 years, 20% of the vote in Oklahoma went to frickin' Marxists. I mean, like, it's not like, in rural areas you couldn't get actual leftist candidates out there and make a difference. In the 1890s, the People's Party was a literal form of like American homegrown socialism. And it got a huge groundswelling, and so much so that the major parties changed their positions to start matching it. The People's Party changed the Democratic Party's platform fundamentally just by existing. But it only worked because millions of people were involved. We've seen nothing like that. I got into the Green movement in the mid '90s when it first reached my state, and it never took off at all. Like we've got nothing comparable. Like you can't you can't get a third party to grow larger in this country.
I was totally Green movement for like the last decade, and we couldn't get shit accomplished.
Yeah, you can't get shit accomplished. Even at the local level, it's hard to do. It's really.
That being said, at least we had a voice. I mean, we had a small voice.
Right. Unless it reaches a certain critical mass, it won't matter. I mean, look at the number of people that went out and voted for Nader, and it mattered not at all. Those levels were too low.
Yeah.
You need much more significant mobilization to actually make a difference. And
I want people to vote blue, but that being said, I still want people to vote no matter which way they vote. I want people to go vote. Come on, guys.
For sure.
No matter what no matter what you hear on the media, your vote counts. It does count. So go vote.
It does, especially in primaries, but it does in general, and oftentimes the barriers to entry in primaries are a lot lower than people think. And I think the single biggest thing that people could have done, and this is one of the ways the right is so much better organized than the left has ever been, or like not the semi-left you have in the US. They attacked local offices first. They went for city councils and, county supervisors and boards of education and the state houses, and they worked their way up. Democrats used to control, 3/4 of state houses in this country, and you can barely get to 2/5 now. The Republicans dominate them, but they worked their way up, and that's why they're significant. Until 1994, for half a century, the Democrats had a lock on Congress. But the Republicans worked their way up from the bottom levels. People don't get into this. You could do the same thing with anything else. You could, if everyone got behind a different party or something and went for the local office, instead of aiming for Congress first, like get a whole bunch of I don't know, people who want to be Greens and run for fucking city council and board of supervisors and work your way up and build that party. If we had started that 40 years ago, you could have replaced the party.
Yeah.
But we didn't. So we're
and I agree with you 100%. And it kind of floors me that people have allowed one person to dictate the fact that voting is a sham. It's like we can't listen to that.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's still a thing. It's still
it does still exist. Exactly. We are not so far down that we have not fallen so far that we could not have turned this thing around with a political revolution as opposed to another type. We could have changed it with the existing system, but we have ignored it for so many decades that it's getting harder and harder and harder to do. I can only hope that people can start to get their shit together now, because the laws around this, if you understand how the electoral system works, there's ways to do it, but people are just not organizing. They're not doing it. They're just waiting patiently to see who else runs and somebody else will do it. And maybe somebody else will tell me who to vote for. They're not organizing effectively yet. We've got a lot of angry people and voices getting together in these communities. We have to do something with it.
Yeah. Yeah, we just met, but I totally agree with you. We have to continue to vote. We have to continue to use our own voice. And regardless of who says that we don't have a voice, we may lose. Like I'm in Tennessee, bro, and it's like I'm deeply Democratic. I was born in Cincinnati, and I'm totally blue, and I know that my vote doesn't make any difference here, but I still go. I still get out. I get in the car. I drive down there. I vote, and I put it in the ballot box. And even though I know it doesn't make any fucking difference, I still go do
But
it.
it does. It's tricky. It still does. It does. It just doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like I'm in a similar situation. I'm in California, but I'm in a very red part of California. I'm in the inland. I'm in the high desert. I'm the community I'm living in is 75% Republican, and then like 5% right libertarian. There are no other Greens in this community, and relatively few Democrats. But it's not like I don't vote. I'll vote every time.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah,
You
Dr.
have
to, and we have to
can't let
talk to
people
more
tell
people.
you.
We have to
You
organize.
cannot let people tell you that voting is a sham. Because if you do, they're getting their own way. And you might as well just like decide and turn into a fascist, because it's like once they've determined to you that your vote doesn't count, then we're just fascist. And we can't do that. We can't have that.
Right. And again, this is a long-term strategy. They literally planned this crap out in the 1950s, and you can start seeing it. A lot of the template for Trump is in the John Birch Society. None of this is new.
Yes, exactly. It's not new.
Yeah, I'm not going to hear my voice, but I don't like Trump. But that being said, I still feel like everybody should have a voice, okay?
Oh, yeah. They should have a voice, but we should be able to out-organize them. And that's the thing. The people who don't like their politics actually outnumber them, but they're terribly organized. And one lesson out of history is that every time radical movements have seized control in countries, it's always been a small minority of the population.
Yep.
The Aussies never had support of more than a third of the population. Never more than a third. And they still completely dominated that society.
Yeah, and that goes back to my whole entire position. It's like, if you can convince the masses that their vote doesn't count, then you're right. You're right where you want to be.
Yeah. So,
Dr. O'Mara.
Okay. Sorry. Iskander.
Your vote counts, people.
Thank you so much, Mike. I think it was Jabir, or no, it was Iskander, and then it was Jabir, because we were trying to get Jabir to come up, but then we couldn't get him, and so it was Iskander first, and then Jabir. So, Iskander, quickly, if you can ask your question so that we can actually get going.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask Dr. O'Mara what he knew about General David Shoup, because he had a video about General Smedley Butler, and I thought it was a good piece about kind of like civil-military relations to an extent, and also kind of like how in terms of like a high-profile example of a veteran becoming a base leftist, which was definitely the case with Smedley Butler. I just wanted to know if Dr. O'Mara knew about General David Shoup as well.
David Shoup?
Yes. I'll put a picture of him up.
It's not.
Hey, Liam, thanks for having me around, bro. I will. I give you a follow, and I'll be back. Okay.
I'm on every Friday.
All right, bro. See you later.
Have a good. Let's see. Not ringing a bell.
Oh, okay.
If I run into it, I don't remember.
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time on the panel in case Jabber or somebody else wants to speak. So I was told I had to be quick.
Yeah. I think Eric and a bunch of other people want to go to sleep, and I did want to go to sleep earlier. But so yeah, we should probably wind down.
Myself, Erika, and Professor, we've been up since yesterday.
Right.
So,
yeah. Exactly. So, yeah.
But quickly, Iskander, if there's something more you'd like to ask before we go to Jabir.
I think he was just asking about the general, right?
Yeah, I mean, more broadly, let's say you had time or were interested and wanted to do like a panel about civil military relations and about like whistleblowers in the military and stuff like that, these high profile examples, and what the implications of that have been. So I would argue, to an extent, you can maybe argue this with Smedley Butler. Basically, like if a general speaks out for me, it's like, let's say a general just rips like the president a new one, It ends up being totally right, the way General Shoup was when he.
What would be fun? Okay, so those guys that did that Colonial Outcast podcast that put me on recently.
Yes.
Their emphasis is on like empire and military. Maybe we could do a panel with that, structured there. You can come on there. We can do something, and it sounds like something Greg would jump on.
Yeah, hey, I mean, just let me know. I mean, it's what I study for a living, so
yeah.
I'd be more than happy to.
Do you know either of them?
No, I don't think I've met either one of them actually.
Okay, then I'll try and let's see. I'll make a note to do an introduction, and then see if we can set something like that up, because that sounds very much like something Greg would want to talk about.
Cool. Happy to suggest something.
Okay. Let's see. On like Smedley and whistleblowers, and okay. So making myself a note here. All right.
All good.
Cool. I will. I'll send them a note tomorrow and see what they want. They keep contacting me for different things. So it's not like
all right, cool.
And it looks like they're growing fast too. So we might be able to get a good audience for discussion on something like that.
Awesome.
Okay, so Iskander, are you happily done?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, shukran so much. Okay, so Javed, you're up. Ask your question.
Yeah, hi Liam. Thank you, everyone. This live is so refreshing because I have been really just losing faith in about 90.
Oh, cut out a little.
I watch, I witness, and so much of what you've been talking about tonight is the education, the illiteracy, the polarization, the fact that I think so many people feel so shocked, like, oh my gosh, Trump, and it's this thing that we've never seen before, and this, oh my God, the right is so much worse than it. No, it's been as you said, in so many words, it's been this 60-year effort since the Civil Rights Act to roll everything back, and it was the anti-communists into the Birchers and so on and so forth. So my question is, because so many things you talked about resonated with me, but I fear now that with things like TikTok, for example, I've done some TikTok lives where it's just me, and I say, listen, I don't want this to become, for me, my thing is like I'm the anti-TikTok TikToker, because I think there's a stagnation that is setting in, because now we have these ways of gathering around the fire, so to speak, but 95% of what I see is just people just ranting and raving at each other and not using it as a springboard to go back, to retreat and learn, right? And my whole thing is that's what I feel is valuable about your discussions. And I just wanted to know if, what you thought about the idea of us kind of becoming so enraptured with the dopamine hit that these like fake conversation, not this one, right? But primarily these basically like non-conversations that are happening where it's so much tone policing and then talking about the tone policing and then talking about the ideas. And then people kind of get a smattering of things and they say, I come here to learn, but they're not really learning anything, because they're not using the resources that they find here to go back and actually sit with them and dig into them and contemplate them and think about them.
Yeah, there's a lot of retreating into confirmation bias and returning to things that fit your existing views, and then you feel reinforced, and there's a sense of community around that, but you don't do anything with it. For a lot of what I talk about, it's just, I don't know, nerdy topics, purely educational type shit. But where it gets political, the thing that I would most want people to do is take stuff from this and then go out into their communities and organize, talk to people in the real fucking world, not on TikTok. Meet people. If we don't organize in the real world, we don't get anywhere. And a lot of people keep thinking that well, social media is, we can organize that way. It doesn't, nothing changes that way. No power structure will ever pay attention to this shit. I don't care how many tens of millions of people all get onto these things and all say something. No one will give a shit until you're in the streets blocking traffic to demand change. So it has to come down to community organizing. Build up something this way, where in the sense of exchanging ideas, learning from each other, building that, figuring out the tactics that can work there, and then apply them. Start building those local bodies, and from there you can build a mass movement over time. That's what I want to see. And I appreciate that. One of the reasons I'm not as optimistic as some people are about the youth today is that there's not enough of that in the physical world yet. We're not. I'm seeing some of it, and I'm really happy about, like, the extinction folks, and some to Sunrise to some extent, like people that are actually getting out and doing something. There's some things that I'm seeing, but not enough, and I want to see more of that build up.
Yeah, because people think that they're accomplishing so much by being here, and no, this should be a jumping off point. This should be a launch pad, and it's almost like this is like a bad chiropractor, that tries to sell you on the 100 sessions. And they're always making adjustments, but it's like, the good chiropractor says, listen, I want to see you 3 times. If I'm not helping you after that, I don't want to see you again, because obviously there's nothing I could do for you, just as a rough example. But look, I wish I was organizing. I'm starting to now over the last several months, and I wish I had 20 years ago. But, hopefully we're not going to get too stuck in these, in these sort of meta worlds, but I don't know. I'm not optimistic either.
No, honestly, in his first administration, you actually had Trump asking to deploy the military to shoot protesters. The more people that he manages to appoint, the more loyalists in place, the more he takes control of the judiciary, the more fucked up stuff we're going to see.
The judiciary
the worst thing about somebody like him, because honestly, the best thing about Trump is that he's very old, but he's laying groundwork. And if you get somebody who is more clever than him with the same politics and the same charisma, we are heading toward dark times, because you're radicalizing large parts of the right. They're not conservatives, they're reactionaries, and they are more organizing and mobilizing. Somebody said in the chats there, in terms of blocking traffic or whatever, the whole issue of like, well, people don't like it when you block traffic. Well, that's the fucking point. Because if you're trying to reach power structures, you have to cause an inconvenience, because otherwise they will pay no attention at all. If you cost rich people money, the people in power will respond. But if it's just, I got a permit, and we organized in the park, and we rallied in the park, and we waved our signs, and we blew our whistles, no one gives a shit in Washington. They're not going to pay any attention at all to that. But if you actually cost rich people money by choking traffic in downtown areas, it's going to have a huge impact on the moving the power structure. But that only really happens, and this is the key here too, because people trying to do that right now, it has to be a larger movement. When you're small, sporadic groups here and there, all it's going to do is cause the inconvenience you're talking about. It's going to piss off a few people. So if I block the Golden Gate Bridge right now, it's going to do nothing at all. But if there are 10 million of us, and we all care, and we all get out in the streets at once, they are going to see, holy shit, there's a problem here. 24 guys on the bridge don't matter at all. Organizing is key to this. And that's something that the right is really good at, and we are not.
But this is what you've been saying for the past, how long do I know you? 5 months now? This is exactly what you've been saying all along.
It's what I've been saying for 30 years, Dharma. I've been screaming this shit at people for 30 years, and yeah, it gets kind of tiresome. But this is where, again, I'm hopeful about humans. And I always want to hope maybe we can reach a point where people actually stand the fuck up and do something. Because the lessons are clear, both from our history and the entire fucking world. We can see this stuff happening the same way over and over and over again. I mean, I mean, just, oh God, just pick one. What caused the Iranian Revolution? It was people in the streets, choking the streets. And the government started shooting at them. And what did they do? They stayed in the streets and they got shot. And eventually the military said, I'm not going to do this anymore. And they joined the protesters and the government fell.
I mean,
So
South
it
Africa
took
for what?
organizing enough people in the streets and being willing to take those casualties, and you're done. That's all it takes. We don't, when people think we need to be able to topple the government by military force, hell no, you can't. What you need to do is actually show a mass movement, and when the government tries to oppress that can change things. The same thing happens over and over and over again, and we don't learn the lessons.
Yeah, can I jump in, Liam? It's a great point, but as you were talking about earlier, and when I was in the car, is that we subject ourselves on the left to so many purity tests, and we can't simply, it is not humanly possible to satisfy everyone's purity test. We all, and it's easy for me to say this as a white man. I understand that. As a cis hetero white man, I know it's easy for me to say this. But we all have to sacrifice a piece of the here and now and the immediate, the whack-a-mole, the game of whack-a-mole that we play every day has got to stop, because we'll never, like you said, we'll just never be able to get behind each other.
When you want everyone to agree to your 10-step program or whatever, we're going to get nowhere. You have to pick a smaller number of goals. The reason bigger movements work, right? The reason you got action in Tunisia or Iran over, like all the revolutions in Eastern Europe over and over again, it's that they had a very specific goal that more people could agree with. So you create a larger tent, right? You create a larger movement. And it doesn't have to be one that involves everybody, obviously, but it has to be big enough, which means we have to get over all of the fine details and pick a specific issue that we really fucking care about and jump on it. It can be done. It really can be done, but people won't learn these frickin' lessons.
Voting and housing are two things we could do. We could do it. Voter suppression, we could do it. If enough people got behind the idea of a federal ID at birth, it's your social security number and it's your voter registration. That is something that I think if we just kept pounding away at it,
everyone's automatically a voter, so it's
you're just automatically registered to vote. You have to opt out. It's Richard Thaler and Thaler and Sunstein. It's nudging. It's choice architecture.
Instead of having to opt in, I have to opt. Yeah, okay.
Yes. They make us opt out of everything else except voting. It's such bullshit.
It's the right kind of idea, but I don't know that it has the emotional resonance to draw enough people in. That's the key with issues like that, because especially since you've got tons of propaganda against. I mean, significant parts of the country have been hit with tons of things about how voting is problematic. There's tons of vote fraud, and it's a power grab by the federal government, and it takes away from our local autonomy. And that's not just for the hard right. A lot of liberals fall for that shit because of the way the emotional appeal around it. So it's trickier. It would work with part of the base, but not enough. And especially if you want to get the actual left involved and not just liberals, leftists often don't give a shit about things like that because they understand our choices between an imperialist and a fascist.
That's true. I agree. But like you said, but when you peel away all that what are you left with at the core of it is the courts. And you mentioned that earlier. And we still have Reagan appointees on these courts. Right. And I'm going to go on, but for a sec, this is a continuation of, if that piece of tape wasn't facing the wrong way on that door in the Watergate building, Nixon would have gotten what he wanted, which Trump is now continuing. I mean, it's like he got busted, and all the same guys now are just really old, and it's half of those dudes. It's the Roger Stones, it was the Manafort, all the Rumsfeld back in the day, and they have carried it on to now, and they're like, I think Trump is just doing it because he wants to prove that, unlike Nixon, he's not going to get busted for any of it, and he's going to completely overhaul the court in order to consolidate power.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think there is a difference. I'm just saying, for me, there's a difference.
The size of the coalition you want, because if you want to draw in the left, I don't know that does it. Anything around these kind of issues. So if you're going to think in terms of electoral politics, one thing that might draw in a large number of people, because again, you want to think what can appeal to both liberals and leftists. because liberals can be radicalized. They can be drawn toward the left, but but it's harder to get the left to join the liberals on issues that matter only to them. So you got to find the places of overlap, right? And there are tons of them. Civil liberties is one. There's a lot of areas where they do directly overlap and you can draw them in. For one, on round voting, changing the voting system entirely. So I don't know, ranked choice, for example, proportional representation, ranked choice, all kinds of things like that. A complete overhaul to voting. There's a handful of states that are already starting to roll out ranked choice. If they all did it, we could actually get past a limitation that's hardwired into the Constitution that gives us these two parties, because it's a winner-take-all system. And it's harder to change the Constitution because of the number of states that have to ratify. Right. So that's a harder bar. So let's leave the winner-take-all alone. Change every state to ranked choice. Next thing you know, you're actually going to get Greens that are competitive, and we can get them into Congress. But without it, we have no chance at all.
That's a good point. What do you think about the national popular vote?
Something like that requires a constitutional change,
right? And that's this close. I never even realized they were this close.
And if in the long run, if you build large enough movements and you can hold together a coalition, there's a backdoor to changing the Constitution that doesn't involve Congress at all. You have to change it at the state level, and enough states pushing it, you can actually get it done. But that would require a significant amount of organization and a lot more states willing to do it than currently would.
If people want a good resource on this, it's called Every Vote Equal, and it's gargantuan, but it's like $8. If you don't want it in print, it's free PDF online. Every Vote Equal, and it's like basically it dispels every myth that people have about if you end the Electoral College, oh, this is going to happen, or it's going to have this, and they dispel it all, and they lay out, they have all these opinion papers in here.
Yeah, exactly. But there's fascinating. The whole Electoral College thing, the way that the right frames it, it's complete nonsense, but unfortunately, they're better at rhetoric than a lot of the liberals are, and they sway a lot of liberals. So you'll never get enough people to support getting rid of the Electoral College as it currently stands. If you can get a few other changes through and show significant organization at the state and local level to get something like ranked choice, then you're setting the groundwork up for a fight like that, where at the state level, we can initiate a constitutional amendment. And that's actually not happened yet, but it is actually a mechanism built into the Constitution. We don't have to wait for Congress to do this. We can do it ourselves. But it takes a lot more organization to win the arguments at the local level with the kind of material you're talking about there. And I think picking an easier target like ranked choice gives you the ability to organize effectively first to do that. Because right now they have a massive rhetorical advantage on the EC. There's no way around that. People have swallowed that Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Thanks. That's great. I'll yield the floor. Sorry, but this is just fascinating, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to mute.
Yeah, thank you so much.
This is a lot of fun. Yeah, no, this is definitely something we should keep talking more about too.
For sure. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm so glad that Jabir took the effort to try and come up, because we were trying to get him up all the time and we couldn't see him. And so he came up and wow, the panel just lit up with Jabir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good to be here.
Okay, so there's Commandant that came up recently.
How's it going?
Oh, is that Mateo?
Yep.
Mateo.
How's it going? Long time no chat.
Yeah, I know, man. You guys said something earlier about you guys were talking about how like getting people to do more than just like do convenient marches or like little like bits of a contribution and actions like holding a sign, getting a permit, and doing all that stuff, and not really making a difference. And why it's so hard to get people on the left to do more than that and like really shut down the business as usual and cost rich people money. I think the reason why it's so hard is I feel like capitalism has effectively corrupted this. They commodified like revolution. They've commodified protest and activism now, right? And they do it through social media, and it's like back like you know me for a long time. You know I've been doing politics and activism for a long time, and back when I was doing it, like no one posted on social media. Like they'll post like invites to an event, but like now you got people like doing selfies and shit. Oh shit, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, no, I feel you there. Oh, did you just oh, were you changed? Was it a call or something? Did he go off to do the television thing?
I'm trying to turn you down real quick.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Where were you?
All right, I think that's better. Yeah, so like they just, a lot of people are, the right, like you said, the right's really good at rhetoric, and I think one of the things that they got right, they gave like a name, which is super accurate, is virtue signaling. And I feel like there is a lot of virtue signaling on the so-called left. I wouldn't even really call them left because they really are just liberals. And
most are liberals, yeah, but liberals can be radicalized, but most are just liberals.
Yeah, and like it's how can you reach the hard part is how can you tell these liberals that their commodified activism is not enough and is, if anything, counterproductive because it's purely symbolic and like it's like a gesture more so than an action. And how can you let them know that they need to do better without offending and alienating them because you make them feel invalidated when you just tell them the truth? They're like, yeah, you didn't really accomplish anything. Like you guys got your selfies and you got your social media post out of it. But whatever cause that you were there to make a change on, it's still steaming forward. And all you kind of did is just make a spectacle, and that was it.
I think the key there is to do it practically. Not so instead of coming up with an argument that would work, a post, a video, whatever you can do, actually through the organization at the local level. If you get people showing up to a meeting and talking to them, you have the opportunity to build a personal relationship and then to actually make those points and to help people to understand that. And this is how tons of other movements have done before. They just, again, draw lessons from the past, I mean, if the Panthers were organizing today, would they be doing it all on frickin' Facebook? Or would they actually having community meetings and community education and like adult night school to teach theory or whatever? No, that was the whole point, was to bring people together and organize together. If we run with that first, if that's the model, if you're drawing people together in person in meetings and talking about things, you can get people to more easily understand an issue like this. And it can build outward from that.
Yeah, I agree. I think people. I mean, I'm guilty of this too. Like, I had high hopes for social media. I thought this is going to be the new tool for activism. This is how we'll spread the message. We'll get everybody on board, and no, it didn't work that way, man.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, though. There is reason to be optimistic about it, but not in the way that we've tended to use it. It is an interesting tool for helping people to meet, to network, and to establish those contacts, and also to pass on information. So once you've established contact in your areas, that's when you have to start organizing in person and building those community organizations. But even with those existing, we can get past. So, for example, the way the Panthers would have to do it is bring people together into a classroom and have those meetings. We could do community education shit like this. I mean, we can hold classes on how to organize virtually, but then people go out and physically do it in person and do things. So you can combine it. It is a useful strength, but people try to use it as a replacement for in-world organization, and that's nonsensical. It has to be a supplement. It's a new tool in the arsenal, but it can't replace the actual boots on the ground.
Can I add a thought about this? I think, is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I would imagine, like, if you use the Panthers as an example, and I don't know this, you probably know much more about it than I do, but I would think that when you, in an analog world, how am I trying to put this succinctly? So in the pre-internet age, you might have had different groups organizing around the country, but they don't necessarily feel, and they don't necessarily have the means to be in constant communication with the other groups. They're doing much work locally, and they're not even aware. That's not even part of their bandwidth. But now everybody feels like they have to be doing it all at one time. And it's like, no, like the Facebook thing should be your flyer, and then you get together locally. And don't be so concerned with having to feel like you have to be super connected to all the other local groups, because you're just dissipating a lot of your time and energy.
Yeah, the key here is that okay, so for anything like this, if you're going to try and build mass movements to change things politically, if you want to aim toward real revolutionary change, then we need intersectionality. We need not only a larger movement around single issues, we need to bring together different disparate groups. We need all these different local movements to be able to link together and connect and communicate with each other. And that's what these tools are useful for. So you can get all these different groups organizing in their own cities, doing mutual aid, doing their things in their areas, but they can also connect with others, to network, to organize, to plan mass movements. How do you think you get to, okay, so this is something like the Wobblies had as a wet dream 100 years ago. You get enough people in the movement, and then you just like flip the switch and we all just stop working, and the gears of capitalism grind to a halt. Do you know how much easier that is with tools like this? If we organize the unions locally, so people are organized there, and then this is how we communicate. We say, today's the day. Here's the plan. We post on Facebook on this day. But you can't just, but people keep trying, like I've seen over and over, hey, general strike, and they put up a general strike flyer on Facebook. They're doing it bass-ackward. They're trying to call for the action before they've done the actual organizing. You put the months and years into organizing on the ground, building large mass movements in states all across this country, and then you put the Facebook post up that flips the switch. And then we all stop working, and this country grinds to a halt, and the people in Washington wake the fuck up. But so the tools are absolutely useful. So Matteo, yes,
the kindling.
We should use these tools, but not as a replacement for in-person organizing. Mm-hmm. They have to go together.
Yeah. Well, my one pushback is, I mean, in 2016, we got that close to memeing ourselves into a revolution. That would have been great. So maybe
Well, people thought so. I think that honestly, not really. The reason that memes were effective for the right.
Yeah, I know. I just fuck around.
The reason the memes were effective for the right is that they've spent 80 years building the ground game. That's why it worked. So all the shit that shows up on social media is reinforcing crap that they're already hearing in their in-person networks. So all the memeing, the social media, and I get that the comment is mostly ironic. But still, like the memes are important. All the stuff on social media is important, but only if you have the in-person organizing. And they spent decades building those networks up, building the think tanks, building the intellectual culture around this. We have nothing comparable to the Federalist Society and the Cato and all the rest of that shit. We've got nothing like that. There's no organizational heft behind the left in the U.S. at all. Not at the local level, not at the national level.
And Rove wrote that opinion piece, in the op-ed in the New York Times in 2008, saying what the Republicans were going to do to flip the state legislatures and completely gerrymander the hell out of every district. And they did it. And the Democrats were like, okay, so they said they're going to do that. So let's just keep an eye on that. And and
but
then
do nothing about it. Yeah.
Nothing.
Right. Exactly. And again, all this has been very public. It's not like the John Birch Society wasn't organizing in plain fucking view, and everyone just like, oh, they're a bunch of cranks. We should have woken up to this shit in 1980, and this is why I've been screaming about this politically since the fucking 80s, because Reagan mainstreamed Bircher rhetoric. That should have been the wake up call that Trump was coming. We've had 40 fucking years to know that Trump is coming, and we didn't pay any goddamn attention. Reagan already paved the way for this. And all of those decades, if we had spent that time organizing, this wouldn't be a problem. We'd never have gotten here at all. But now we have to make up for lost time. So boop.
Yeah.
But again, I'm still hopeful about people. I'm pessimistic about the country, but I think that people can still turn this around. It's getting harder and harder. The longer this goes on, the longer this goes on, the less chance we have of actually turning this around without a lot of violence. And I don't want the violence. I don't want it to turn that way. I want to stop this before it gets too bad. And we are almost out of time.
Honestly, I'm looking at my my homeland of Mexico is pretty appealing lately, so I might just give the fuck up and go back to the motherland.
Don't go yet. Give us a chance. Let's work together. But yeah, I mean, hell, there are 4 million Americans that already live abroad. It's not like that isn't going to accelerate.
The mod needs to jump in.
Boop.
Okay, do you need to get a drink? Do you want to continue some more? How are you feeling?
If we're reaching a good enough spot, I can we can wind down and I can go. If we want to talk a little longer, I do need a drink. So it just depends on whether you guys have another topic to go a few more minutes or if we want to call it right now. My tail popped off, so that might be a good indication that it's time to go. Yeah, if we're ready to wind down, then it doesn't matter. But otherwise, I would. But so it's Jabber, right? Yeah. So I'm on every Friday, so you can always catch me here.
Absolutely. I will be back for sure. And thank you so much. And I've been listening in on a handful here and there, and then I go away for a while. And so I just always respected you and your intelligence and your insight and your optimism. Really, at the end of the day, there is optimism, and I like to believe that I need a little bit of that optimism injected into my orbit every now and then. So I'll be back.
And I'll share that as much as I can. You know, I mean, I study a lot of really
LA,
depressing shit, so I consciously cultivate the optimism, and the main way I do that is by paying attention to the longue durée. You know, if you look over long stretches of time, you always see positive change. But if you focus on the shorter term problems, it can get really, really overwhelming. So Trump can be terrifying, but if you apply a longer lens to it, there's obviously a way out. So
and it really helps to not watch cable news. I haven't in a long time.
Yeah.
It's tremendously helpful.
I've never had cable.
So, good for you. Yeah, about 6 years ago, I just said, you know what? No, and I just don't get caught up in all this day to day. That is not where we're going to find the answers, because within 24 hours, within 2 hours, you forget what you saw on the show anyway. Anyway, all right. So
somebody asked a minute ago about the cat. This one is well, Minerva is how I'd say it, but that's the Latin pronunciation. Minerva is fine in English too. She answers to both, but Minerva or Minerva.
Well, good night, Doc. Good night, every mods. Thank you for letting me up, and we'll see you next Friday, hopefully.
Yep. Have a good one, folks. See y'all next Friday. Like, you know,
there is a gentleman smooth.
I guess
there is a gentleman smooth in the what's his name is, but we're busy winding down now. And there is a gentleman. Oh, sorry. There is a gentleman smooth in the uppy commenty thingamajiggies, but we're not going to let him up right now because we're busy winding down, sir. Respectfully. Is that okay?
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. Again, I'm here every Friday. So, next Friday around. Actually, gosh. I don't have my Friday class next week. I can start anytime next Friday. But anyway, 3 p.m. Pacific is when I would start normally on Fridays. But for one of my campuses, it's spring break next week, so I don't have anything on Friday. So let me know what you guys want. But either way, have a good night, folks.
Did you end it? Did you end it, sir?
Minerva.
Did you end it?
Hey, salve. Salve. Salve.
Sagwe, Minerva. Mumu. Hey, Baba. She's not looking at me. Minerva, Baba. Mommy. Hey, Baba.
He's talking to you. Who is that?
Hello, Mama. Conwente. Baba. He's like, no, Papa. No, Papa, I don't want.
Nah, buena notte. Have a good night, folks.